Hello, 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 hello. Welcome. We are live here in the Netherlands, in Utrecht, for the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour. Can you all hear me? That's very quiet. I said, can you all hear me? Are we ready? So, today, this is the biggest Bandai Card Games Fest in Europe ever. I'm so excited. My name is Shaldo. I'm a rapper, manga author, occasional ninja, and card game fan. We have the finest card game action here for you today. Whether you're here in the venue or at home, it's going to be fantastic. With nearly 5,000 participants. It's incredible. So, what can you expect across the weekend? We have got the Digimon card game, Battle Spirit Saga, the Dragon Ball Super card game Masters, Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World, and of course the One Piece card game. It's so exciting. Personally, I'm new to card games. I've always been a fan of collecting them, but I'm so excited to see some of the new meta, some of the new plays, some of the decks. It's fantastic energy here today. Passion, skill, a little bit of luck as well. So, if you're watching at home, make sure you get your warm milk and cookies ready. Lock in, because it's going to be a fantastic event. For the One Piece top 2 winners, they can expect an all expenses paid trip over to Japan to take part in the finals. We've also got some extremely rare, highly sought after cards here today. Tomorrow, we've got a very special event, so make sure you stay tuned on the stream for that. Now, before we begin, I need you to charge your energy, awaken, evolve, surpass your limits. Because guess what? We've got the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters first round beginning very, very shortly after this break.
Hello everybody, good morning. Welcome along to Bandai Card Fest Europe live from Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name is Ben Fitzpatrick. After a fantastic introduction we had just there from Shaldo, I am joined by the fantastic Damian as well. A very good morning to you.
Good morning, Ben. I am Damian, guys, and I am very excited to bring you Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters we have a super exciting matchup for you. And in case you're new to the game, this is one of the oldest running card games. It's in its 26th set, just released, and we will have one of the premium leaders from the 26th set, SSB Gogeta, on stream. I know that a lot of players are very interested in it, so and it's a leader-oriented game. You start with 8 lives, and once you take your opponent down to 0, you win.
Absolutely. The Gogeta player is going to be going up against Tapion here in this first round. The players just around the hall getting all of their instructions. As Xiao said, over 5,000 players across all of the Bandai card games that are being showcased this weekend. Kicking us off here with Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters, then flowing into the likes of the One Piece card game, the Digimon card game, Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World, as well as a couple of surprises here and there across the weekend. But Damien, what kind of things are you looking forward to, or you're looking towards in this form? Where are we in the meta at the moment with Super Card Game Masters?
Well, for Super Card Game Masters, we are in one of the most diverse metas at the moment. Each color is represented. We have a lot of our top 16s with around 12 to 14 different decks. So I am very excited, because we are fully new into the BT26 format, and we're gonna see what all of these super powerful leaders do, and I'm just very excited to see them on stream.
Absolutely, it's an incredible time to be a part of Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. It is across all of the Bandai card games. Of course, like you said, we've got one of the new BT26 leaders being showcased here in Gogeta. What are we looking to expect Gogeta to try and do in this feature match here, especially against Tapion?
Yes, so much like in the show, Gogeta is going to be performing a lot of fusions. He's going to be charging a lot of Z energy. It's a mechanic from the Zenkai block, and basically it's going to prolong the game a bit while it assembles an army of strong Gogeta fusions.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we are pretty much ready to kick ourselves underway. So let's go ahead and do it as well. We have Colin Jean over on the left-hand side of your screen playing this brand new Gogeta. And then we have Ned Atlas on your right-hand side of the screen with the Tapion at the moment. Looks like we're seeing an early swing in here.
Yep. It is okay. It is met by a Pill of Shumai. So Ned is just going to assemble the card down, draw a card, and it's going to, with its auto, it's going to make it difficult for Gogeta to charge Z energy, which is an amazing play here from Ned, especially because Gogeta needs to have a couple of Z energy to awaken.
So how does Z energy work? Is that your resources in the game? Is it, as you see here with Colin, you've got that one card upside down. Is that how we are paying for some of our battle cards, our extras?
So the Z energy functions in a way that during combat you can combo cards, either from the field or from the hand. And then after the combat is done, you can pick one of those cards and set them on the side as your Z energy, which then you can use to play cards, very, very powerful cards from your Z deck. On the Ned side, he has just played the Hirudegarn, which is going to help him awaken. He has an alternative awaken condition. He says when you have 2 or more energy and a blue Hirudegarn in play, he's going to draw one, switch one of his energies to active mode, and flip his leader and awaken. Yeah,
and so many of the awaken costs typically are when you get down to that 4 life kind of region, you awaken, you get that other flip side of your leader, get a little bit of a boost, and of course some different auto and abilities as well here, as we're seeing, looks like just this attack going through. There is the taking of some more life, and there you saw, there is that awaken.
Yes, and this version, this is a very beautiful leader rare alt art Tapion. Yes. So in Masters, usually when you awaken, you always go down to 6. So it creates this interesting power dynamic where the first 2 lives that you take are generally free because you're going to go down to 6 anyway.
So we're just seeing Ned here going through the deck, getting quite a collection of battle cards there on his side of the board as well. Plenty of cards in hand to work with indeed. And it looks like we might be seeing this Hirudegan go in for an attack as well, using one of those other battle cards, it looks like, to combo up in the attack step. So it looks like Hirudegan might be 20,000 during this attack here.
Yes. So Colin is going to take the damage here, and he has comboed with his Vegeta, knowing that he's going to take damage anyway, because he's the same power as Hirudegan, but he did it so that he can charge the Vegeta into the Z energy. He needs to get free of them to be able to awaken earlier. Otherwise, he needs to wait until he goes down to 4 lives.
So now here's Colin's turn. Going to start off with that swing with the Gogeta. Going to activate its ability as well as soon as it attacks. Looking at the top 5 cards of the deck, grabbing a blue Saiyan into hand.
Yes, so he picks the Goku here, which is great. He wants to send Goku either to the Z energy or to the drop, because he can use his union ability. He can fuse with the cards from the drop. Okay, so he's comboing a Vegeta and Goku card. Ned is going to put this one down to the bottom of the deck. Very, very good call, because that card had both Goku and Vegeta, so that it can fulfill any side of the fusion. And Colin is just sending Goku here to the drop. He has a Goku there, he has a Vegeta. He should be able to now just play a Gogeta by using the pieces from his drop and charging them into the Z energy, which is going to send him to free Z energy, which he needs to awaken.
So who would you say is probably in the better position at this point? Obviously, you say Colin looks like he's pretty much on the readiness of about to awaken. Ned, though, we've got a wide board at this point in the game. We're just seeing here no battle card getting played. Colin's going to net an extra card as well.
Yes, so looking at the field like this, Ned does have a lot of battle cards, though they are mostly 1-drops, which either search for cards in his deck or draw him new cards. That's one of Tapion's greatest strengths. He flies through the deck. He draws so many cards. Colin is about to turn the match into his favor, awakening here with the leader, playing this Gogeta, which is going to give the leader plus 5k until the end of turn, making him 20k. So yeah, I would say that at the moment, though Ned has a lot of cards, Colin is in a very, very good spot.
Well, you do see there, that is that awaken into the SSB Gogeta Mighty Fusion Warrior. So both players with their leaders are having been awakened now as well. And like you say there, Damien, quite a few 1-drops on the side of Ned's board at the moment. We'll have the opportunity potentially to combo up with them, obviously, on the board. That's one of the nice things about having some of these lower cost cards and battle cards in Super Card Game Masters, is that you do have with the ability to combo at the moment. But here's an interesting looking card that we're seeing now. This one looks a bit different to the others here, Damien. What's this that's being played down from Colin?
This card is a Z extra card. So Colin had to pay the Z energy that we just recently talked about to play his Z extra. It's going to stay in the battle area on the field, and it's going to allow him to tutor through his deck, to get his pieces, to get his Gogetas, and it has a very strong effect that you can use once when you play your big super rare Gogeta that you're looking to close the game with.
Yeah, that effect there. Pay a blue, remove this card from the game. When your blue Gogeta BR card with an energy cost of 8 is played, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier, and place it on the bottom of its owner's deck. So yeah, like you say there, Damien, a real massive tempo swing that Z Extra has the opportunity to potentially threaten on Ned's side of the board. The question is going to be is how Ned is going to potentially look to play around that possibility, and if there's going to be a way for him to close out the game before it activates.
Yes, Ned is going to try to put a couple of threats here. We can see with Tapion and Trunks respectful team up, it's a 25k dual attacker. It is a very, very big attacker, even for Gogeta to get out of, but Colin plays a Senzu Bean, gets the plus 5k power, restands and energy. He's going to take this damage. He's going to go down to 5 lives, but it is okay for him. Once he plays the Gogeta, he's gonna have a removal here, so Ned knows that one of his cards is gonna get gone. Like one of them is going to disappear when the big Gogeta comes through, so he's going to commit to a wider board to try to force Colin into picking, you know, the lesser evil, while Ned still has an established presence, both offensively and defensively, to combo if he needs to.
So Ned here now on his side of the board at the moment. He's got that big Tapion and Trunks respectful team up rested at the moment. Looks like Colin just debating at the moment on what to combo with, how we combo. It looks like we're paying an energy here for an extra card potentially.
Yeah, he has a way to stop the attack in hand. He is contemplating. No, he is going to use Dimension Magic. It is one of the staple negates in blue decks. It stops the attack, it restands energy. Very, very powerful card. If you have 5 cards in your drop area, you can play it for free by taking a life. A very strong option, especially in blue, which can then proceed to restand energy and to just play more cards.
So Colin, then again, another attack came through, comboed away, and Ned now looking down on his side of the board with just the leader left as well as that lowly 1 cost at the moment. But
yeah, he's going to leave Pilaf Shumai down in active mode, because if he attacks with it and switches it to rest mode, that gives Colin the ability to attack into it. As long as a battle card is in an active mode, you cannot attack into it unless your card allows you to do so. We see Colin charging into his energy and paying 1, so he's going to use Goku and Vegeta from the drop to put them into the Z energy and play a Gogeta. And this one has barrier. It is a big card. It has barrier. It's very difficult to remove, especially in a blue matchup. So while Colin has barrier removal, Ned doesn't, so Ned will have to play around this card.
so what is barrier removal then?
Barrier is a keyword. It is a skill that says that your opponent, they can't choose your card with their effects. However, there are a couple of cards which say, for example, KO a card, ignoring barrier. That is premium removal. Very rare in blue color, but very, very strong when it shows up. It can turn the tide of the entire match.
Well, funnily enough, that Practicing Fusion has an ability to ignore barrier with that bottom deck as soon as that Gogeta comes down later on in the game. Ned here again just continuing on with this consistency train, continuing to do these searches, trying to find those big pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, he is just building his hand, just going down to 5 life. That is all right. He's in a very strong position here with a hand size this big. He's able to combo out of multiple attacks more easily, while he's still able to commit to board presence. He's going to go for a bit of a wider strategy here by building the board, while Gogeta is going to commit to a more of a tall strategy. He's going to have less battle cards in this matchup, but he's going to have big attackers instead. So
we see here Colin having used that ability as well to restand that SSB Gogeta trying to go in attack again. Ned able to combo out of it though, as you were saying there, Damien, having so many cards not only on board with that wide strategy, but also in hand because of the amount of searches that he's able to do. He's got so many more opportunities to combo out of some of these smaller attacks while Colin builds towards that big solitary tall strategy at the moment. See a 5-cost make its way onto the board, and Ned's going to have a little read of that as well.
Yes, so this is SS Gogeta battling a strong foe. Union Fusion for 1 energy, and he has an auto. When this card attacks, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards and place it at the bottom of their deck. So this is going to be a way for Colin to get rid of that big Tapion and Trunks card. And in addition to it, it has an ability, Activate Main. If your leader is Blue Gogeta and you discard 1 card from your hand, you draw 2 cards.
Wow. Lovely consistency and lovely opportunities there for Colin, as we did see there that Tapion duo did make its way to the bottom of the deck. So now looks like Ned is his biggest threat on the board has been dealt with, but there is still the opportunities to continue to go wide, use some of those active battle cards to be able to combo into some stronger attacks, as we're seeing a search going on here of the top 5. Going to get ourselves another one of these 5-cost battle cards as well.
Yes, he is getting another 5-cost Gogeta fusion achieved. It is a blocker which can get barrier. However, he's not going to play this turn because this particular Gogeta has a limit to 1 on his auto, which means that you can use his auto only once per turn across all copies of this card. So Colin is just going to keep him in hand. So next turn he can pay 1 energy and he can get another barrier blocker onto the field.
Well, seems like things are starting to go in towards the right direction now for Colin as he starts to build a little bit of a wider board himself now. As for Ned, going to grab for 2 energy here, and it looks like we are grabbing ourselves a Tapion and Trunks.
So Colin, Ned puts down another Tapion and Trunks. Colin is not super concerned here. This Gogeta does have blocker, so instead of stopping the attack with a card such as Dimension Magic, by switching Gogeta with blocker into rest mode, he's basically redirecting the attack to it.
So Colin at the moment with the life advantage now on his defensive turn, 5 against 4. And then that 5 cost now hitting the drop for Colin. Ned is restanding that Tapion and Trunks as well. And now the leader is going to go into an attack. Ned fetching into the drop. Going to grab himself, looks like the 1-cost Minotia, beginning of Destiny.
This is a very, very important turn here for Ned, because due to his leader's ability, he will be able to play these Minosias. And they say when they are played, you get to draw a card. And because he played it, he comboed with it from the drop, he's effectively immediately going +1 in hand. But Colin is responding with not only with a super combo, but also with the SSB Son Goku and Vegeta super rare. It has an activate battle ability for 1 energy. Colin can play it mid-battle onto the field. He draws a card. He's also able to combo with it immediately if he wants to, and he's going to give plus 5,000 power to one of his cards for the battle.
Yeah, that seems really, really strong here for Colin, as also strength for Ned. We're going to go in with the attack with that Tapion and Trunks, which does have that dual attack ability.
So this is... Let's see what are the players going to do next. Colin using another Son Goku super combo. What his ability is, he gets to, in the combo, he puts 1 card from his hand to the bottom of his deck and draws 2 cards. And he gets plus 10,000 power.
But that dual attack looks like it did go through. Colin down to 3 life now. And this sort of go wider strategy is starting to pay off for Ned. Colin was able to get rid of one of those Tapion and Trunks battle cards, but now since the second one has been able to hit the board and stick for this turn, do some serious damage here, which might have just put Ned in a little bit of the ascendancy as he's going to continue to attack in again. 15k now here with the Harudagan. Is there going to be combo?
Okay, so no negates. That means that we are about to see a combo here. Colin shoot another super combo. 3, so super combos are limited to only 4 in your deck, and Colin managed to see 3 of them this turn. Plus he just draw into a lot of cards in hand. He is possibly looking for a way to clear the board on the next turn, to establish some more attackers. But he needs to get through this turn, and Ned is just putting on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, this is really, really dangerous for Colin here, especially like you say, because there's only 4 copies of a super combo allowed in a deck. Seeing 3 of them, okay, they're really, really great and important when you see them, but you've seen so many of them now, so the likelihood of being able to have them for that one final defensive turn that you might have to face down here is going to be very, very difficult and very, very slim.
Yes, especially because super combos can also be used offensively. So that would give Colin a very, very big swing, but he has committed to use them for defense, and now in this turn needs to be able to clear Ned's board, at least the Tapion and Trunks card and the double striker Tapion.
Yeah, and that's not going to be an easy feat as well, with that Tapion and Trunks being 25k at base level power before we start getting into any combos defensively.
So here we see Colin play the Gogeta, Union fusioning again, and this Gogeta is going to give his leader plus 5000 power for the turn. So because the leader also has an ability which allows him to switch to active mode and attack again, he has just assembled a 20,000 attacker in his leader, which draws him a card. So he's going to be attacking twice this turn, and he's gonna draw 2 cards. It looks like he's going to try to commit to force Ned to take these 4 lives, probably thinking that he needs to close the game fast, still digging through his deck, possibly for his big 8 cost Gogeta.
Yeah, it certainly seems like that's kind of the game plan that is at the front of Colin's mind here, is that there is a very real possibility that if the turn passes straight over to Ned, that he will be winning this game. So Colin trying his best to take that away from Ned and go on the offensive himself. But Ned, as we've said so many times, with that wide board, the opportunity to combo in hand and from board as well, he seems like he's set up quite nicely defensively. We're seeing 2 energy being utilized here. We are going to a separate deck, it looks like, here. This is interesting. What are we seeing here?
So this is the Z deck. It's filled with cards that you have to spend the Z energy to play, and this Z deck starts in play. It's a separate deck that you build. You can go through it at any point, and you can play the cards when you would normally be able to. So think of it like an extension of your hand. A lot of decks include their tech choices for various matchups, or some of their stronger cards that they need to awaken or to put out in situations such as this one. One of those being the Z Extra that is there on the field, and the other one being this campaign rare Goku and Frieza Z Unison. Phenomenal card. It is 20k in power, and it has an ability which will allow Colin to switch one of his energies into active mode at the end of the turn, which is going to allow him to defend.
Yeah, have the opportunity to maybe keep one of that energy open for any extra cards to be able to boost up and get on that defense. We saw a card sent into the drop as well there from hand for this 5 cost to go and attack again here. So we're going, what, 20k once more, but Ned is going to have a combo.
Yeah, this is a Tapion super combo, which is a very, very strong inclusion in the deck. Because your leader has cards, you have those small 1-cost Tapions that allow you to search the deck for hero cards. You can actually search top 5 for your super combos.
Well, it looks like the turn's been passed over there from Colin. Ned now charging up onto 5 energy. All of those battle cards set to active. And he's not been able, Colin, to get rid of this Tapion and Trunk. So it is going to go ahead and attack in here at the start of Ned's turn, the 25k.
And we see a response from Colin. Trunk's heroic prospect coming down. So this is a counter attack. It stops the attack and it performs an action that we in this game we call a floodgate, but it has to hit the field for that to happen. If it managed to hit the field, it would have made it very difficult for Ned to attack with his big cards, because it will find a way to pressure him, like spend cards from hand if you wish to attack. It's a good defensive card if you're looking to stop a wide board. However, it has to come into play, and Ned responded with his counterplay and send it back to the hand.
Yeah, desperate times do indeed call for desperate measures, and that's exactly what Ned utilized there to send all that card back into Colin's hand, as now continuing to try and search, find some answers. These 2 counters getting themselves be played onto the board here now as well for Ned. It just feels like the advantage game that Ned has been able to play from the start of this feature matchup here live from Bandai Card Fest. It's just starting to prove a little bit too much.
Yes, and we can see a bit of Ned's deck from this perspective. It looks very thin. It looks like he has went through the majority of cards in his deck, which is one of Tapion's strongest suits. We see how Colin has been trying to dig for answers, but Ned is just digging much, much faster, and the card that he just played here is a Majin Buu secret rare. So this card, it is a very, very interesting inclusion in the deck. It came out in set 25, and it's called Buu Ultimate Majin. It is a secret rare. In Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters, you are allowed to include only a single secret rare in your deck, but they are so powerful that they can just swing the tide of the game. This Buu says it has dual attack, 40,000 power. Oof. Once per turn, when it attacks, your opponent reveals their hand. Then you use up to 2 battle cards with an energy cost of 7 or less among them in a combo in your combo area. So you just took away 2 cards from Colin's hand. And on top of it, it even has an activate battle. Once per turn, you can choose up to 1 keyword skill, such as blocker, barrier, double strike, on a card in your combo area, and this card gains that skill until the end of opponent's next turn.
Wow.
So if he finds a way to give double strike or dual attack or even barrier, he's just going to, well, not dual attack, but if he gives double strike, he's going to be able to swing twice for 2 damage, 40k power.
Well, it looks like Ned, with that Majin Buu hitting the battle area, that he is continuing to push and accelerate here, dumping so much of the hand. And there's the fist bump as well there. Ned Atlas on Tapion takes down Colin Jean on SSB Gogeta 2026. And like we said just a moment ago, before that final turn, at the start of that final turn, the advantage game maybe just proving too much there for Colin to be able to handle.
Definitely an amazing game, amazing showing from both players. We have seen how strong Tapion and Gogeta are. There are very, very interesting choices for this event. And yeah, congratulations to Ned. We saw how much advantage you get when you just fly through your deck every single turn.
Yeah, it was really, really something to see there, especially in that early game where there was so many searches going on. The hand just continuing to flood wide, and then that secret rare Majin Buu dropped onto the board and just completely closed out the game there. I think one of the biggest key elements, though, and the biggest factors that allowed Tapion to be able to take that game is finding that second copy of Tapion and Trunks.
Yes, the pressure from it was just so much. And the key moment that I think that decided the game, we have seen Colin dig through his deck, looking for that heroic prospect, for a way to stop multiple attacks, and then Ned just sending it back into hand at a key moment, and then taking it with the Majin Buu secret rare, just sealed him the game.
Absolutely. Well, Colin there is unfortunate to not take the victory there, our brand new BT26 leader. But like you said, it's a really interesting and wide format. I mean, would you have expected Tapion to not only make its way here to Bandai Card Fest this weekend, but to go ahead round one on the feature match and stream and take a victory?
Yeah, that was a very big surprise. Tapion has always been well positioned here, but I was very interested to see how is it going to fare against Gogeta, which just came out. There is so much hype around this deck, and it is cool to see like these two titans of blue color go against each other. Very, very interesting game.
Absolutely. So let's have a little bit of a preview ahead now. Obviously, the players will be playing all throughout today to make it into Championship Sunday tomorrow. What other kinds of leaders and decks are you expecting to see across the day in Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters?
So we have a very, like I've said earlier, a very diverse metagame. Every color is represented in the top 16s with multiple leaders. I am expecting to see for yellow Shadow Dragons from Dragon Ball GT, Nuova and Oceanus, some of the leading decks for the color. For red, we are going to see Kitku, Red Kitku from the original Dragon Ball when he's off to face King Piccolo. For black, we might see SS4 Vegito Xeno and SS4 Goku Xeno show up. Green has been a color that usually either plays Cell or plays Green Saiyans. We have Vegito, Goku from his clash with Frieza on planet Namek, and we have Gohan from his clash with Cell. So there's going to be a lot of diversity today here at the finals.
Well, it's going to be exciting, that's for sure. Make sure that you stay tuned. But it looks like we're about ready to hear from our winner of round one. So let's cross it over to Xiao with your winner from our feature match.
Ned, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How are you feeling?
Good.
So tell me, Tapion, how meta-defining is that?
I wouldn't say it's meta-defining, it's just a very strong deck. Like, it doesn't have a strict losing matchup, but it doesn't dominate any matchup either. It's just a very strong generic blue deck. That's why I picked it.
So do you feel that you chose Tapion to match the player, or because it was the best deck for you, full stop?
I do genuinely want to play the meta, but I got to play a deck I enjoy. I didn't enjoy Kid Ku in testing. I didn't enjoy the Shadow Dragons. I was loving Gogeta, but I just didn't think it was good enough for the event, so I went back to Tapion and decided to go with that.
And as a character, are you a Tapion fan, or is it just that this is the strongest card for you?
I enjoy his visual design. I don't think the movie is like the best of the movies, but it's good. But yeah, the deck is just super fun.
And how did you feel when you pulled your secret rare?
Great. I love that secret rare. I think it's really unexpected. Sadly, now everyone's seen it, but I think it's really strong.
You've let off the secrets now, so everybody's going to be building their deck and just like, oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's really strong.
Yeah, I mean, it completely changed the game after that.
Yeah, because I just saw his hand, I saw that I could push. I think that information is so important to blue that you just know that you can push through and kill them that turn. They don't have any tricks. It was great. Yeah.
And you were putting on for the people at home, you were putting on a ton of pressure.
Yeah.
How was that your game plan from the beginning, or
Yeah.
was it just based on how the match was evolving?
Yeah, I think Tapion is one of the best blue decks if you want to be aggressive, because you can have such an explosive turn too, and you can keep the advantage rolling every turn. You can bounce your dudes back. You can have mad hand advantage. He's got great removal. It's not as good if you want to like come back into the game, but if you can start strong, you can dominate the whole game.
And your opponent pulled a super rare at one point and had some insane combos going on.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind at the time?
I was really waiting for a offensive super combo. I didn't want to bottom deck any of his regular dudes because he already had Vegetas and Goku set up. I didn't want to waste it on one of them, but he just didn't have them. He was using them very defensively. I was a bit scared when I passed on, I believe it was turn 3. I had no D-Magics in hand. I only had Friends and Peel-Off Shoes to defend myself. I ended up drawing D-Magic later in the turn off of the super combos, so I was very scared of his boss monster coming down. I might just have to call Double Strike on that. Thankfully, unfortunately for him, he didn't draw that well, so it was just in my control.
So do you think there was, for you, do you feel it was more skill, or do you think there's an element of luck in there as well?
I do want to say it was skill. That turn 3 certainly felt risky, but the early game, like, I didn't want to commit anything turn 1. I just did a Peel-Off Shumai. I think that's the best opener you can do against Gogeta, because if they combo, they're essentially just hand looping themselves. It's great.
And for the people at home who are watching and who maybe want to get into this and who are taking their notes in order to get into Masters, how long have you been playing?
I've been playing 3 years.
3 years. And what would you say to anybody who wants to take on Masters as a community, as a card game, as just something to get into?
I think it's brilliant. I think it's the most rewarding of all the Bandai card games. I play the others. I just think Masters, it's so deep. It has a really easy to understand floor, but the ceiling is so high. If you want a game that's rewarding to play, you play Masters.
You heard it here first. If you want to play and you want to be rewarded, you play Masters. Ned, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Bandai Card Fest live from Utrecht in the Netherlands. Ben and Damien back with you for some more Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters action. We are into round number 2 of the main event. And Damien, we've got a little bit of a change of pace with this feature match. It's a bit of an aggro match. Yeah,
we're going to be looking at Bardock from BT18, Yellow Bardock. Just got new anniversary box support a few months back. Brought it back into the metagame versus the big, scary Son Goku face-off with the Demon King from BT25. This is the deck that a lot of players are prepping for at this event. It's one of the decks that you need to be able to beat, and both of them are super aggro.
Absolutely, and the Son Goku one getting itself a recent top finish as well, about a couple of months or so back. So what's going to be the idea? Obviously, both of them aggressive style decks. So I'll expect a lot of attacks, a lot of aggressive comboing in the battle step in attack. But what else are we looking for between these two?
When it comes to Son Goku, what's he going to be doing is he's going to be playing a lot of skillless cards. Those are cards that just don't have any skills, any text. They're just raw power, and they're 30,000 power, and he plays them for free.
Wow.
Yes. So besides that, the leader also allows you to, when you play a skillless card, you can give minus 15,000 power to a battle card or a unison. So he will be pressuring a lot while fighting for the board, while Bardock will just try to assemble his crew. They are not they're not too expensive to play. They're like one cost, but they have amazing abilities, and he's going to try to pressure back. So it's going to be a very, very interesting aggro matchup.
So raw aggression against synergy with aggression as well. I'm really, really interested and looking forward to this one. Our players should just be about ready to get ourselves underway. So let's cross over to the feature match area and see exactly who is on the play. We have Miroslav playing the Son Goku leader, and we have Harvey playing the Bardock. Both of these players, of course, will have won their match in the previous round, in round 1, while we were off camera throughout the rest of the tournament.
So looking at the state of the board, it looks like Harvey is going first. He's going to charge a one-cost Bardock and play him. This is his tutor, basically. It allows him to search top 5 cards and get a Bardock's crew card. So he is picking up Tora from the newest anniversary box set. And it is also important to note here that this deck draws when you play Bardock, Bardock's crew cards. So he searched top 5 and he drew because he played the one cost.
So you talk about a lot of the anniversary support that Bardock has gotten. What has that looked like? We've just seen the card that was brought to hand there from the Bardock crew leader. What other tools did Bardock receive in order to make it back into meta competitiveness?
Well, some of the cards that he received is this Tora, which will effectively allow him to draw 3 cards when he plays it by drawing 2 and using the leader ability. He also got a Z extra of his own, which is going to do wonders when he goes into his Z leader. Now he also has an ability to play his super rare much faster. So Bardock got a lot of tools to go through the deck even faster, and combined with his cheaper cards, he's able to now catch up with these faster decks in the metagame. So here we see it. He plays the Tora, draws 1 from the leader, and then he discards a card and draws 2 for the Tora. So that's 3 cards immediately in hand for only 1 energy.
Wow, and then taking another damage there as well to immediately go into the Awaken as well, restanding an energy while doing so. And this is exactly what we were talking about and hinting at, the synergy combined with the aggression, as it looks like we are seeing that Bardock crew leader go in for an attack here, using that draw 3 to combo up with, but Son Goku is going to combo out, it looks like, here with the Mai.
It is very critical here for Harvey to push the Son Goku leader down to 4 lives this turn. It's very important for that to happen because of Son Goku Z Extra that we will talk about when it's played. It basically allows you to put lives under it and then you can heal later on. So Harvey is doing everything he can just to push. And we see here, because he played another Bardock's crew card, his leader, when he awakens, has the same auto that allows him to draw. So you can draw multiple cards in your awakening turn.
Yeah, this is a really, really nice stat that we've had here at the moment for Harvey. Miroslav just getting a little bit of a read of one of those cards there. Now going to take another damage, so now we are down to that 4 life point that you were hinting at here, Damien, that Harvey needed to go down to, or push Miroslav down to. So that layer at the very least, that mark on the checklist, can get a great big tick next to it.
Yes, this is going to put Harvey in a very, very strong position in this matchup. On Miroslav's turn, he's still not out, so what he's going to do is he can still play a Z extra card. He's just not going to play the Sacred Water that he was looking to play. But now that he's on 4 lives, he has to establish a Z extra so that he can use his strong negate to stop this pressure called Explosive Dance. And because he's on 4 lives, he has access to super combos as well. So he's still in this match. He is still in this match. We will see how Harvey is going to start defending once Miroslav starts putting those big 30k attackers.
Well, Miroslav, first off, is going to go in with an attack with his leader. We're seeing a combo out here now as well. Interesting that Miroslav hasn't awakened his leader yet either.
The leader will allow him to draw on the attack. But the other side, the awakened side of the leader, will not do that. So he's attacking first so that he can draw and then awaken and then have the alternative draw on the awakened side. But Harvey has responded here with Bardock Heritage of Legend. So this is one of the counter attacks that we talked about in the previous game, these floodgate effects. It is a counter attack. You play the card, but you do not negate the attack. You just play it during the attack. And it says, when this card is played, your opponent can't attack with cards for the turn unless they place one of their rest mode cards in its owner's drop. So that includes energy. That includes everything that is in rest mode. Miroslav, if he wants to make a single attack, he needs to sacrifice a card. He's not going to do that, just passes the turn to Harvey.
Yeah, before the end of that turn as well, went into the Z deck and grabbed the 10x Kamehameha Mighty Blast ready just in case. But Harvey, with that wide board state, is just going to immediately start putting that pressure on. We're seeing, it looks like an attack and a combo up here, which is going to activate the leader ability as well. Drawing a couple extra cards, discarding one. This is some incredible value that Harvey is being able to accomplish at the moment here. And we're only on turn 3.
Yes, yeah, both of these decks are exceptionally aggressive. Now, Miroslav is being attacked. He is looking for a card called Explosive Dance in his hand. He has it. So he is going to respond here for 1 energy with Explosive Dance. Now, what's this going to do is it's going to stop the attack. But because he has a Z extra and he's on 4 lives, it also means that whenever Harvey chooses to attack again, he needs to send cards from his Z energy with the combined power of the card that he's attacking with into his drop, should he wish to attack.
Well, now it looks like that it's Harvey's turn to go ahead and go into the Z deck himself.
Yeah, establishing a Z unison, the Kaioken Goku here. So the game plan at the moment is, because Explosive Dance prevents non-leader attacks, Harvey could have attacked with the leader. He probably didn't want to give Miroslav a chance to combo and to charge even more Z energy, because Miroslav has tricks of his own in his Z deck.
Well, now it looks like we are going to see on Miroslav's turn 3 this skillless card getting played down into the battle area. It is just going to be that 3-cost launched, which, like you said at the beginning of the game, this 30,000 power battle card.
And it is also minused by 15 thanks to Son Goku's ability, and just got rid of that 4-cost Bardock. And now the Miroslav is going into his big, super rare Son Goku, which is also a removal option. It's helping him clear the board. He's playing another launch. Whenever he plays a skillless card, it's not once. His ability triggers with just 2 cards, with just paying for his SR, 2 energies, putting down 2 bodies, clears the board.
Wow.
Takes away Harvey's advantage and now swings for the double strike.
Really, really nice here. This is also one of those effects, that KO ability that ignores barrier that we were talking about in our previous feature match. So this is going to demand quite a few cards out from hand here for Harvey in order to combo out of this attack. But he's just going to let it fall.
Yes.
Going to take 2 damage from that double strike.
Yes, we see Harvey has super combos in hand. However, his super combos his version requires 2 Z energy, so he just couldn't combo out of the attack. He had to combo the SSB Vegeta just so that he can get this other Z energy to be more defensive on the following turn. But a lot of this now hinges on whether or not Miroslav is aware of Harvey's Z leader, which he can go into once he's on 3 lives. So Harvey is taking damage here, but he is getting ready to catch Miroslav by surprise on the following turn.
Yeah, there is that now down to 2 life for Harvey on Bardock. Miroslav is going to swing in again here with his now awakened Son Goku face off with the Great Demon King. We see a combo there.
So that is the super combo that we just talked about. You need 2 Z energy to play it, but like I said, Harvey expertly took 1 life, sacrificed 1 life so that he can charge the Z energy, and now he's able to get out of this aggressive turn.
And importantly as well, and sort of one of the things that you have to balance in Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters, your life have your resources in, of course, as well. Yes. They're the top 8 cards of your deck. Yes. So you need to be able to take those just in case that there are key combo pieces in there, super combos as well. So Harvey here making sure that he's done all of the maths, making sure he's able to survive on that 2 life point while still managing to amass and gather some of those important resources into hand.
Speaking of important resources, the golden great ape baby, this card is included in yellow decks. It's a promotional card which you can get by playing at your local events, and it's included specifically for this matchup because it has the ability, when this card is played, choose up 2 of your opponent's battle cards, and until the end of their next turn, you negate their skills and they cannot attack with skillless battle cards, which is the entire point of Miroslav's deck. So Harvey just buying himself a lot of time with this card.
Really, really nice there. And now you see the importance of the deck building, the importance of knowing exactly what kind of decks and strategies you're expecting to come up against in a major tournament like this, as we see that 7-drop immediately going ahead and attacking in, getting some combo power as well that Miroslav is going to go ahead and respond to, at least in part.
Yes, with his own super combo, he's going up to 25,000 power, while the baby is 35, so he still needs, and it's a double striker, still needs to gather some more cards in hand to try to push here through this baby's ability. An important note is also, while Miroslav does have the SR Goku on the field, Baby can negate its effects on play, which means that despite the card actually having text on it, it's going to be considered a skillless card. So he cannot swing with that one either.
So here now we're seeing Harvey's leader going in for an attack. You see one of those active battle cards, the Xiao Tao going ahead and comboing, or the Xiao Tzu going ahead and comboing, which was active on board, and then a card out of hand as well for Miroslav. Harvey looks like he might be getting ready to finish off the turn with that great ape making its way onto the board, the Saiyan potential.
Yes, Great Ape Shugesh Saiyan potential. It's a 1 energy, it's a double strike, deals 2 damage when it attacks. And also, if it's your turn, when this card is switched to rest mode by one of your skills, you switch to active mode. Your leader has an ability to switch your cards into rest mode to KO your opponent's cards. So not only did he stop a lot of these Miroslav's cards from attacking, he's also clearing his board and swinging for double strike, which is going to deal 2 damage here. Unless Miroslav gets out of it, which he manages to do here.
Yeah, really nice there to be able to combo out of that attack, and that is indeed going to be the end of Harvey's turn there with that swing from the Great Ape Shugesh. So Miroslav will draw 1 card, look to see what we're going to want to charge here. And with Harvey now, it's just on 2 life at the moment. Is there a world that we can try and push to take care of the game on this turn?
There is a way to do it, but Miroslav needs to plan his attacks very, very carefully. Yellow as a color has access to tools, to these floodgate abilities, and because Harvey has 1 energy open, we might see a Flying Nimbus in response to Miroslav's attack. I think that's what he is banking on, because Flying Nimbus negates the attack, and it allows your opponent to swing only once more with battle cards. But what Miroslav is doing, you see this card with a dice on it, that is called a Unison. It has 4 markers on him. It can also remove one of opponent's cards, and it would not be affected by Harvey's Floodgate if he has it in hand. He doesn't have the Nimbus, but he has another Bardock, so the attack is gonna go through. But after this attack, Miroslav is gonna be forced to get rid of his own cards in rest mode to keep attacking.
Yeah,
sometimes it's just the end of the turn when this happens.
Yeah, there goes one of those counters there as well for Miroslav on that baby juvenile parasite.
Yeah, so the counter, this is a nice combo that the deck has. Along with this baby juvenile parasite, he's playing the Weddell, and Weddell has an ability called that we haven't seen yet. It's called counter play. So like you have counter attacks in this game, you also have counter plays, which activate when your opponent is playing something. He can play Weddell basically for free, and then he can minus one of his opponent's cards, removing it from the board.
Well, you were right in saying that that was going to be the indication of the end of the turn. Harvey is now up to 5 energy charged and has been able to hold on to these 2 life pretty well for the moment here as well.
Yeah, he's playing very aggressively with his own lives, but in return he has assembled a very strong hand. Besides, these Bardock decks are known for having various sorts of floodgates. We can see one in hand with the SS Vegito as well. So he has gone down to 2 lives very fast, but it looks like he got the pieces that he needed to keep up with Miroslav. It's a risky game. It's definitely a risky game plan.
Well, we're seeing a couple more cards drawn, a couple of cards put to the bottom of the deck. That hand filtration going to certainly be important as Harvey looks to try and protect those 2 life cards, take the final 4 from Miroslav and close out this game, move to a 2-0 start in this Dragon Ball Masters event here as well, and how important a good early start is as well across a major event like this. Get yourself in a good mental space, good position to get yourself ready for Championship Sunday qualification.
Now let's see if Harvey just played another great Ape Shogash. Now we'll see, is he going to try to push for the leader or he's going to go for the unison? Considering the amount of cards that he has just comboed, he's going double strike for the leader. He's looking to finish off this game. Miroslav using the energy marker. Let's see, he's considering activating his Z extra to get a power boost here, to get out of the attack.
Yeah, that 10 times Kamehameha. Place one of your Z energy into your drop, then remove that card from the game. Then one of the cards gets plus 15,000 power for the battle, or alternatively can get activated battle. If the leader is red, you place 3 Z energy in the drop, draw 1. One of your cards gets plus 15k, and then one of your opponent's battle cards gets minus 25,000 for the turn, which importantly as well, minusing power if a battle card gets reduced to 0 power on board, it just goes straight into the drop.
Yes, yeah. If it gets reduced to 0, it's gone. And because you can use it in activate battle time, it is a very neat combat trick. If your opponent commits, the minus effect doesn't look at the combo power, it only looks at the combo power on the card. So you can catch your opponent off guard and just get rid of their card on defense and close them a lot of cards from hand.
So we're seeing Miroslav here now going in with an attack, in with his Son Goku, using 2 of those launches to combo aggressively with, as well as that 3-drop on the board as well, looks like. In fact, it's defensively that we're comboing here, with Harvey trying to go on the aggression, and Mai is going to close out the combo.
So he manages to get out of this. Harvey, we'll see if he's going to go with his leader swing, maybe. He's looking for an opening to go into his Z leader, because that's one of the surprise potentials of this deck. The Bardock Z leader has a double strike. So Harry's probably looking to catch Miroslav off guard, to put him in a position where he doesn't negate the leader effect and then just Z awaken and go for the game.
But we see there Miroslav unresting and readying his energy as well as his leader. It looks like there's not going to be any Z leader that's going to make its way onto the board this turn. Miroslav charges up once more. And
he's going through his Z deck. Let's see. Let's see what's he planning here. This baby, it can be a bit of a problem, but it doesn't have the ability anymore. So that's just for the turn.
Yeah, the card that he was looking at there, Miroslav, in the Z deck, looked like it was Super Water of the Gods, exchange for Suffering, which has the auto ability. If your leader is a red Son Goku childhood card, and you have 2 or more energy, where this card is placed in a battle area, place 2 of your life face up under this card, and then activate battle. Add 2 lives from under this card to your life and remove this card from the game. Your Son Goku childhood cards, red, get a plus 5,000 power boost for the turn.
We see Miroslav building a wide board here, looking at Harvey's energy. He has 1 opened energy. Now, usually in Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters, when you're on offense and you see that your opponent has 1 energy, that usually means that they have some sort of a negate, some sort of a floodgate to stop you from attacking. But Harvey doesn't spend anything. Instead, he commits 2 cards from hand and charges an additional Z energy.
Yeah, I think what's going to be important here for Harvey, if there is indeed a negate or floodgate of some kind in Harvey's hand, is trying to time that right with the opportunity to, depending on what other attacks are going to come his way as well here. What are we seeing here? So
he played what we call a token negate. It allows you to stop the attack for 2 energy or for free by taking 1 of your lives, and you create a token card which gains blocker until the end of the turn. So in theory, if Miroslav doesn't play another skillless card, Harvey has 1 card that he can defend with, his blocker, but not playing a skillless card, that's going to be a very, very tall order here.
Well, Miroslav still has, looks like 4 energy open here to work with. Just continuing to have a little look through some extra cards, some extra utilization that potentially Miroslav can find. We are going to go and attack in with this Son Goku leader here for just 15k's base at the moment.
Yeah.
Looks like we are activating the blocker.
Yes. Yeah. So that's the best decision that Harvey can do. He knows if a single skillless card comes down, the blocker is gone. Negate the attack immediately. Block the attack as best as you can, and then we will see. He has his secret rare in hand, though.
Yeah, looking at the SSG Son Goku Crimson Guardian Deity as a potential option.
On Harvey's side, he has Piccolo and Son Gohan SCR Newfound Might. He's probably looking for an opening to use it. It gives you 30,000 power in combo. Just probably the game plan might be get Miroslav to commit on a big attack and then try to get out of it with your secret rare.
Well, we're going to see, it looks like Miroslav going with another attack here. There is the Ox King as well, that it's made its way onto a board. Another one of these skillless 30,000 power battle cards, but it looks like it's going to be used in a combo here. +5 alongside the launch, who's also going to grant +5k.
25, 35 now with the super combo. Now Miroslav needs to put 1 card from his hand to the bottom of his deck and draw 2. Ooh, and he gets his own secret rare, the SS4 Vegito. So even if Harvey gets out of this attack, the SS4 Vegito might close the game. Harvey using the Son Gohan and Piccolo SCR, he's getting +30k, going up to 45,000 power. What else does he have in hand? It looks just like a couple of extra cards. They're reading the cards very briefly. See, is it enough for Harvey to get out of?
Yeah.
He has the Bardock, so...
Yeah, it feels like this could be a real turning point in this game with just under 10 minutes left available as well to both of these players. We're going to see 1 energy paid for here and going in to the Chaozu.
Immediately -15 to the Gohan and Piccolo secret rare, making it a 25,000 card. And the attack will resolve. Miroslav will charge 1Z energy. So Harvey did get out of this attack, but Miroslav has his secret rare SS4 Vegito in his hand. Is he gonna use it? Let's see. Yes.
He is, yeah. Looks like we're going to go for it. This is going to be the turn that with Harvey on 1 life, we're going to try and push through for that final little piece available. There's still, it looks like that 1 energy in active mode as well at the moment for Harvey. Yeah. 4 cards in hand.
So what SS4 Vegito does, he's played for free. He doesn't cost anything by sending at least 6 cards, by sending your drop to the warp with at least 6 cards in it, and then your opponent reveals their hand, and you can pick a battle card with 35,000 or less in their hand and force them to discard it.
Ooh.
And then you choose up to 1 of your mono red leaders, and it gets +10,000 until the end of your opponent's next turn. And the Vegito gets quadruple strike, which means that he deals 4 damage if he connects.
Wow, and it looks like we're playing 1 energy here, C energy, and there is the extension of the hand there as well. That, again, the secret rare, the SS4 Vegito, this time doing enough, and Miroslav taking the victory and moving to 2-0 on Son Goku. That was a really interesting matchup there.
Yeah, really interesting matchup. 2 very aggressive decks going back and forward the entire time. Miroslav trying to push through Harvey's army of floodgate effects, while Harvey trying to push for the game before he gets overrun by 30,000 power cards. Really an exciting match to watch, and I'm glad that we're seeing these extremely powerful secret rares come down. So yeah, top class action here.
Absolutely, and you saw there as well throughout that match how important the resource management and the life card management is in Super Card Game Masters. Harvey went down to 1 life and was there for a good turn at the very least on his side of the board. So making sure that he was taking those life cards at the right time that he felt was appropriate, but in the end just didn't quite have enough combo power and enough strength to be able to keep that 1 life and send it back over to his turn.
It was a very, like we said earlier, high risk, high reward game plan, but he just unfortunately couldn't close the game fast enough.
So you were saying as well at the start of this matchup that Son Goku is a leader and is a deck that quite a lot of players in the Dragon Super Card Game Masters have been gearing towards and been preparing for. Do you expect to see a lot more of them? Is that the deck that you're expecting perhaps to, if not win the tournament, get its way to the grand final?
I think it's probably going to be one of the most dominant decks in representation here at the event. It's a deck that if you're going to a big competitive event, it's the deck that you need to be able to beat at least somewhat consistently. I'm pretty sure that we will see it in day 2. However, players did come prepared. There are also a lot of Shadow Dragons, which are a counter to Goku in the room. So I am excited to see what the top cut is going to be tomorrow. Yeah,
well, we saw in that matchup there one of the tech inclusions from Harvey, the Bardock player, to try and deal with this Son Goku leader. But if you've got an archetype itself, a whole deck, like you're saying about these Shadow Dragons that counter Son Goku or look to try and counter Son Goku, that could hopefully potentially look for some really interesting interaction as we gear towards the later stages of today.
Yes, yeah, definitely, and it's going to be a very exciting time. It's going to be a very, very exciting rest of the day. So many great decks in the room, such action, such energy here at Card Fest in Utrecht. It's amazing.
Absolutely.
It's amazing and exciting time.
Absolutely. It's an even more exciting day as well for those of you tuning in at home and around the world, wherever you are joining us from. First of all, we thank you for your time and thank you for joining us here for Bandai Card Fest Utrecht. We do not just have Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters coverage for you across the weekend. We have Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World, the Digimon card game, Battle Spirit Saga, and of course the One Piece card game as well. That coverage will be coming up very, very soon, so be sure to stay tuned for that one. It looks like that our player winner Miroslav is just getting herself ready over in the interview area, so let's send it over there for Miroslav to have a conversation with Xiao.
Yo, Miroslav, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
How did that feel?
Well, honestly, that guy was playing really well. I got worried for a few moments there. And especially early on, because I forgot to play my TN to draw cards.
Oh, you forgot?
I forgot 2 times, almost used bad words, but yeah.
I was watching the match and I was like, oh, it looks like it's going to be over quickly, and you just completely brought it back.
Well, he was playing really well, like really well. Honestly, I consider my drawing of the secret rare lucky, and I did my best to perform well, but in the end he played really well, so I'm sure he will do well until the end of the tournament. I hope the same for me.
Very magnanimous of you is the word I was trying to say. So how much of it do you think was luck and how much was skill in what you played?
Well, honestly, every card game is like 70% luck from the die roll to drawing what you need. You could always whiff, you could have a bad hand. You can do the best you can to have a good hand, you know, like optimize your deck, but in the end of the day, it's just how lucky you get along the tournament.
And people at home, I'm sure, can expect a lot more Son Goku leaders. For you, having your Son Goku, how do you think people are going to prepare, or do you think you're going to run up against a lot more opposition because it's quite a well-known deck, right?
Well, honestly, in my local scene, the guy I'm here with just every time plays against me, mostly. So even most of my playtesting was against him. So I'm used to everybody just playing against Goku.
So what you're saying is in your local scene, you're the guy and nobody can test you, yeah?
Oh, no. There are many good players, but Goku is a really good deck. Like, even when I played Cooler, just everybody hates on Cooler at home so much that I'm just used to people siding against me. And
has it sunk in for you that you've won yet? How do you feel?
Well, I feel pretty good. Honestly, again, even luck is in the matchups because I played a mirror match the first one. The guy against me was really good again, but I'm happy to have won.
Okay, so confident prediction. How far are you going to go this weekend? Let them know.
Well, I can easily say top 1 and 2 for my friend, but let's be honest, I'll be happy in top 16.
So hold on. No, you need to tell them that you're going to win the whole thing.
I'm hopeful, but again, I'm here to win. If it doesn't work out, I'm hoping top 16. Honestly, I'm a really big Vegito fan, so I just want the top 3 Vegito winner card, and that's it.
I see. So are we team Make Vegeta Great again?
Well, I am actually cheering for Vegito to make it at least into the top 8. So if I don't win it, I have to find somebody to buy it. Honestly, I'm just hoping I win the card.
And who's your favorite character in Dragon Ball full stop?
Oh, Vegito definitely. Like,
My guy, yes.
I have a collection with almost every card in it. Only the 2019 championship first place Vegito is missing, so.
Okay, Bandai, you heard that, Vegeta, okay? And for people at home who want to get into Dragon Ball Masters, what would you say to them?
Well, you don't need the secret rare, really. Like, many decks depend on it, but it's a cheap game to start with. You can always just get a deck, have fun with it, play with friends. You don't need to actually be competitive. That's how I started. I'm hoping the results show. But yeah, just play for fun. You don't really need to win to be happy in the game.
Play for fun, love Dragon Ball. You heard it here first. Miroslav, congratulations. Well done.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Next up, we've got the One Piece card game. Card game. I'm a massive One Piece fan. Everybody knows this. I can't wait to see what happens next. We've got the Don cards. The only thing you should be resting is your cards when they're in attack mode. Are you ready for some action? Are you ready to see some new meta? We're here in Utrecht for the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour. It's the biggest event in Europe from the Bandai Card Games Fest. This is so sick. The winner of this across the weekend is going to get to go to Japan, represent themselves, their decks in Japan for the World Finals. It's so exciting. So, we are on a cruise. The One Piece is real. Let's go get it.
Thank you, Xiao. Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Ben Fitzpatrick. I have a very, very good friend, a very familiar face to me, Taj Dhaliwal, with me by my side. It's One Piece time.
It's time. I know everybody out there's been waiting for this. One Piece. Yeah, round 3 is going to be coming up now, and we're going to talk through the matchups, talk through how things have been going, and really understand how this weekend's going to play out. I'm really excited about this one.
Yeah, it's a really interesting format and a really interesting place that we find ourselves in here in the One Piece card game competitive championship series. For those of you just joining us and seeing the championship series for the first time here at Bandai Card Fest, we're actually towards the end of our competitive season here now, the second major season of the One Piece card game competitively that we have had. So we've already had plenty of major tournaments, plenty of regionals, 3 European finals already as well across Liverpool, Paris and Milan, and now here in Utrecht to cap it all off and sending 2 more representatives over to the World Championships.
Yeah, exactly. It just seems like yesterday we were here in Utrecht playing the 2023 European finals and watching our 2 players, Javier and Fabian, go to Japan to represent Europe at Worlds, and we're going to have the same this weekend as well. 2 more players joining that roster, going to Japan, and it's all to play for. And we, as we said, you know, it's been an interesting meta. It's been interesting seeing what the new dynamics have brought in, and obviously we're going to be playing with this fantastic atmosphere of OPO8 with the starter decks, which we call OPO 8.5s in the community. So it's pretty much the last time we're going to be playing this particular format to get our players over there to Japan, as we say. Yeah,
of course, the 8.5 format, as we call it here at the moment as well, with those brand new starter decks alongside the PRB01, has seen some old friends get brought back into the top of the meta. Of course, talking about Blue Don Quixote do Flamingo, one of the decks that has really benefited from the support that it's gotten from the starter decks. That super rare Boa Hancock, that super rare Trafalgar Law, as well as some of the common and uncommon cards in that starter deck as well.
Yeah, obviously one of the Emperors of the Sea, Buggy, also added from those starter decks, and Marshall D. Teach as well. Some really useful mechanics that have really brought that card back to the forefront. You know, we saw Do Flamingo doing really well at the beginning when OPO1 first came out as well, and it was doing fairly well, but then it went into the background, and he's back now into the fray, along with some very other strong decks as well that we're going to be seeing over the weekend.
Yeah, and one of the strongest, if not the strongest currently right now in the competitive scene for the One Piece card game is, of course, the poster boy himself, Monkey D. Luffy, the black-yellow leader from Starter Deck 13, a leader and a strategy that has taken the game by storm, and a lot of the players, after having spoken to them in the lead-up to this event, having been a part of regional coverage leading up to this card game finals here at Bandai Card Fest, are saying if you're not playing Black-Yellow Luffy, you're going to be in a real difficult spot to get that World Championship qualification.
Yeah, it is a very, very powerful deck, and obviously it uses mechanics that weren't originally designed for the deck. So we're talking about Gecko Moria, which was designed, it came out, was a very powerful card in the Gecko Moria deck as well, but every deck that incorporates black as a color has utilized that particular card to good effect, and none more so than Yellow-Black Luffy, simply because of the fact using those younger versions of the 3 brothers to be able to go into those bigger versions and bump up the power of your leader is just so important. And having that bumped up power until the end of your opponent's next turn makes things really tricky for opponents to be able to, you know, get past that line with obviously the amount of Don and power needed to get through to get attacks.
Absolutely, and because of those baby three brothers as well, into the leader as well, their ability being able to boost up your leader's power into your opponent's next turn as well. So you'll see quite a lot throughout the day and throughout these next matchups as we are with One Piece coverage for the next couple of rounds. As Taj said earlier, and a reminder, we are currently into round number 3 of the European finals right now. So the players have played their first 2 rounds in the start of this event. We are now joining them after our little jaunt with Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters earlier on. Looks like we are going to have, speaking of Luffy himself, Black Yellow Luffy, in our feature match area. And quite interestingly and thematically, his opponent looks like it's going to be Garp.
It's an interesting matchup indeed. Garp is one of these decks that I have seen people try and make work. Obviously, it's a very interesting leader that the more Don you get, the more things start to happen. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how Gramps deals with his grandson.
Well, we will be able to join the players in just a moment. They're just going through their final setup and preparations, getting their instructions as well from the stream judge. Other decks to look out for as well across today and the weekend to potentially make it into Championship Sunday tomorrow as well, Taj. I think we've got to give a mention to Rob Lucci as well from OP07. Another deck as well in Mono Black that's been creeping back into contention is back from OP02, Smoker as well.
As we were talking about, it's another deck that's really benefited from the starter deck. Tashigi, especially from the starter deck, has really brought that back into focus. And yeah, it's really in contention against Rob Lucci as the Mono Black leader of choice.
Well, you can see there just at the bottom corner of your screen, the players are getting themselves set up and prepared for this feature matchup. Other decks as well, Jewelry Bonnie in Mono Green, the return to real traditional green control strategies. Red at the moment in a little bit of an interesting position at the moment. You still obviously have the core old school decks like Roronoa Zoro flying around there. PRB01 bringing the new Sanji leader into contention as well, which looks really, really interesting and fun.
My personal deck of choice.
Really, really interesting and fun to build around. My personal deck of choice, though, is Nami, the deck that completely turns the tide and the way that the One Piece card game is played completely on its head and changes how your opponents interact as well. Will we see more of those and any of those throughout our coverage today? We'll have to wait and see. Putting Black Yellow Luffy aside, perhaps maybe Taj, what is your pick going into, at least if not to the final, to make it into day 2, into Top Cut?
Interesting question. That I think Bonnie has some good matchups. If it gets the right matches paired up against it, can do really well. As you're talking about, Doflamingo can swarm the board very wide, very quickly, and it can be very difficult to deal with. So those two are definitely my top picks to be making day 2. And then you're going to have some wild cards as well, as we always do. You know, yellow as a monocolor isn't that great at the moment, but we are seeing some play from NL. And that can always make it through to day 2. Reiju is always a good one as well. Again, see the right pieces at the right time, and the deck does play really well.
Yeah, and a deck particularly as well that's doing well over in North America at the moment is Marco as well. That's been able to get a real boost since its release in OP08. Players now with the set in their hands after a couple of months, figuring out exactly what the best way it is to be able to support this leader, build this deck. And, you know, there was a Marco that was flying around in top 16 at the Birmingham Regional Championships last weekend as well. It performed really, really well. So maybe we'll be able to see some Whitebeard Pirates flying through as well. But you can just see there at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, looks like the players are just finalizing their preparations. Of course, we'll have shuffled through their decks, can draw your opening hand of 5 cards and elect to choose a mulligan. So put all of those 5 cards back into your deck if you're not happy with what you see, which particularly for Black Yellow Luffy, I think, is very, very important. You need to see those early Flampeys and Hyoris, and ideally a 5-cost Luffy from the starter deck 13 as well, to facilitate that leader ability and strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to highlight as well, because we have got viewers who play other Bandai card games as well, mulligan in One Piece, you do put the cards back in the deck and shuffle the whole deck first, rather than putting the cards at the bottom of the deck and drawing 5 new cards. So mulligan just means, yeah, you could end up drawing the same cards, depending on what happens. But yeah, just a one-chance mulligan, so it can be a bit of a gamble, can't it?
Yeah, so confirmation, our feature match is going to be Black Yellow Luffy, the starter deck 13 leader, against OP02 Monkey D Garp. Both of these players are 2-0 as well, leading into this third and final round. And it looks like our players are pretty much ready to go. They'll just don their headsets. They'll be able to hear each other a little bit clearly, and we'll be able to dive in to the real insights of potential plays and lines that these players will be able to take. I mean, I could potentially count on my one hand, Taj, the amount of times that I've seen Garp at this stage of the tournament, but it's fantastic to see at a major event like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we were talking about, you know, this is a European Championships. It is Europe's slightly different to North America, and everyone's able to apply and come and play and take part in this wonderful celebration of the One Piece card game and the Bandai card games itself. So people come, they play with the decks that they want to play with, not necessarily playing the decks that might be out there winning every matchup, but they want to play with the decks that they're having fun with. And this is what the card game is all about. And sometimes, as we say, we do get decks that surprise everybody and do extremely well in these events.
Yeah, well, let's dive in. The game is getting itself underway now, straight away. It is going to be Zadios on the BY Luffy, and we have Barrel there over on the Garp. We just saw the Three Brothers Bond getting played down there, the main event that's going to be able to search those top 5 cards, look for one of those three brothers, Luffy, Sabo, or potentially Ace as well, and draw it up into the hand. And over for Garp, it's just going to be 2 Don drawn and then pass. So at the start of your turn, you will draw 2 Don, unless you're the player that's going first. Then you just draw the 1 and then get your plays underway. And for Zadios, that's going to be attached 3 Don underneath the leader, granting it an extra 3,000 powers boost for this attack step, and going for an attack here that Garp is going to be taking damage on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sometimes that's just the best thing that you can do, is just to get a nice early swing in and, you know, put some pressure on your opponent and just down to 3 life nice and early.
So over to Garp now with 4 Don available, and it's just going to be play a Rebecca down on from hand. Is going to get the Hina to come alongside with it, which ordinarily would get an opportunity to reduce the cost of a character on Zadios' side of the board. But unfortunately, with no characters there, it is just going to represent a 5,000 power base level character, which is going to be attacked into now, it looks like here, by Zadios' leader, just for 5k.
Yeah, great by Barrel there, great play. You know, there weren't really many options with no characters on board on the other side, so why not get yourself down a 5,000 power body with no counter early on, just to give that extra presence on board. That's just going to be a swing that's going to have to be countered out of next turn as well.
Yeah, as we see here, Zadios playing down the blocker Sabo as well, a card that has become a staple across decks in Black, being able to on-play, draw 2, trash 2, and then give all your characters on board protection from KO effects, which in the format that we're in right now is so important as well, being able to give yourself that little bit of protection, keep your characters on board, and importantly, for Black Yellow Luffy, be able to start getting some of those important pieces in the trash. You see here the 5-cost Zombie Luffy as well as the 2-cost Baby Sabo going into the trash. They will be targets for not only leader ability later down the game, but also when that 8-drop Gecko Moria hits the board.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's exactly what you want to be doing. You want to be keeping the Sabo for a little bit later if you want to protect your board, but you want it in your trash later on as well. So why not use it to cycle your hand, get 2 extra cards, put stuff in the trash that you really need to. Black really does utilize the trash a lot, as you will see if you're new to this game as we go through. But yeah, pretty decent move to do. But we've now seen Brook dropped on the other side of the board. Brook is very, very instrumental when it comes to being able to cost reduce, then remove bodies off your opponent's side of the board.
Yeah, Brook, of course, being able to not only on play, but also when attacking, give a character -1 to their cost. Then if there is a 0 cost, or if that character's cost reaches 0, you can KO it as well. But interestingly, Barrel leaving 3 Don open here, which means that there are 3 Don still in active mode as opposed to being rested. Zadios' 7,000 power swing is just going to go ahead and get blocked here by the Rebecca. Now here comes the Sabo going in for an attack, forces the 2,000 powers counter out from hand, which of course you need to be able to keep that attack safe. You always have to, in the counter step, go 1,000 power higher than what your opponent is presenting.
Yeah, exactly. And that's having that 6,000 power Monkey D. Luffy out now does help Zadio's board here, because you do want to be, as a Black Yellow Luffy player, there's a stage where you need to start getting your life down as close to 0 as quickly as possible. Your opponent's going to be reluctant to attack into your life, but this allows you to increase his power to by 2,000 to 8,000 and be able to take a life as well.
Absolutely, and what we're seeing here now with a Don being placed underneath that Monkey D. Garp leader, we're going to see the ability getting activated with that Monkey D. Luffy 5 cost getting reduced down to a 4. The Brook now down to a 3 with its when attack. The attack itself being 4,000 power, going into 5 or 6,000 will just bounce off. No damage or anything is going to be done there, but it does mean that there is 2 cost already gone off of that Monkey D. Luffy. And when you're playing with Black in the One Piece card game, there's so many tools and so many ways you are able to deal with characters of 3 or 2 cost. There is one of them in the 7 cost Jack, as the Sabo went down from a Garp swing as well there. There is the ability of Jack getting activated, rest it, draw 1 card, discard 1, and then KO a 3 cost or less.
Yeah, and this is where this deck's going to do a lot of really good mechanics. If you can keep the Brook on board and use the Garp leader ability, that's 2 cost reduction, and a Jack, obviously, being able to get rid of a 3 cost or less, that's going to be all 5 costs being able to be dealt with.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous early engine we're seeing here, and Zadios Zadios knows it. Every single Don card available is going to go underneath the leader, and a swing into the Jack here. So this is
13,000 power.
13,000 into 8,000. So we need 6,000 powers worth of counter to be able to save it. Barrel says that's not worth it. I'm just going to let it go into the trash. But importantly as well, that's 1 less turn that Zadios has had to be able to develop his board state and start whittling those life cards down for himself.
Yeah, that's quite worrying. Still on 4 life, no characters present on board. Yes, you're going to be going into your 10 Don turn next, so you possibly will be able to do things, but you're not going to be able to activate your leader ability at this stage, especially as you've got no way to be able to accelerate taking that life. So I think Barrel's in a really good position here. You know, yes, he didn't have no blocker on board after Rebecca was used the previous turn to protect that Jack, but that's not necessarily a big issue because he's got that Jack back in hand thanks to playing Rebecca off the Gecko Moria, and now we're doing a brand new search off that as well. So yeah, getting really good value from this turn.
Yeah, really, really nice work here from Barrel so far. And there might be a few tuning in and wondering, well, why isn't Barrel attacking here for Zadios? Because in the One Piece card game, you have to deal and do damage according to the amount of life cards that your opponent has, and then 1 more attack to finish the game off. But Zadios' leader, Black Yellow Luffy, thrives on being on 0 life. Its leader ability activates when you have 0 life with 2 Don underneath it. So in order to counter that, Barrel and players that go up against black-yellow Luffy decks will often not attack or not try and go to finish off a game until they are sure that they're able to clear through the last remaining life cards or deal the final damage. Here comes a 10-cost Kuzan now for Zadios, and he's going to again look to try and make its way into that value engine that Barrel had created, giving all characters -5 cost and then KOing a 0-cost character on play.
Yeah, this particular Kuzan, the secret rare Kuzan, is a card that has recently started to be put back into black-yellow Luffy decks. Is simply so powerful once it comes in. As you say, that permanent cost reduction when it stays on board, it is very powerful on play. To be able to KO one of your opponent's characters at cost of 0 is really, really useful as well. So yeah, that's something you really need to deal with. It's going to cause you problems going forward, especially now you're both on turns. That Gecko Moria is now so much more in reach to be able to be removed.
Yeah, but on the opposite side here as well, for Barrel, he's obviously playing red and black, so we'll have the opportunity to, if there is a 10-cost Kuzan in the deck, be able to utilize that himself as well. It's one of the really cool things about the One Piece card game and having these dual-colored leaders. Okay, you might start off on less life than you typically would on a single-colored leader. So, say, for example, we were talking about Blue Doflamingo earlier on in the build-up to this matchup. Blue Doflamingo starts off on 5 life because he is mono-blue, whereas Garp and Black-Yellow Luffy here, they are dual color leaders, so you start on 1 less life as a trade-off to be able to have access to that secondary color here, as Barrel has a second Jack onto the board.
Yeah, that Jack there back on board now. I think that's possibly the one that was retrieved with Rebecca. Yes, getting big bodies on board, like we say, that's really important. And let's see.
Well, we're paying 5 here, and it is going to be for the starter deck Luffy. We are then going to Sabo straight after it, so draw 2, trash 2. Now, interestingly, the first time this Luffy hit the board for Zadios, it didn't elect to use its ability to take 1 damage, give itself an extra 2,000 power, but importantly, it's taking 1 damage, getting you closer to that 0 life, to where that leader ability gets ready to be activated. Is he going to want to activate it here, given the amount of threat that Barrel is representing on his side of the board at the moment? I'm a little bit conflicted as to what the right option here to do is. Zadios is going to attack first, though.
Yeah, and this is probably sensible. Just attack, see what your opponent's going to be doing, whether they're going to be countering out, whether they're going to block, just to understand what kind of resource they're going to have in their hand going into their turn. And yeah, again, elects not to activate that Luffy's ability, just purely passes over, thinking, right, my opponent's got 4 or 5 cards in hand, a bit risky, they've got 2 really big bodies and a blocker, and you know, I'm not at a position where my leader is got a bump in power, so I need to just be smart and see what happens.
Well, Barrel's first action of this turn is going to go ahead and play down a Sabo of his own. Draw 2, trash 2. Going to get rid of a Jack and a brand new. So importantly, sculpting that hand exactly how Barrel wants it to be. Does now have 2 blockers on board as opposed to just the 1. And from there, is just going to pass the turns. Just going to play patiently here. And look for that opening, but the issue that you've got while waiting for this opening is that Zadios passively, with each start of his turn, is just drawing a new card and just trying to find more and more options and more ways to start getting towards that leader ability.
Yeah, that's the worry as well. You know, it's as you say, getting the pieces that are required to be able to sort of late a game, be able to do what he needs to. So yeah, again, now plays Makino, which is very instrumental now to be able to sort of start progressing with the game.
Yeah, this is interesting here. You don't often see Makino getting played down onto the board, used predominantly as it being a 2,000 power counter character. There's often around about 10 to 14 different copies of 2,000 power characters that you will include in a 50 card deck when you are building ready to play the One Piece card game. So it is one that is already out of Zadios' hand, but he needs it here just to start to be able to get a little bit of this tempo back on play. takes the top card or bottom card of life into hand, then rearranges the life cards in his order. So Zadios will have the ability here, unlike Barrel will, to know exactly what's in his life and what order he is taking those life cards, as we see double Tempest Kick come out here as well from Zadios.
Yeah, absolutely. As we know at the moment, everything is protected on Barrel's side of the board because that Saga was played last turn. But yeah, those Tempest Kick are more just help filter again. Just knowing now what's in your life is so instrumental for Zadios' turn, because he can now sequence his plays based upon what is in the life, and knowing that, yeah, I know this particular brother is in the life that I can utilize to play off maybe one of the smaller 3 brothers.
Absolutely there, as we see another Sabo from Zadios drawing 2 and trashing 2, sending away a Monkey D. Luffy again, and the blocker Nami, which has become a recent innovation from starter deck 14.
Yeah, we've seen it played quite often in a lot of the Black Yellow Luffy decks. It's just a little tool that's been added recently. It's a blocker, it's a 3k body, but on play, if you have 6 or less cards in your hand and your character with a cost of 8 or more, you get to draw a card. Really useful to play this as a blocker, especially once you've got Gecko Moria on board.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see 7k going in here, and this is one of the magic numbers for the One Piece card game, those 7,000 powers and 9,000 powers, because they try and ask for 2 cards out of hand in the counter step. In the One Piece card game, when you go into battle and you attack, if you're on equal power levels, the tie goes to the attacker. So if Barrel only counters here with a 2,000 power character card, he has to then take the damage because there are equal power levels. Instead, though, with blockers on board, Barrel is just going to say, you know what, I've got the easy free block here. I don't have to worry about losing resources in hand. I can just offer this Rebecca and make the attack safe.
Yeah, absolutely. As you're saying, he knows that none of his cards on board are in danger of being removed. He just needs to absorb whatever attack's coming in and do that smartly. And as we were talking about, cards in hand are a resource, so you don't want to be wasting cards on counter just to counter something else. So yeah, use your blockers as and when you can, especially if you've got a Gecko Moria in hand, because that Rebecca can come straight back out again.
Well, Zadios, after that 7k swing gets blocked, just sends the turn straight back over to Barrel, who's got 10 Don available. And now this is what I was talking about, Taj, about wanting to wait and look for that opportune moment. Zadios has now built himself up to a state where, okay, he's working with 6 cards in hand, 3 life now, but 2 blockers on the board as well, and those characters are KO protected because of that most recent Sabo. So Barrel's in a little bit of an interesting and awkward situation here, where he has to find out and try and figure out, okay, is this now the time where we start to try and press and make the pressure go further? We're going to play a second Gecko Moria before we do, though.
Yeah, again, as we were saying, plays the second Gecko Moria, plays Rebecca over Hina. Hina really didn't get any attacks through, did it? We didn't really get the greatest value you'd want, but again, you've got to be very, very strategic as to when you attack into a Black Yellow Luffy player.
Yep, and we send the turn straight back over now for Zadios, who will put that 2 Don straight back underneath the leader. So maybe indicating here that we might have enough opportunity and enough engine to get ourselves down to 0 life and activate that leader ability. Of course, that 5-cost Luffy will be able to take a damage of its own, so that will essentially put Zadios down to 2 life if he wants it, and that is what we're going to go for to start things off. Trash that top life as another 10-cost Kuzan, and then draw a card, gets the plus 2,000 powers boost.
Yeah, as we know, did rearrange that life in the order you want. So he knew that Kuzan was there, thought, right, I'm willing to sacrifice that one because I've got good stuff that I can now utilize underneath that potentially, and which we're probably going to see now, which is quite evident.
Yeah, here it goes. You see there the knowledge of the life being perfect there. The plus 2,000 powers boost is going to be granted. We are going to go ahead and KO that Gecko Moria that we've just played, because remember, that 10-cost Kuzan on Zadios' turn gives all characters -5 cost a second one from the life as well. Stacked perfectly and in perfect order there, orchestrated. Both Gecko Warriors down now for Barrel, and that Zadios now as well, continuing to be boosted up with those 2-cost three brother abilities. This game has very, very quickly swung.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, we were talking about this. That 10-cost Kuzan has been teched into this black-yellow Luffy deck nowadays. And look at what value it's giving. It is specifically around this kind of matchup where you're trying to get over your opponents with Gecko Warriors themselves, having those big bodies on board. You just don't want to be able to get 9k swings coming into your 7 or 9k leader. You just want to make sure that you do get that ability to be able to remove those bodies, and that Kuzan really working to great effect there with those Rocket Luffys.
So before we go ahead we're going to activate our leader ability now, trashing away a Three Brothers Bond, pulling down Sabo and the OPO7 Luffy there, as now here comes the Sabo making its way onto the board, going to draw 2, trash 2, give everything KO protection, and this is a very, very similar kind of play and a similar kind of line that you'll see the Black-Yellow Luffy players start to take now, making sure that Sabo is the last character that gets played onto board from the leader abilities and from the 2 costs. So you've got everything KO protection, you're filtering your hand even further, and you've got a blocker on the board as well.
Yeah, really good strategic play there. You want to protect your board. As we saw earlier, Barrel, previous turn, wasn't able to get a Sabo down, so it left his board wide open to be exposed, and it was exposed to have no KO protection and removing those 2 Gecko Warriors.
So an aggressive counter there from Barrel on the Sabo attack. Countered away there for 8. Then the Luffy swing, the 5-cost goes in for 9. That gets blocked. Here is the 10-cost that swings in and deals damage. Now here is the big leader Luffy attack on 11,000 power right now. The block will be played, but importantly, during Barrel's turn here now, that leader is 9,000 power base, not just 5,000. Those boosts that are granted from the 2-cost babies last till the start of your next turn.
Yep.
And Barrel only has Jack and leader on board.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. As we were saying, that Sabo was played, giving everything on the board protection. There are 3 rested characters, and as we all know, in One Piece, if your characters are rested, you can swing into your characters. So there are 3 potential targets there, but there are 2 blockers on board as well. So the interesting thing for us, though, is that Monkey D. Luffy is got 2,000 power until the end of this turn. So it's still 8,000 power as well.
Yeah, and this is one of the biggest reasons why you can see that Black-Yellow Luffy has propelled into one of the strongest decks that we have at the moment in the format. This ability to be able to face what was initially some really, really scary pressure there that Barrel was presenting. There were 2 Gecko Warriors on his side of the board, don't forget. And then to build from there, be able to navigate the leader ability at your own tempo, not worry about your opponent trying to starve you out of resources by not attacking, and then this residual power boost that your 2-cost babies and the 5-cost themselves can grant itself and each other is really, really something to see. And it's got Barrel just trying to question exactly what the best cost of play is going to be. It's going to be an 8k swing into the 5-cost Luffy. It's going to get cost reduced because of the Garp leader.
Yeah. Yeah, all the additional Don there, reducing its cost down to 2, I believe. But this is interesting because as Barrel doesn't want to be putting those Sabos in the trash for Zadios to be able to redeploy them. And I always talk about this with Black-Yellow Luffy. This is a Sabo loop. You know, you almost want your opponent to attack at you so you can use those Sabo blockers to put them back in the trash, to be able to recycle them and put them back out again. And you're just in this constant loop of having board protection and having blockers out that you are going to be using next turn when those attacks come in.
Absolutely, as we see the blocker Borsalino get played down here, which is important on this board state right now, given that face-up life card of the 5-cost Monkey D. Luffy from OP07. Borsalino does have the ability to have KO protection from effects, so if that 5-cost Egghead Luffy makes its way down onto the board, then it will not be able to trash itself and KO the Borsalino. Instead, we're just going to see that 5-cost starter deck 13 Luffy activate its ability, trash that top card in life. So we're now back to 0 life remaining, ready for Zadios to activate the leader ability. First though, we're going to swing 8,000 power, get the counter from Barrel, but then from there, with 10 Don open, is this going to be leader ability into Moria or the other way around?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting now, isn't it? But as we say, look, that Jack's rested, that 8k swing went into the Jack, I believe, and it's countered out. That, as you say, this Borsalino is a 6k blocker on your opponent's turn, and more importantly, it is protected, KO protected. So again, useful having that blocker on board. So it does give you protection for one swing coming in at least, but it's going to be interesting to see what goes on here. But the Gecko Moria is dropped on board now, and we are going to see the 2 young 3 brothers in Sabo and Monkey D. Luffy being deployed through that Gecko Moria. And as we see, we have got what we call Zombie Luffy?
Yeah, we've got the 5-cost Black Luffy card that has been made into some inclusion into these BY Luffy decks. Has the ability to KO or get rid of a 2-cost character onto board, but importantly as well, it can grant itself power boosts from the amount of characters that you can put back into deck, with obviously so many characters in BY Luffy being at that 4 and 5 cost mark. It's perfect to be able to put back into the bottom of the deck to help try and push for a closing swing on the following turn. Zadios here is going to go with the 11k swing, again trying to go and take care of that Jack. Barrel offers the Borsalino to block, and the turn is passed over. Barrel with 2 life remaining here. Zadios on 0, but Zadios isn't going to be too concerned about how much life he has left with a 9k leader, a blocker, and looks like 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, plenty of cards in hand. 2 Sabo blockers on board as well at this moment in time. Yeah, he's not going to be too concerned at the moment. So yeah, let's see what Barrel can do here.
So here comes the attack in hope against the Kuzan, offers the Sabo to block. The other Sabo will block the leader swing into the 10-cost Kuzan as well. And from there, it is just going to be a pass of the turn. So now Zadios here with the Moria still around, with that 10-cost Kuzan still around as well. This looks like it's going to be a very, very scary turn that Barrel is going to have to face down defensively. Here comes just a 7k swing though, not looking to overextend. Then the 9k swing, and then this should just be the 18k swing, and then that will do it. Zadios on Black-Yellow Luffy is going to take the victory against Barrel on Garp. That certainly wasn't easy or routine for Zadios there on Black-Yellow Luffy, but he was able to get through the early struggles there and get to that leader ability, and from there it was just too much.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we sort of, you know, it was interesting to see, and it's really influential in both, especially when both players are playing black. Those Sabo protections really did help quite a few turns, but there was a point where our Garp player there just didn't get the Sabo down one particular turn and lost 2 key components. There's 2 Gecko Morias that were there present, really didn't get a chance to swing in and cause any damage, were removed quite easily. And it just, the momentum of the game swung very quickly after that.
Yeah, you can see there one of the biggest reasons why this 10-cost Kuzan has made its way back into, or even into, Black-Yellow Luffy lists as well. Their ever-present ability to reduce characters' costs on board by 5 when you know you're in a format and in a position where Gecko Moria 8-cost is so present in so many different decks that have the opportunity to play it. You've got to play around that. And even extending further, talking about, say, like Jewelry Bonnie, when it goes into its like 10-cost Doflamingos and 8-cost Rosinantes and things like that, just being able to immediately give them -5, and you saw in that game with that Egghead Luffy card, just be able to immediately free it from life, get the power beast onto your leader, and say, oh, okay, that really, really big, dangerous threat that you worked so hard to get onto board, just KO it, just get rid of it.
Yeah, exactly. Just so powerful. And this is why, you know, again, like we were saying, Black Yellow Luffy's evolving through, you know, each different increment of decks that are being shown presence. It's saying, right, okay, I've got some new tech that I can just sort of bring back in. And you always have those flex spots in your deck. You know, we always talk about when you come to deck building, you're going to build a deck. There's a core of the deck that everybody sort of has very similar because they're very powerful cards. But then you have a few slots where you, as a creative player, think, right, what am I going to come up against in this particular tournament? How can I potentially put something in there that's going to counter the opponent's momentum? And that's exactly what we've seen here with that 10-cost cruiser.
Yeah, we particularly see it in BY Luffy as well. There tends to be that sort of 42 to 44 card list that is a immediate confirmation when you're building into this deck, and then you've got those 4 to 6 flex slots, like you say, that have the opportunity to go, okay, what am I expecting in the field? Is there an opportunity for me to run that 5-cost mono black Luffy? Is there an opportunity for me to run the double 10-cost Kuzan? Where do we go from here in deck building? Interestingly as well, I mean, we've got to give an opportunity and a shout out to Garp as well, getting 2 wins in the early stage. That is no mean feat whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. And that deck has huge potential.
We know one man that is very excited.
Very excited. That was a great game.
It was so good. It was very good. Absolutely. I think that our winner of that game is ready over on there.
I believe he is. Let's go talk to him.
Let's go. Absolutely.
I go.
Let's go. Well, just with that then, let's send it over to a very excited Xiao Dao, who has your winner from your feature match in round 3 here at Bandai Card Fest.
Zadios!
Hey.
Well done. You represented the boy well.
Yeah, thank you.
How do you feel?
I feel crazy because my opponent with a nice rogue deck and never played before, or like...
You never played that deck before?
Like...
So what did you think when you came up against it? Were you just like, oh dear?
Yeah, I was like, okay, I know black is good against black yellow. There's some matchups. I was thinking what kind of geckos he will play, also like what comes back and what is sinking. And then he was starting starving, and I think in my first turn I draw the 10-cost Kuzan. I was like, okay, you let me on 10 Dawn. I tried with this one, and it went well.
It felt like a replay of Marineford, where you were just staring at each other across the battlefield, and then you ran up there, and Garp was like, "You go ahead."
Yeah, it was. I was like, he doesn't attack, I doesn't attack, and then was like, I had this Makino, and saw like the 2 Rocket Luffys in my life.
There were some scary cards out there that you had to deal with as well, right?
Yeah, and then, yeah. KOing 2 geckos in 1 turn is crazy.
That was crazy. And so is this your favorite deck to play at the moment, the Black Yellow Luffy?
Yes, in kind of the matchups, and it's since Sakazuki is banned, we needed to do something else, and yeah, I will say it's the strongest deck in the meta, the deck to beat. If you can't beat it, maybe you cannot play the other decks.
I see. And how are you feeling about the weekend? Do you think you can go the whole way? Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I won last week like a Swiss championship, so was like confident and being here with my friends.
Let's show them the confidence. Look in the camera and say, I am going to win.
I'm going to win.
I am going to be the king of the card games.
I'm going to be Pirate King.
Make some noise for Zadios. There we go, very nice. And for anybody who's thinking about getting into the One Piece card game, because we've got a lot of experienced players watching from home, but we've also got some brand new people who might be thinking, oh, what do I want to play? What am I interested in? I like One Piece like me. I love One Piece. I've been learning about the card game, and I love the card game just because I know the characters, I know the lore and everything like that. So for somebody who's maybe a One Piece fan, maybe a casual card game fan, what can you say to them to encourage them to play this game?
Actually, most important, watch our shop in Zadois. I will say starting with a starter deck, like testing some decks. going to your local card store, support them, and going to the tournaments, learning about with other players, and then find your deck, and then master it. Like make your first 100 games, your 200 games, 300 games, and after 400 or 500 games, you have the chance to be in one of these tournaments on the top end.
A lot of experience is needed, basically. You've got to play a lot of games. But do you think they're going to enjoy playing those 400, 500 games? Do you think they're going to have fun with that?
Yeah, you can have fun with low-powered decks. I also like to play Iceberg. It's very not good, but I also have a friend who likes to play Foxy, and someday we make like slow beam. Yeah, it's like this can also be fun, and on the other side it is nice to like giving everything to win, and going in the competitive way is nice, but also like have the community. The One Piece community is very nice. You can get your everyone you play is normally nice. Also my opponent in this round was from Poland, and then he was like, hey, nice. We was joking, and then we go to stream. Okay, we do again.
You lock in when it's time. Like everyone's friends until you play. Then it's like, no, we're enemies now. So
Now we have 30 minutes to beat each other, and then after the 30 minutes,
back to being friends again.
We are again in the same community and the same hobby.
It sounds like a fantastic community, and it sounds like a lot of fun. So if you're thinking about joining the One Piece card game community, don't think, just go out there and do it. Grab yourself a starter deck and just play the game and have fun. Go to your local card game shop and have a good time, basically.
Yes.
Zadios, well done for winning. I hope to see you in the later rounds as well. Peace.
Bye.
ついに出るのかアラバスタドレスローザーワンピースカードゲームブースターパック攻略の王国発売
Hello everybody and welcome back here live to Bandai Card Fest from Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name is Ben Fitzpatrick. Taj Dalawal with you, of course, for the next few moments while we have continued One Piece card game coverage here live from the One Piece European Championship Finals here, the last European Finals of this season, gearing up ready for those World Championship Finals. And Taj, we've got a really cool matchup coming up for our viewers as well. Another deck that got some big support in the recent starter decks in Purple Luffy against an old favorite, an old friend of mine. It's Red-Green Trafalgar Law.
Yeah, absolutely. This is my deck from the beginning of the game. Trafalgar Law, I used to play this deck when the game first came out, and I love playing it. It's such a fun deck to play. Rightfully, as you say, that Monkey D. Luffy, this purple Monkey D. Luffy, has had some really good support mechanics from the starter deck, and it only gets stronger as we go further. You know, this deck has the potential to really cause upset to your opponents and ramp up that Don very quickly. So those not familiar, as we say, every turn you get an extra 2 Don, so you are 1 ahead of your opponent. What purple does is gives you the ability to be able to cheat in some extra Don a bit earlier and go ahead of your opponent by a significant amount in Don count in later turns.
Yeah, and also to pair with that as well, so many of Purple's abilities actually subtract Don away from your Don area, depending on how many that you've got. So we have here Nico playing Trafalgar Law. We have Dark Lord on the Luffy here as well. Both players are just getting their final instructions from the stream judge. There is the handshake, and we are underway into our feature match here as well. So we've spoken a little bit about what the OPO5 Luffy is going to look to do here, get some more of those Don cards quickly and early. But for Trafalgar Law, what is Trafalgar Law going to look to do?
So Trafalgar Law is all about the shambles mechanic. I love this mechanic, and I used to love playing with this as well, and I still do love playing with this. I've got this deck still built at home. So the whole idea with Trafalgar Law, Trafalgar Law here is to basically go as wide as you can quickly with small characters on your board, and then use the leader's ability, which is for activate main for two Don. You rest 2 Don, and you can swap one of your characters out for a 5-cost character or less of an opposite color, of different color. And this works really well with the green and red mechanics. And obviously, you're going to put out lots of bodies like you have at the moment with Curly Dedan. It's a 2-cost character. You can swap that out for a bigger character, which is a green character, maybe a 5-cost. So we've got options like the Trafalgar Law blocker, which comes out, it's a blocker in itself, but it also allows you to pick up another character and play another 3-cost character as well. So as we were talking about, this whole shambles mechanic indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see there, the leader ability from Luffy activating there to take 1 damage and get an extra Don onto your side of the board. That is going to be what we're going to be seeing in the early stages of this mono purple Luffy leader. When you get towards that 2 and 1 life range, that's when you'll start to tend to see Luffy players start to back off of activating their leader ability until they start having cards like the new Charlotte Linlin super rare to heal 1 up extra. For Nico though, we're seeing the Nami, double Nami, make its way onto the board. Going to be able to look for top 5, grab those Straw Hat Crew type cards, grabbing that old school 3-cost Roronoa Zoro.
Yeah, Nami's a really instrumental card in this deck. Obviously, you want to play as many of... You play a full play set of 4. As most people know, you can play up to 4 cards of the same card number in one piece. So, yeah, you play the full play set of 4, and you have got a lot of searches in here. You've got Bonnie, you've got Nami, you've got several cards that help you dig out cards from your deck. So as a Trafalgar Law player, it's really important as well that you are putting those cards at the bottom of your deck in a particular orderance, or understanding the sequence you're putting them there, because you can later on in the game start to reoccur and start seeing those pieces again. So you want to make sure you're putting them in the right sequence for what you want to see later on in game.
Absolutely, as we are over with the purple Luffy turn here now. We've got, 6 Don on his side of the board, potentially 7 with the activation of that leader ability. We're going to start off though with a 6,000 power swing with that Zoro Juro. This is one of these new tools that we got given through the starter deck, the 4-drop that is able to just commit a search. But importantly, you'll see with a lot of characters in the One Piece card game that can search the top 5 cards off the deck, they will tend to be similar to Nami, these 1-cost, 2,000 power, relatively low statistical characters. But for Zoro Juro, it's a 4-cost, 6,000 power character, and it searches when it gets played down as well with that on-play ability.
Yeah, a really useful card, especially if you're, let's just say you're going second and it's your second turn. You can play a big 6,000 power body and do a search at the same time as well. Yes, you lose that counter from the card because of that ability, you know, so you've got a card in hand which isn't a counter, but playing this turn 2, especially if you're going second, is really, really powerful, giving you that 6,000 body. And as we say, those numbers are very important in One Piece, aren't they? 6,000, 7,000, 6,000 power swing is going to commit your opponent to have to use a 2,000 power counter, which you want to save to late game for bigger swings coming in. So really, really does put some pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, speaking of some pressure, here's a really, really good card that's made its way onto the board from EBO1. This is the Cavendish card, which for 5 comes down onto the board on play and when attacking as well. Restands just up to 2 Don ready to active. So you've paid that Don there for 5, but essentially on play, you're playing Cavendish for 3 Don because you're getting 2 of those back in active mode. Now here comes that first leader ability activation, playing down the 5-cost red Luffy here, all the way back from starter deck number 1.
Yeah, this Luffy is very, very useful indeed. Not only does it have Rush, when you put 2 Don underneath it, it can attack and your opponent cannot activate blocker. So really useful, especially towards the end game when you want to get an 8,000 cost swing through and your leader might have a blocker on board. You can just bypass that blocker and go straight through and get that in. So very useful. But as you were talking about Cavendish, you know, we got that from our Memorial Collection, EBO1. Very, very good collection. The whole idea was that to enhance certain archetypes, and it's done that really well. And from a Supernova point of view, Cavendish is critical in this deck, in Bonnie as well. You see it in a lot of green decks now, simply because of the value you're getting every turn. I mean, as you say, you have to be on 5 Don to play it, but you are essentially playing it for 3 Don because you're getting those 2 Don back. And put that to good use, and every time you attack, you're restanding 2 Don, which 12 Don essentially when you're on your 10 Don turn.
Yeah, which in a deck like this, which relies on a leader ability, paying 2 Don, you're getting so much value as we see a couple of attacks here going into this 5-cost Luffy. Another one now really trying to get this dangerous threat off of Nico's side of the board. You can see there down to 4 cards in hand, now 3 with the extra 1,000 powers counter being used. We're going to be paying 9. Are we seeing that Charlotte Lin? Yes, we are indeed. And this is really, really smart. I love this work that the Dark Lord has been able to do here, because with the attacks that he's pushed in here for Nico, he has been able to force multiple counts of cards out from hand in counter, right up until the last moment where Dark Lord goes, okay, you know what? I do actually have a way to deal with this threat if I really want it gone off of the board, and I'm more advantaged in this state because for Charlotte Lin, I'm healing 1, and then I'm going to be able to bottom deck or put that 5-cost Luffy to the bottom of your life. Here, electing not to do that, though.
And it is optional, and this is the thing with Charlotte Lin. So everything is in sequence. Well, as you were talking about, first of all, let's talk about Dark Lord. The sequencing is really important, and he did do his sequencing right, attacking into that Monkey D. Luffy, trying to just bait out cards to counter with. But that Lin's condition is very good. You do get the life for a -1 Don, and then the second part of it is, again, decision. It's up to you whether you want to activate that or not. So you can put a character to the bottom of your opponent's life, or you can choose to leave it on board as well. You do not have to fulfill that condition in order to gain the extra life with that -1 cost. And choosing that, look, he's thinking, look, I'd rather you stay on 2 life. I don't want to put you on 3 life, and I'm happy for that swing to be coming through.
So now here we're going to go with this Luffy. Go ahead and swing. No blocker would be able to be activated if there was any on board, but there is not, so we can just immediately go into that poorly. And now here comes the leader ability activation. Does have to bounce a red character for a green character and vice versa. So does so, returns the Nami back into hand, plays down that Trafalgar Law, which on play turns that Luffy as active. And now we're going to see Cavendish make its way onto work as well, restanding 2 more Don for potential further attacks.
Yeah, exactly. And that's really important. I mean, that as you say, that Trafalgar Law, we call it the restand Trafalgar Law. It restands a supernova character, and it did so in the sense with that Monkey D. Luffy, giving it back up. And now, remember, it's still got 2 Don attached to it as well, the Monkey D. Luffy. So that's going to be another 8K swing coming through, as we're seeing here. And Dark Lord's having to take that attack. And now we're seeing just blocker chopper being played over the Curly Dadan for a cost of 1 with that 1 Don that was remaining, just to give a bit of protection on the board, and passes back over.
Yeah, and of course, having to trash that Curly Dadan away as well, because in the One Piece card game, you can only have a maximum of 5 characters on your character area at any one time. So that's why you'll see quite a few times across different games that there will be a full character area and some characters that maybe aren't necessarily getting their utilization anymore. Curly Dadan was one of them, having attacked in during that turn. It's gotten all of its value, got the on-play search, so we'll just immediately trash it away, get ourselves a blocker, and reposition ourselves here. Speaking of repositioning, how exactly is Dark Lord going to be able to try and get some tempo back here on his side of the board? Because there are a couple of very, very dangerous pieces there that Nico has been able to create. And that 1 blocker on the board means that one of these attacks essentially is going to be completely negated. This one right here.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what Nico was playing, played that chopper for, was to be able to absorb one of those, thinking, right, okay, my opponent's playing purple, they're not going to have any rush cards, so I know there's 2 attacks coming in. I know that I need to keep my board as wide as possible, because otherwise I'm going to lose resources trying to enable my leader ability again. I need to keep 3 characters ideally, so then I don't need to put too many characters out, and my hand doesn't deplete to a level where I'm not comfortable. So yeah, pretty happy with that turn, I would say. But we saw a Luffy Toro being played there.
Yeah, Luffy Taro making its way onto the board, but nothing coming along with it here. 7 cost, 8,000 power character, which can, on play Dom -1, play a purple Straw Hat type character card with a cost of 5 or less from your hand, but no Straw Hat to make its way onto the board. Another Luffy Taro there trashed away along with the Gum Rain.
Yeah,
oh, Jet Gatling there.
Yeah, Gum Jet Gatling is your 0 cost counter for purple. It just means that you can give your character, give your leader or one of your characters plus 3,000 power by trashing another card. So these 0 cost counters are very useful in One Piece, because 1, you can bluff it. Your opponent doesn't think you've got a counter card in hand that can do anything like that. But secondly, it also allows you to trash potentially a card that's no longer useful to you, that might not have counter, but it then becomes useful in the sense of giving you that plus 3,000 counter.
So Nico here with this Nami search, going to grab another chopper blocker onto the board. Now we're just going to see this blocker, this green Trafalgar Law swing in for 6,000 power. There are 2 cards in purple Luffy's hand, and we're going to offer one of them. It's another 2,000 power counters card in the form of the Sanji blocker. So we've already seen 2 of those now in this turn for Nico, who would need 3 attacks to go through, and at the moment only has 2 attacks available on board. That Nami right at the bottom of your screens was played this turn. So we're going to bounce this Nami back and play the restand Law onto the board, get that Luffy active once again, and now all of a sudden we've got 3 attacks again available to us, but only 3 Don available.
Yeah, obviously can't push for game this turn, I don't think, but obviously that Luffy's really putting a shift in, isn't it? The amount of swings it's getting with the return laws. But yes, we're going to see another decent-sized swing coming in now. thinking, right, my opponent's got one card in hand. What do I do here? Do I gamble and just swing 9 into the Lin and hope there's no counter in hand? That removes a body. Or do I go into life? But no, he's going to go 10 into the Lin. Wise decision. And passes, well, going to swing into life now, giving an extra card to his opponent's hand. Only 2 cards in hand. But passes over in a very healthy position. Didn't need to play any blockers there, has got 2 life as well, knows there's only 2 attacks potentially coming in this turn, but has got a very strong board to be able to go back into now next turn, because he knows that his opponent, Dark Lord here, can only deal with 2 of those characters on board, so potentially the Zoro, maybe the Luffy, but you're still going to have 2 big characters plus your leader next turn to try and push for game, having your opponent with very few cards in hand as well.
Yeah, this is a really, really nice place for Nico to be in here with so many characters on board. And this is the power that Trafalgar Law has when it finds these early game pieces and can push into these higher characters. As we see here, the 6K swing getting countered away for 2 by both the Nami and the Cavendish. Finally, that Luffy is going to be able to be dealt with by the Luffy Taro. Charlotte Lin number 2 makes its way onto the board now. So Dark Lord going to get an extra little bit of breathing space here potentially.
And that has probably saved him this turn. Now it's a decision of what do you do? Do you put one of those characters, and you would in this case put that. You need to give yourself that 1 less attack coming in just to give yourself an extra turn. But yeah, that's worked well in to his advantage. But again, only 1 card in hand at the moment. The sequencing is done right here. This could push for game. So starts off with a nice 5K swing. It's always good to test your opponent to see what they've got in hand. With a 5K swing into 5 to see, right, do you have a counter? Are you going to use a counter here, or are you going to take that life? And then I'll push and maybe just give you a little nudge with the 7K swing after that.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're looking to try and do. Try and sense out our opponent. Dark Lord will take that damage and find out what was healed there off of the top from that Charlotte Lin ability at the end of his turn. Then Taj called it absolutely perfectly.
Yep.
There's the 7K swing.
And swing.
Yep.
There we go.
And there's the 14K, and that is going to do it as well. Nico on Trafalgar Law takes the victory against Purple Luffy. And it just goes to show that the old classics, they still are very, very strong.
Absolutely, and my favorite deck of all time is back in it. Yeah, like I said, Trafalgar Law deck is very much situational, as you were saying in the game. If you can get your right pieces, those small characters on board very quickly and start doing your shambles ability with your leader, you can start getting big bodies, the protection on board, and then that really does make it difficult for your opponent. And we have had pieces that have really made this deck work much better, especially since EBO1, as we said, that Cavendish is a really instrumental part of this as well. The Supernova support in this deck has got better, and it also means that that starter deck, Trafalgar Law we have, that restands the Supernova, has got another target as well, because you can now do that with Cavendish as well. So
yes,
you know, so it just gives you that extra dynamic. The Supernova element of it has been improved, and obviously you've got the Straw Hat package in there as well. So works really well. I do like the synergy in this deck. I like it when it works, but there are times when sometimes you don't find the right pieces at the beginning, and it can become troublesome for you, especially against certain opponents.
And I think that's fair to say about what we just saw in that matchup on Nico's side of the board, or on Dark Lord's side of the board there as well, with Purple Luffy. If you can get that really nice, quick, wide start, especially on turn 2, obviously we said about the Zoro Juro potentially, but say like ulti into page 1, that's a card combination that if you play 1, you can don minus and get its partner out onto board, and all of a sudden you've got 11,000 powers worth of power across the 2 characters on for essentially 3 dons commitment when you're taking the don -1 into account. Having the opportunity, go that wider sort of route, then go into those bigger, taller threats that we all know Purple is very, very capable and dangerous of. Charlotte Lins, Kaidos, things of that kind of nature. Then Purple Luffy can really, really be dangerous. Just didn't quite see it there.
I think what was really critical in this game was obviously the Luffy Toro turn, where he played Luffy Toro and didn't play anything off it. Ideally, you want to play the Luffy Toro and play that Zoro off it for free.
Yes.
So then you're doing a search as well and almost replacing that Zoro in your hand. So you played 2 big characters. You've done a search, got a card from your deck, replacing the Zoro in your hand, so you've not lost 2 cards from hand, but you've got 2 big bodies on board. We didn't see that happen, and that, I think, really showed you how the player there, Dark Lord, really suffered by not being able to play that second character. Something's crawling up from the floor. Oh, look
dear.
who it is.
Oh, wow.
My man said shambles. My man said tucked.
Yeah, I mean, what did you think there, Xiao? I mean, that was
fun. That was really cool. I think it's nice to see something that an old school character come back and really dominate.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still new to the game, so it's exciting to see the different combinations and different leaders you can have. But I was just hyped because Law's not my favorite, Luffy's my favorite, so I was kind of rooting for Luffy, but it's good to see Law take it as well.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you were a little outnumbered on the desk here because me and Taj are both former Law players.
Oh, I mean, we could fight.
Yeah.
We could fight. I mean,
Law is my
fight you
favorite
both at the
character
same
as
time.
well. So, No, I was glad to see the shambles effect really come into play there.
Cool. So I think we're just waiting to interview Nico. But any questions you want me to ask him?
Ooh, any questions that we would like to hear from?
I think it'd be interesting to understand what deck is he really sort of like not looking forward to playing in the later rounds. What's going to be a difficult matchup for him, and what's he come across in the first couple of rounds? It'd be interesting to see his journey into this round and what
do you
decks
reckon he's run the Law deck the whole time?
Yeah, so you have to, being in the championships like this, coming into it, if you're a new player and you're not familiar with the tournament, you have to submit your deck with the deck list prior to coming to the tournament, and you're locked into that deck for the whole tournament.
So wait, you can't come in with one deck and then be like, no, I don't like this, I'm just going to switch it over.
No substitutions, no shambles are good in your deck list. It is purely...
that goes against the whole Law field. I should just be able to change all of my cards if I'm losing, just like, nope, don't like these.
No, that is the thing with One Piece. It's such a great game that you play at your locals, you learn the game, you commit yourself to a deck, you come to a tournament of this size, say, look, I'm confident with my deck, I'm confident with those 50 cards in my deck, I'm going to come there, I can't change them, this is what I'm going to be playing with, I know what matchups I'm going to come across, and I've got answers to all those decks I'm going to play against, and that's how players who really excel in these tournaments come into this. They put the hours in, understand their matchups, and they're ready for whatever's going to come across the table to them.
Well, it sounds to me like Nico just used shambles because he's not here. He's here. So I think he's going to take his win and run.
Absolutely. Well, in the meantime there, we can go to a break. I'll have an opportunity to maybe just sit down with Xiao and make a Law player out of him. Yeah, I think that sounds like a...
my body is ready.
Well, in that case then, we are going to go to a quick break. But don't go too far because there's so much more action still to come live from Utrecht here and Bandai Card Fest. We will bring you exactly that after this break.
Hello, 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 hello. It's Shaldo, live from the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour here in Utrecht, Netherlands. And it's been fantastic so far. It's been a great day. We've seen some Dragon Ball Super card game masters action. We've seen some One Piece card game action. We've got Digimon coming up. We've got Fusion World, and we've got some more One Piece as well. But I wanted to hang out, catch the vibe inside the arena, feel what the energy is like. We've got close to 5,000 people inside, card game aficionados, people who are really into it, newbies, etc., people who just love card games. So I thought I'd wander around, talk to people and see who's who and who's playing what. So let's have a look around. In fact, yes, I said I'd come to you. How are you guys doing? What are you playing?
What?
What are you playing?
I'm playing One Piece today, and it's a lot of fun, and it's nice to see that so many people are happy to come together to enjoy this franchise.
How long have you been playing One Piece?
How long? Since Super pre-release.
Since pre-release?
Super pre-release.
Super pre. Okay, so you're one of the early ones. Is One Piece your favorite anime?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The One Piece is real?
The One Piece is real, yeah.
That's what I thought. And how have you done today so far?
It's not. I'm not so good like I wanted, but my goal is to play the whole 12 rounds and to stay the whole day.
And would you come back again next time?
What?
Would you come back again next time?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've got some One Piece players. Let's see if we can find anybody else out here. I'm running about. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going? What are you guys playing?
Bandai, we play
What are you playing?
One Piece, we play One Piece.
Are you playing One Piece as well? Oh, we found some more One Piece players. Okay, so are you allowed to say who your leader is?
My leader? The leaders. We play Bonnie. I play Bonnie. She plays Purple Luffy.
Luffy, okay.
Yeah, we don't play Sword Metal leaders.
And how about you?
I'm a Bonnie as well.
Bonnie. Okay. I'm not going to say anything about Bonnie because that's spoilers. But yeah, I respect it. Nice one. Thank you. Have a good one, guys. Who else have we got around here? So let's wander around the arena, see who we can see. Gentlemen, how you doing? Are you gonna run away?
I'm gonna try.
You're not going to. Who are you playing? Who did you come?
Yeah, I'm playing Black Yellow Luffy today.
Oh, another One Piece card game player. I love it.
Yeah.
You're playing Black
Yellow Luffy.
Black Yellow. I've heard that's good.
Apparently it is. Yeah.
How have you done so far?
Not too good. We won't talk about that. No.
Okay, you need to give him more meat.
Yeah, I reckon so. Yeah.
There you go. And what do you think about the One Piece card game so far?
So far it's good. Yeah, we really enjoy it. We've got a good community in Leeds, and
you're from Leeds?
Yeah.
London massive.
London,
yeah. Okay. So you've come all the way here to the Netherlands?
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Is this your first time here?
To the Netherlands, no, but to Utrecht, yeah.
Okay, and what do you think of the city?
Yeah, nice city so far. We came up yesterday morning, so we spent the day in the city.
Cool. All right, well, good luck for later. Yeah. I hope it keeps going well. And how long have you been playing the One Piece card game?
Since it started, pretty much. Yeah, 1 or 2 sets in.
And finally, any words for the people at home to say why they should play it?
It's a good card game, good community. As you can see, it's really popular by the turnout. So yeah, I reckon you should get into it.
Fantastic, thank you very much. You have a good one. Peace. All right, how long do you think it will take before we find somebody who's not playing the One Piece card game? Shall we find out? Let's go. Not that there's anything wrong with playing the One Piece card game. Well, I know who this person's playing. You're playing the Digimon card game, right?
What?
You're playing the Digimon card game based on your...
No. I play One Piece.
I could never tell.
Really?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have been able to tell. Who's your leader?
My leader is...
Are you allowed to say, or is this spoilers?
Black Yellow Luffy.
Another Black Yellow Luffy. Okay, that's a popular leader. Okay, fine. And how long have you been playing?
How
long have you been playing?
1.5 years.
Okay, fine. And any words for the people at home who are thinking about joining?
How the people are joining the game?
Yes, so if somebody is thinking about playing the One Piece card game, what would you say to them?
Oh, it's really fun to play. Yeah, it's it's not so difficult, but you can play it easily and you can learn a lot. And the community is really nice. People are really nice, so you can play it easily. And yeah, just try it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You look after that hat. And it's worth noting as well that if you do want to learn the One Piece card game, there is a fantastic app from Bandai in the App Store, so do check that out. I want to talk to... Hello. How are you both? What games are you playing?
One Piece. One Piece.
One Piece. And yourself?
One Piece too.
And who are your leaders?
Katakuri.
So I've put you on the spot, haven't I? Katakuri and?
Pudding.
And Pudding. That's interesting. I've met a lot of Black Yellow Luffy players today. Have you come up against any of them in match?
Not yet, but...
Are you ready for them?
I don't know yet.
Will it be the first time you played against a Black Yellow Luffy?
No.
But do you got some counterplay for it?
I hope so.
We'll see. Okay. And is this the first tournament you've entered, or have you entered many before?
Many before as well. So.
How long would you say you've been playing the One Piece card game?
Since OPO3, yeah.
Okay, so a while. And do you think, okay, here's the question. Do you think that you need to have been playing the game for a long time in order to be good at it, or can you get into it at any point? This one's for either of you.
Depends. I think if you're comfortable with TCG, it's okay. It's fine. You can start like 2 weeks ago. But if not, I think expertise, is it the right word? Expertise would be great.
Okay, so experience. So so you'd recommend trying to pick up some of the older cards and learning how to, yeah? Okay, fine. And any words for the people at home who are thinking about joining into the One Piece card game community?
Do it. One Piece is one of the best animes at all, so I would say that's my favorite. And if you just want to play it and you just want to have fun, this is like the perfect game to enter into TCG. Word.
The One Piece is real. Thank you very much. All right, so I'm going to try, now my mission is to find somebody who's not playing the One Piece card game just for the lols. So let's see. This is all random. We're just going to have a look around and see who we can find. Let's look around. Okay, so I've spied somebody with a Gohan top, all right? We're going to roll on them, surprise them, and see if they're actually playing something other than One Piece. Let's have a look. Gentlemen. Hello. What are you all playing?
The Flamingo.
Oh, so you're all playing the One Piece card game as well? Yeah. You know, I saw your Gohan top. I was like, definitely playing the Dragon Ball game. No.
Sorry, never played the Dragon Ball.
Never played the... Okay, fine. So you are playing Doflamingo. Yourself?
Smoker.
Smoker.
Nami.
Nice. Okay. And how have your matches been going so far?
I'm 3-1. I lose with the top deck of Taxi Luffy for Moria.
Okay.
Same, 3-1. I have encountered 0 Dofla, so I'm pretty lucky right now.
1-3, not a good luck.
Okay, well, you're still in it, so it's all to play for. Do you think you can go the whole way and get to the finals? Do you think you can get all the way to the finals? Do you think you could win it?
Yeah, I will try to win. Oh my god.
We will try our best. We'll
try my best.
And any words for the people at home, telling them why they should play the One Piece card game? What do you think?
The gameplay, because it's easy to learn, hard to master. So it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh! It's hard at the start. So, and the quality of the card is better than Pokemon also. So.
And yourself?
Yeah, the quality of the cards, the accessibility to it, and it's easy to learn.
The gameplay is very nice, and One Piece is a nice series.
One Piece is the best series. No, I agree. It's fun. You don't have to compete, but if you do, you're going to have a good time. If you just want to play the card games at home, thank you very much. You're going to have a lot of fun. All right, last one. We're going to roll the dice one more time and try and find somebody who's not playing the One Piece card game just to see what they are playing. So, people at home, help me out. Lend me your power. Lend me your energy. All right, let's find somebody who's not playing the One Piece card game. I've seen you. You're standing there like, all right, what are you playing?
I'm playing Marco.
So you're playing the One Piece card game as well? Everybody, okay. So you're playing Marco. How do you feel about Marco? You confident?
I'm 4-0, so it's going.
4-0. Okay. Do you think you could take it the whole way?
No, but we'll try.
Why not?
I'm having.
Why not? Why not? Where's the confidence?
Play once a week, so.
And you're 4-0. So, are we saying that you just have to? Do you think it's more luck? Is it skill? How do you feel?
Many people don't know how to play against it, so you do have a bit of an edge for that. But yeah, I just chose it because it's really fun. You get to do a lot of crazy things.
Is Marco your favorite character?
No, Yamato is.
Ah, Yamato. Okay, cool. Great character choice.
Leaders are not.
Leader's not as good. No, so Marco. What color is Marco?
Blue-red.
Blue-red. Oh, interesting. Okay, so combo. Okay, fine. That's nice. And any words for the people at home who are thinking of joining the One Piece card game community?
Yeah, definitely. And the story is really epic at the moment, so reading the manga.
Tell me about it. We're not doing spoilers, but yes, absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And if you're really into One Piece, the anime or the manga, do you feel you'd know all of the characters on the cards?
Yeah. But sometimes the card game spoils you, so you need to be a bit...
Okay, so be careful with that for spoilers. That's good to know. I can't be spoiled. I'm totally up to date. But just in case you're not, be careful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right, so we did not find anybody not playing the One Piece card game. That might just be because everybody standing here is playing the One Piece card game. I don't know. We rolled the dice, but we had some interesting conversations. So you've got the Digimon card game coming up next. Please do stay tuned. It's your boy Xiaodo. Peace. Hey yo! It's Shaldo. We're here at the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour. And I know you've been waiting for this one. We got the Digimon coming up. So, are you going to be the Mega Ultimate Champion? Are you going to look after your security stack? Are you going to get your tamers ready? I'm ready for this. Are you ready for this? Do you have your milk and cookies? I told you about that earlier. Do you have the milk? Do you have the hot milk and cookies ready to go? Because it's a Digimon card game. Let's get into this.
Hello everyone, and we are back with Digimon. Yes, so I know a lot of you have been excited for this one. We have also been. Moses, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. My voice is a bit cranked up, but we'll be fine, we'll be fine. So, what do we have today?
So, today, well, I'll go over one of the decks, you go over the other. We have Magnamon, AX Antibody, the big one.
I mean, the big bag from BT16. The players are still setting up, yeah. And the other deck, I think people are not expecting it. It's Apocalymon, the one and only from BT15, the one card that got restricted before it even came here. And I'm really excited. So let's see how it's gonna go. I'm expecting, me personally, I'm expecting a lot of good things from Apocalymon because it is using the purple hybrid engine from BT18 to, you know, get the trash set up, then get the Dark Masters, and then from then on, yeah, we see Apocalymon, we know what he does. Comes down, controls the board, and mills you out. So I'm excited, I'm really excited for that.
Awesome, awesome. And yeah, like you said, we all know Magnamon. We all know his ability to not be that you just can't affect him once he triggers.
Yeah.
And just starts unsuspending and swinging. So this is gonna be an interesting matchup, honestly.
Yeah, Magnamon, a deck that can go really quick. They have a lot of tools. Some play just Flame Dramon to poke your opponent, triggering the raid effect, to then bounce the security back to hand. Some just go to the stack, use things like Zabugon Punch to get Sack +1 and then swing twice. There's a lot of options there. So, yeah, we see the players. On the left, we have Duke, which I would assume, let's see, we don't see his hand.
Okay, and here we go. So, for our viewers, this is a bit of a different setup from what we have seen in the previous two games. So, can you briefly explain how do resources work in this game? It's very unique.
Yeah, indeed. So, in the middle, we have our memory gauge. It starts at 0, and then we can go to 10 on the left or 10 to the right, fastest up and down. And basically, as long as you have memory, you can do actions. You can play Digimon, you can evolve. We get to that later. We can play tamers, we can play options. But the players are also setting the security, which in the previous game, they are known as live. But in this game, security is there to protect you. If it's going to be checked, attacked, you just, well, you trash it. But we see on the left, we have Magnamon opening up with the Demi-Vemon and going to Vemon.
Yes.
I mean, it's a standard line. And let's see if they're going to be no training, just a Davis.
So these are the Tamer cards.
Yes.
So this Davis assures that you're not going to be stuck on low memory. It says at the start of your turn, if you have 2 memory or less, set your memory to 3. Make sure that your opponent can't keep you down on 1 memory.
Yes, indeed. I mean, if you have memory, you can do a lot more things, and the second it passes over, like we saw with Davis, then your turn is over. So if you don't have ways to get more memory back, you are just there. And then in the back, we see in the raising area Ukumon, also one-off. This is really interesting to see this. So Ukumon is also a unique deck, Digimon. But we see Analog Youth being played for 2, grabbing, I think it was a Gazimon, and the other 2 cards are trashed, and we see another Analog Youth. Okay, so we see 2 Tamers and Vegamon, and yes, we just picked up the Vegamon because Analog Youth can only play or pick up Digimon. And there we see the Gazimon to pass the turn. So,
okay, and the Vimon exits the breeding area, and he's he has an interesting, a very basic inherited effect, where he gives the Digimon plus 2000 DP, but it can play a big role when you go into Magnamon, and this is okay. This is the blue and black version of Magnamon, the one that when you the one that has blocker and armor purge, and when you digivolve, you trash the top digivolution card of one of your opponent's Digimon for each of that Digimon's colors. No targets here though.
I mean, yeah, but the target was already put back into hand. But before we get to that, we see the strength of Pokemon. He comes out of raising. His your turns effect triggers that you can hatch another egg and gain a memory afterwards, so you can keep up the pace, because your rookies are your bread and butter. They go out, they can, swing into security, and this is what we see here. So we see the swing, so he dies because he gets blocked by Magnamon, which will trigger his inherit effect by Demimeramon to draw one and trash one, which seems counterintuitive, but setting up the trash is what Apocalymon really wants. So we see the Duskmon in the back, another Gazimon being played, and yes, we go back to Magnamon.
Yes, we go back to Magnamon. Let's see, are there going to be going into another of the same Wimons, the blue-red ones, and
we see the big bad Magnamon X antibody using the training option to using the delay effect, reducing the cost by 2, so only evolving for 3 instead of 5. And there we see also its all turns effect by whenever a security card is removed, you may activate one of your wind digivolving effects, and we just see that. Freestanding, getting another 3k boost, and being immune. So
yeah, this is gonna be one big swing coming in here.
And another one.
Security hits a tamer. Okay.
Yes.
So tamers, when they're revealed from the security, you play them.
Yes, all tamers have this effect. So here specific is a memory setter similar to Davis, and he can grab back a purple option card or a purple Digimon. So he grabs back Calling from Darkness, which is also an interesting card. But we see another training, there's a Paladin mode, there's another Paladin mode, so we just grab one of them. And now we go back to Apocalymon. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't see one yet in hand. So let's see. I mean, we have the Duskmon and Raising, we have the Gazimon there, but the second we swing into security, we will activate Magnamon's X antibodies or turns effect, so he can restand and be immune.
Yeah, that is a very tricky effect to play against. So, because the ability that Magnamon has is when Digivolve, ability activates once per turn on either player's turn. Whenever a card from a security stack, when a card is removed from a security stack, and it's a security stack.
Yes, but there we see also Duskmon swinging, using his when attacking effect to go into Veglamon, and then he mills 3 cards because there are currently 3 colors on the board of Duck, and we see security swing, revealing Vemon bot.
Yeah, so security is taken when Digivolve activates, and
he restands, yes.
Yeah. And he gets the buff, of course.
Of course, but look at him, he has like 10k plus, so he's now at 22k. So he uses the effect, which will allow him, with its inherited effects, to play out another tamer.
Let's see what's he gonna be playing here.
Yes, we see another Matt Ishida picking up another Duskmon, or picking the same Duskmon back.
So far we see Magnamon in leading position here, but there we go, Matt and another immediate Digivolution. So tell us. As we can see, it is possible you can go on top of your tamers when you're digivolving.
Yes. So normally you can only evolve from level 3 to 4, from 4 to 5, unless there are some specific Digimon. We saw earlier with Magnamon being level 4, going into Magnamon X Antibody, who is level 6. But on the right side we have, purple hybrids that can, as the name contends, either evolve onto a level 3 or a tamer akin to the season 4 of Digimon. So we just see the same thing happening again. So he used this Metishida to go into Duskmon, swinging, when attacking, go into Vegamon, milling another 3 cards, and then he blows himself up or he gets blocked, and then he just plays out another tamer from the trash, and it's going to be another mat. So we can see the loop recycling, the strength of the color purple in Digimon. And yes, he is still on 3 memory, on 0 memory, so he still keeps turn. And we see Apocalymon. And for the uninitiative, there was a time where Apocalymon was running around, and he was really good because he is pretty expensive to play out. But let's wait for it to happen. So we see the Gazimon being played to pass turn, and we have another Magnamon, and we have a Magnamon in hand. We're probably just gonna.
Okay, so going into the promo Flame Dramon.
Yes, and as I mentioned earlier, this deck is pretty versatile. He is using his effect to swing into security, then use his raid effect to attack the Gazimon, and because an attack target was switched, he now is forced to bounce his security. So Duke is able to remove the board and pressure the security of your opponent, and then he just swings with his own Magnamon. Probably has nothing big to fear, and just
and we see that his opponent is on 1 security, so 1 more swing brings him to 0, but you don't lose when you're on 0, you still need to take 1 more damage.
Indeed. I think this is quite similar to One Piece, where if you're on 0, you're still able to play out the game. But we see 2 searchers with blue memory boost being able to see the top 4 cards and pick a blue Digimon. But I think the first search I didn't get to see. The second search, it was a Magnamon from BT8. But now
we will see.
Yeah, we see
the Apocalymon turn.
It's interesting. He uses Kuchi's effect from BT18 to trash the hybrid to gain a memory. So now he's on 4. However, I'm not so certain with 4 memory you have enough to survive next round. Apocalymon has a lot of ways, and his unique effect that he can tag under any card that he wants to activate their on-play effect is pretty good. And he's pretty expensive to play out. He's a 15 cost, but with his effect that if he would be played, you just put Dark Masters under him to reduce the play cost by 4. And all of a sudden, he becomes 3 cost to play. But we see Kuchi evolving into his hybrid form, the good form, the bad form, Duskmon, and
but do you think he might have enough here to take it? He's just down on 2 memory, that unless he has some ways to gain more, this is going to be a very, very close call. He is going to be attacking the promo here. It looks like it. Try to clear the board at least a bit. Digimon, which you just played, they can't attack immediately. So he's gonna alleviate some pressure here, but getting rid of the Flame Dramon.
I mean, there's a choice of Duke to just block it down because he's immune, he's unaffected. But I think the bigger... okay. He lets the attack go through, but we see another effect of Flame Dramon, the Armor Purge effect, which is a kill. And there we see the question of how many cards you have in your deck. Because if you want to, he can use this effect to destroy the other Digimon, use his analog cubes to tap them, suspend them and gain 2 memory back in total, and then just do this again if they want to by retrieving a Duskmon from their trash back to hand if they don't already have one. And then if they repeat the same action again, mill them, they can just hard play the Apocalymon to then just give them the rest, because Apocalymon will force them to mill a certain amount of cards.
Okay, we see, yes, he gains some memory, goes up to 4 now. What is going to be the next play? He needs to deal as much damage as he can this turn, or set up some sort of a defense, cause with this Magnamon EX antibody on the field, with its ability to swing twice, it could be game next turn. It could absolutely be game.
But here we see him evolving his Mad Ishida into a Duskmon. This costs a bit more because he needs to pay 3 instead of 2 if he goes on to Koichi. He changes the color of the Davis probably into something that's not blue or yellow or black to make sure he can mill more. And yeah, we can see the choice of Duke if he wants to block. Either way, he can just, again, with his end of attack, self-destruct, get the Duskmon back, get another piece back, and repeat it. Because we know he has 2 analog youth on the board, being able to suspend and gain back 2 memory, so going back to 3, and then he can just do the same thing again. So this might be just a simple case of, okay, how many times can you stop me just repeating this loop? So we see the cards being destroyed. Analog youth should be in a pending state. So
let's see what he gets.
I mean, there's an option to just take the Gazimon, so you can evolve in the back for 0, because the Ukemon that you have in hand will cost you 1, which would stop your place of succeeding. Let's see.
Going through this very carefully, there is not a lot of memory left. You have to make upcoming play count as much as possible. Going through, we see him going through numbers. His mind saying like, okay, how much I can spend, how far I can go. So, and on the other side, Magnamon is still sitting very comfortably here. However, he did mill a lot of cards this turn. He did mill a lot of cards this turn.
We see a Calling from Darkness, which is a 1-cost option that usually deletes a Digimon of you, one of your own Digimon, and then picks up 2 cards. But since the effect is not a cost, you can just play it for 1 if you are empty of your board, and then just pick up 2 pieces. Also, sorry for the miscommunication, it came to my attention that Analog Youth will just trigger when a level 5 or higher will be destroyed with sources. Since both hybrids are level 4s, this will not go. But I think we are seeing Jackraid. So Jackraid is an option card that costs 0, but it will give you 1 memory for each 10 cards you have in your trash. So either way, they are able to just go into...
Yeah, we see the loop again, Duskmon, Vulgarmon, milling 4, milling 2 of Magnamons,
but it's
the smaller ones, and Huankumon go away, so he's back now to 1 energy, to 1 memory.
Yes, and the question right now is how many Dark Masters are in the trash?
Well, we see 1 of them,
and we see
down,
2.
Yeah, and down comes Apocalymon.
So yes, so we see Apocalymon. I don't blame Duck for reading the card again because it is a pretty unique deck, which, Alright, so he plays Apocalymon down, reduced cost because of the Dark Master that he placed under. Then his end of a turn will trigger, which allows him to put any level 6 or lower Digimon underneath and activate its on-play effect. Vegamon has a when Digivolving act on-play effect to mill the top cards depending on colors, and then the end of your and then you will mill two cards for each level 6 you have under, and I think.
And that's it. Yeah, that's the game. It was. Yeah, that was very, very close.
Yes.
Almost there, and then in one turn, the deck was just gone.
I mean, that Apocalymon, there's a reason he's one. He's a really strong boss monster. If I remember correctly, I think it's the boss monster of Season 1. And if he comes down, he's a presence that needs to be answered. And there's a lot of effects, a lot of good level 6 or lower Digimon with good on-play effects. I mean, the Dark Masters themselves have good effects. Machine Demon Digivolves. I think Piedmon will destroy a Digimon. I mean, we have Vegamon that can just mill you.
Yes.
And if you can do it once, twice.
This time he was milled like 4 times at least in this turn.
I mean, I thought that Analog Youth is the piece that, lose everything together. But Analog Youth in this case is just a card that will mill 2 cards from the deck. But Jack Wade is the, how would I put it, MVP of this match. Because all of a sudden you went from, I think, 1 memory or 0 memory to 4 memory, and then you can just
do the loop again.
Yes. So that's, in my opinion, one of the beauties in Digimon, where you don't have a specific energy system. It is pretty fluent, where if you have memory, you can do as much as you possibly could with memory. You have a lot of different ways to gain back memory, and as long as you keep your turn, you can do almost everything. And yes, playing up Apocalymon was, I think, putting the opponent to 6 memory or 7, but this doesn't really matter if you just win the game. But there's an inherent risk that if you go and give your opponent so much memory, all of a sudden, with 6 memory, they can go from a level 3 to a level 6 and just answer you back. Worst case scenario, they have option cards that will remove your Digimon that you just paid for at high cost. So, yeah. But we see the players are preparing, and as we also mentioned, Digimon is also one of the unique games where you play best of 3.
Yes. So instead of best of 1, like we've had so far, we have best of 3. This means that the games will keep playing until one player wins 2 games.
Yes. But here we see, 2-cost training, mental training, finding another Paladin mode. And Paladin mode Ace is, in this matchup, normally a big saving grace, because he's able to put all the cards that are in either your or your opponent's trash back into the deck, effectively making sure that you don't deck out. But we didn't see him having the time, and
okay, so what's happening here for the viewers, when you Digivolve on top of a Digimon, you can do that for cheaper, but you can also play him directly from the hand for a full cost Hero 5. So Duck plays Flame Dramon, sets his opponent's Digi's turn to 4 memory.
Yes, I mean, there are sometimes situations, like I would assume on the dark side, where you don't have a rookie, so therefore you cannot be so greedy and just pass the turn manually, giving your opponent 3 memories. So he decided to just play out the level 4 and then give him 1 more memory. but have a Digimon on the board that you can Digivolve into level 5 and then into level 6. But we see, on the side of Apocalymon, Purple Hybrid, Ukumon is there. Ukumon is mostly going to be announced. But before I get even to that, you see Wankamon.
Wankamon shows up. It's a blocker on play when Digivolving. Until the end of your opponent's turn, one of your Digimon can't be deleted in battle. So,
this is the worst thing that can happen to you. Sorry to interrupt you, but Digimon is a quite fast-paced game, and we see the swing into security and revealing Jack within security. And in other games, in One Piece we had earlier, this would be called triggers, we call it security effects. And Jackrabbit's security effect is pretty unique because it just says you gain 2 memory, or the active player loses 2 memory, therefore passing the turn because he was on 1. And since he has a Met Ishida, which is a memory setter, he gets the memory back to 3. So effectively, Dark's turn was robbed from him. He was just gone. And we see the strength of Ukumon. Ukumon sees another Digimon out of the racing area. You can see the top 3 cards, you can pick whatever you want, and then hatch another egg, which is really, really good.
And here we start the preparation for the loop once more. Matt and the Digivolve on top of him into the Duskmon.
Yes.
Is there gonna be a Velgramon as well? There we go. So mill 1. And there goes the security, which, this was a nice hit. Final Zubagon punch, nice hit. It's a great card for pushing for more damage, so it's a good one to get away. You don't want that to be played on the big Magnamon. So let's see if he's gonna be. Do you think he's gonna be doing any loops more? Or is just passing the turn here? We see raising and Duck starting on only 1 memory.
That's really the downside right now. If Duke does not have a rookie, and I really hope for him he has a rookie, this is really spiraling out of his hand.
Yeah.
And we see Magnamon being hard played. So now.
Yes, so unfortunately for Duck, he could only play one of his Digimon, and he's being robbed of another turn. So 2 turns now already going to Diggy.
Yes.
And he has now more than enough memory to go into Duskmon, into Volgramon again, and then to start looping.
And we here just see that. We see the Duskmon alternative art. Then he probably decided to not change the color of the Digimon. Oh, he needed to. And then he just blocked it down because he knows with his end of attack, he will just lose his Magnamon anyways. Armor Patch will not trigger since he doesn't have any evolution sources underneath. So that is quite unfortunate. And here we see just the same loop we saw earlier, evolving into another Ukumon for 1. So now 2 memory. And they have the option to swing with this Ukumon that's currently on the board. This would put him onto the risk of revealing a memory setter, which I would assume he doesn't want to do. So I think there's a simple answer to this problem. I see the Gazimon in hand. Playing it for free would put him back to 1. You have next turn 3 Digimon. He has 2 security. And I think there we can just see the strength of the Purple Hybrid engine. And there we see another card, 0 cost option. This is Blinding Ray.
For our viewers, the way that it works with the security checks, it doesn't matter with how much DP you attack. If you attack a security check occurs and Apocalymon just comes down again. I think this wraps up the game.
Yes, I think this is a clear situation where Apocalymon just took over. I am surprised. I did not believe my eyes just there. And we see him scooping up.
And that is the game. Digi wins 2-0 with Apocalymon both games, and we're seeing with a memory that even if he didn't win here, his opponent on one memory spends it on anything, gets another turn. What an incredible loop.
Yes, I mean, I think people didn't expect Apocalymon to go this far. I just need to preface this. That Apocalymon is a unique deck since it's quite hard to find it. However, if you have it in hand, and this engine purple hybrid has a lot of draw, has a lot of cycle. But I think we're gonna have a quick interview with the winner of this match, if I am not mistaken, because right behind us we have our MC.
What did you guys think of the match? You enjoyed that? So we're having a quick interview with you. You said quick interview. No, I'm interviewing you.
Oh, perfect. Did I enjoy that? If my voice would not be as, damaged as it would be, I think you can hear the clear German. I was
expecting you to start screaming, to be honest.
Honestly, I would if I can, but Apocalymon being a really unique archetype that, if they can get down, can we just mill you, and then purple hybrid combining mill and also the hybrid aspect. I just enjoyed it. I personally thought that Magnamon, if they get into the game, they can just out-argue.
Yeah. Because and you're a strong Digimon aficionado, right?
Yes.
You're holding it up for the game and telling everyone play it.
Honestly, I started playing since BT11, and I really enjoyed it. And since last year, I've started casting it, and yeah, I just love the game. Even now, even the way I sound right now, I'm still casting. So yeah, I'm really enjoying this match.
I think for the people at home as well, it's interesting to see, especially because it's got a different dynamic to a lot of the other card games that we've seen today. So.
I mean, Damien mentioned it earlier to me. First of all, we don't have any energy or dawn. We have a memory guard, which is basically
basically, depending on how much energy you use, that's what you give to your opponent. So you've got to be very strategic with it, right?
It's basically a tug of war. That's what I was trying to say.
That's a good way of putting it.
And then we also have the way to either play Digimon, which sadly we saw Magnamon needing to play his level 4s, or to just evolve them safely in the racing area where you are protected, so nothing can touch you, nothing can see you there, and you can evolve, and every time you evolve, you will get a draw. So it's not like you are getting down to hand advantage. And in general, a lot of Digimon have strong when Digivolving effects. Strong when Digivolving effects, like, for example, Magnamon's antibody being immune to almost literally everything for until the opponent's end of your opponent's turn. And the hybrids, we saw them milling. So yeah.
I mean, look, I can't lie. If I was playing it, I'd be singing the theme song the entire time to my opponent just to throw them off. So it's probably best I'm not playing. But I think we've got the winner over there, so I'm gonna go see what he's saying. Yeah. Away I go.
Let's see.
How's it going? Digi, right?
I win. Yeah.
1-2-1-2. Digi! Congratulations. How do you feel?
I feel very excited because I won, and it was a very hard match, tough match, but fortunately I won.
You did really well. You was best 2 out of 3 and you got both of them.
Yeah, I got both of them, but the first one was really fought. The second one, my opponent didn't saw nothing about his card, and it was easy for me for that match take the results.
So you won, but I'm not feeling the I won energy.
I know, but there are a lot of round, and I feel concentrate, and I have to stay quiet.
You're zen.
Yeah.
You're zen. So you're like,
at the end of the day, maybe we can.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to it. You're going to come back here and you're going to.
Okay.
If you remember, listen, at home, if Digi doesn't come back, then.
Of course, I'll come back.
Okay.
You have to wait me.
Yeah. So, do you think you can win the whole thing?
Yeah, and.
That's the confidence I like. It was just like,
Yeah. Yeah, easy. Of course.
So you're confident in your deck, the purple hybrid. You think that's the one that's going to take you far?
Yeah, I'm confident. I started to test it since I don't know June, July, because I focused about this deck and I thought in which booster set we will be until now. So now we are in December, and I thought that we will be in BT1819. So I started to train about that, and months of training, and at the end I'm here. So I'm confident with.
Congratulations! And what was going through your mind when you were playing? What were you thinking about?
There are a lot of things that can happen, a lot of possibilities that I can choose every time to make the best decision. But I have to stay also in that situation quite zen, because be hurry, be so fast can make me do some mistakes, errors, so I can't do that, so I have to stay quiet.
Do you ever just sing the Digimon theme song in your head whilst you're playing?
No. No.
Just me then, just me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
just me on my own. I'm sorry. So, well done. Why the Digimon card game? What is it about the card game that makes you want to play it?
It's part of my life. It's something that I love Digimon since I was young. So when the game was created in 2020, I have no regrets to start to play. And I have been here since also last year in near Den Haag for the last tournament, and also 2 years ago in Bremen. But this time is fantastic because we have this year is amazing because we have a lot of space.
Do you recommend the people at home to come to an event like
Of course, you have to come here because there are a lot of games, not also Digimon. There are also One Piece, Dragon Ball, Battle Spirits, and...
Are you still at home? Come here now.
Yeah, and so you have to...
No, you keep going. You keep going.
I can go. Okay.
Tell them to come.
You have to come because there are a lot of games. Digimon, Battle Spirits, Dragon Ball, One Piece, and you have to start to play these games, and you have to come here because there are a lot of promotional pack for starters. There are Gundam. It's a new game, and you have to come here. You have no excuse.
Well done. Thank you, Digi, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Nice one. I'm sorry, I would do that the entire time I play the game.
Yeah, it's pretty contagious. Let's do that.
So, Jordan, from UK Bedford, is this your first time in the Netherlands?
Yes, it is my first time there.
What do you think?
So far, we didn't really get to go to Amsterdam, but Utrecht's pretty nice. Just went to do some shopping. Pretty fun.
And you came specifically for the Card Game Fest?
Yeah, I came here for the Digimon specifically. But yeah, good times.
And are you mates because you play the Digimon card game, or did you pick it all up together?
I met them, they were all part of a group. I started going to London locals more often, and they all brought me in, and I started playing the game more and do a lot more with the game.
Digimon makes you friends, confirmed. Power of friendship. So, we're here, we're at the event. How have you been doing so far?
All tournaments so far, it's been purple, a lot of purple, hybrid, and while the deck that I'm playing here today can deal with that deck, sometimes it just goes a bit crazy and you can't control it.
So what is your deck? Let's talk about that.
I am playing Dark Knight, which is my favorite deck, I would say, at this point. It's got me the most success at tournament levels, yeah,
let's show the camera.
Yeah, so
I don't want to touch it because I feel like it would set on fire or something.
Nah, you're all good. You're all good. You can touch it.
Okay, let me.
I don't want to cut in through. Yeah, so this is the deck that I've been playing. It's
Beautiful card.
The Digi-Cross mechanic, which is something from BT10, and it usually just evolves about putting things down, digivolving it, and gaining benefits from that. And with the sorry, don't mean to cut you. The new support from 2.0, it's been a little bit better now for sure.
And do you feel that it's got a good counter to some of the things that you're currently coming up against?
Yeah, so theoretically, Purple Hybrid should be good against it. My hands have not been good, but through a lot of the testing that I've done, a lot of stack decks like the stuff like what's it called? The yellow vaccine / angel free angel decks do pretty good because you can get rid of the Dominions and stuff like that. Stuff like blue can be like 50-50 because they will strip your sources and that affects you, but you can also de-digivolve their stuff and control them out as well and delete their tamers, which is the main thing.
Wow, okay, so serious deck, but you have to get the right cards through. Okay. So in this deck, what's your favorite card?
I think it has to be the original BT10 Dark Knight, wherever it is. There it is. The good old Dark Knight. I don't know if you want to bring it in. But this is probably my favorite card. It got an alt art. Haven't got them. But this card just means a lot to me.
Why is that? Tell us.
Because when I got into BT10, everyone was playing Crossheart because that was the main deck of that time. And I was like, I want to play something different. And this deck alone got me almost top 8 at the Ultimate Cup in like BT11 time. And then also in like a other event, I got top 4, got a lot of prizing. So the deck and this card specifically has gone through a lot.
So that card has gone through the wars with you. Yeah. It's carried you.
Same version.
Carried you to success.
Yeah.
Would you say that is do you have any other cards like that in your deck, or is that the card for you? When you pull that, you're like, okay, we're going to win this.
These are the cards that make the deck work, and yeah, I like seeing them.
And how many times have you pulled those cards throughout?
A lot. Because of the new support, there's a new card called Lord Knight Ace, which I will showcase here. From 2.0, allows you to play a Knightmon in name from trash or hand. So when this guy goes, it comes back straight away. So it's really, really consistent.
Right. So it helps you to get your cards out when you need them. Okay, I get it. And what would you say to anybody who's curious about the Digimon card game, thinking about picking it up?
Yeah, I think one of the best things that Digimon has going for it is that it is very easy to join and get involved. Usually, like, a lot of the decks that are pretty meta are relatively cheap, and I think that's a good thing overall. Like, if you can get into the game very cheap, I think you're onto a winning card game with Fonos. So,
what would be your ideal placing here across the weekend?
Real place. I've already dropped. But yeah, I was hoping to do better, but unfortunately, the cards weren't in my favor. So,
fair enough. Well, would you come back? Would you try again?
Yeah, it depends on the deck. I feel like if there was a deck for me that I really connected with, I would play it. So if Dark Knight gets support, Bandai, please give me more support. But yeah, it depends on what the deck is essentially. But I'll probably come back. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we're here in Utrecht, and as you can see, it's bringing people out to the city. Just for, yeah, just to check it out, just for the card games. I respect that. Listen, this is my first time here as well, and I'm still singing the Digimon theme. The entire time you were talking, I was singing the Digimon theme song in my head. So, thank you so much for showing us the cards. Let's pull up a card. My pleasure. Thank you.
A very interesting one. You see my my co-host Yo is so excited. So tell us, what deck are you so excited for?
I mean, honestly, it's a long name to say, and the way I sound right now, I'm not gonna say the full name, so I'm gonna say the league name, Tapion Mikazuchi. You know, with our best boy Lugamon going from level 3 to level 7 within seconds, and yeah. I think it's a really interesting deck. It's a really, really strong deck. It is also piloted, if I'm not mistaken, by one of the Germans, Raptor. We're gonna see him shortly. And yeah, I mean, he's known in our German community. But yeah, going back to Tapion Mikazuchi, it's a deck that utilizes Lugamon and Kazuchimon, trying to get into Lugamon from level 3 up to level 6. Then, with his Windish Weaving effect, to play out the Kazuchimon from hand or from trash, depends, and then just evo from the trash into the Tapion Mikazuchi with a DNA evolution, which is another unique mechanic in Digimon, where you can use 2 Digimon of the same level, in this case level 6s, combine them and make a new Digimon that can attack, do new things. It is a mechanic known in Season 02 with Davis and Ken, where they evolve into Imperaramon. But Tapion Mikazuchi is a unique deck that can, you know, go for level 6. They don't need 2 stacks, they just need 1 little Lugamon. And yeah, I'm really excited. But we have another big deck.
Yeah, its opponent is the 3 Great Angels, the Dominimon. The Angel deck that popped off in Europe in the last 2 cups. We saw a couple of them in the top 16s.
Yes.
So,
we saw, actually last month, there was a tournament also in Utrecht, where if I remember correctly, it wasn't 2.0, it was X07, but the Minimon still took the game. And even a week before, it went top 8. So also another German fellow, Ali Deger, if I'm not mispronouncing his last name, he's a Dominimon player, and ever since, a lot of people are playing Great Angels. It used to be Yellow Vaccine, but with the changes into what is allowed, what's not allowed, a lot of people are using Dominimon to showcase a big board presence, being able to play Digimon of the 3 Great Angels straight and just flood the board, being protected by almost anything, either with barrier, which is another unique keyword, which I'm not sure if it was shown in masters, but in Digimon it works a bit differently, where you can protect yourself from better damage by trashing another security. But I think the players are early, so I think let's just go into the game and then we can see.
Yes. One interesting thing about this deck that we will also see, it's also a very difficult deck to just knock down thanks to the recovery. It can actually regain its security back. So it's gonna be a very, very interesting matchup here.
I mean, that's just one of the things that Yellow do. So we see Killian, aka Raptor, start with the famous Ukkomon on turn 1 and passing turn. And this will be answered by Pillamon in the back.
Just in the back, Pillamon with the ability, so on all turns, this affects on your turn and on your opponent's turn, players can't play Digimon by effects.
Which is basically a big no-no towards Killian, because Killian loves to play Digimon via effect. His level 5 does it, his level 6 does it, but there are other ways to get around it. And we see a Yellow Memory boost picking up, I think, a Magnamon. But, you know, we are back onto the turn of Killian. We see him come on raise, triggering his year turns effect. Pick up Solugamon, the level 5 of the deck, and then just hatch another Bowmon from BT14. And we see Lugamon, which is basically the key piece of this deck, because it allows you to get your tamer, either EG or Codecracker. I mean, they're basically the same person, which we see one in Treasure already, to tuck him under, to then gain 1 memory, and then enable the effects of Might Link. And we see a swing from Ukkomon, and he survives the battle in security because he is bigger than the Luxmon that was revealed from security. So I didn't get to talk about it in the first game. I see Codecracker to pass the turn with the memory setter. In Digimon, if you go into battle, you reveal the card. If it's a Digimon, they go into battle. If you have more DP than the Digimon, then you survive.
Yes.
If you are on the same level, you will lose the battle. This is unlike other games, for example, One Piece, where if you are on the same level as the attacker, that you will still persist. But we see
Gatomon coming down. Gatomon has barrier. Also, when a card, once per turn, when a card is removed from your security stack, gain 1 memory, which is important because you will be manipulating your security stack here.
And this is just what happened with the egg. So when attacking, you may take 1 card from your top or bottom security to put an angel card at the bottom, and then the Gatomon we just saw swung into security, revealing a Lugamon, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, losing the security battle, and then using his barrier effect to stay on the board, which then used the Gatomon that we just placed there to just trash it, which we will then be played out. And also, since it got trashed, it's gonna be 1 memory. But the bread and butter play of the Great Angels, Blue Minimon is on the board. And how did he came onto the board? With Magnamon's when Digivolving effect, being able to search for security and evolve into a level 6. And we see the effects triggering, gaining back in memory, keeping turn. And then Luminimon's when Digivolving effect will come into play, which will play out another Great Angel.
Yes.
And now, all of a sudden,
and the woman comes down and just minuses. The one gets rid of it, clears the board. And in case that you are new in Digimon, as you see, the cards are stacked. All Digimons have an inherit, most of them have an inherit effect that goes to the card on the very top, and Gatomon's is to provide barriers. So this Dominimon now has barrier as well.
Yes, he also has blocker by the Magnamon, so this is also quite handy. The Angemon came down, but the Dominimon was the Digimon that cleared it and not Angemon's effect. Even though Angemon's effect is quite unique, that is Autumn's effect, by when the card is removed from security, if you have 3 or less, you can recover one, which is basically just healing you again. And then we also see another one of TK, personally one of my favorite tamers in the game, besides the clear Taga, but he's able to take the top card of his security and place another yellow vaccine Digimon underneath it, and if that card is added to the security, you can tap it to gain 1 memory. But we are now at Killian's turn, and we see him get to 3 memory because of the code clicker.
And now he's going up his chain slowly.
Yes. He used Lugamon's effect to get an AG underneath, so now he's mind linked with his Digimon, which is also another unique effect that came in with BT14. Now we see him evolve into the Dex to the Rugamon, sorry, not to Greymon, which basically can delete a play cost for Digimon. And if I'm not mistaken, Woman Ace would be a target, but there's no X antibody or Duogamon underneath, so he cannot use that effect.
So he's currently on 1 memory here on his level 4. And he's going in for the Digivolve, setting the opponent to 2 memory. Effectively,
But that's the fun part.
Yeah.
If he has the combo in hand, it doesn't really matter. But let's see. So we're gonna see Lugamon from BT16, which on his main Digivolving effect, he can either remove by trashing 2 cards, or by trashing 2 cards, you can remove a Digimon of your opponent at 6 KDP or less. And if you cannot, you can play out 1 Digimon. But we see Baumon's inherent effect come in play, which is your turns. When you trash a card from your hand, if it's an SOC or Dark Enemy, you may Digivolve into it for the cost, which we see him evolving to Fenrir Lugamon. And Fenrir Lugamon's effect being able to play out the Kazuchimon from the trash.
And the board is set for DNA Digivolution here.
Yes.
Into Fenrir Lugamon Takemi Kazuchi.
Yes, so now we see why this deck. So now we see why this deck is so unique, because right now the memory is on 5, so it would normally pass the turn. But Takemi Kazuchi's unique effect will force the memory to go to 3, and then if the tamer is underneath, which 99% of the time is, you will gain 1 memory. And this would normally pass the turn to your opponent, but Fenrir Lugamon's unique inherent effect is, why this Digimon is Fenrir Lugamon, in its name, the condition to pass over the turn starts at 3. So therefore, since you are on 2, you are still on the turn.
That effectively gives you 2 extra permanent memory, in a way.
Yes.
Yes.
So right now we see the when attacking effect of Takemi Kazuchi by trashing one of your own security cards. You can trash one of your opponents, and then you just
uninterruptible. Just remove, trash one of your own, trash one of their, and then there is also the attack on top of it.
Yes. Normally, if you would be on your opponent's side of the memory gauge, you would be able to restand with Solugamon's inherent effect. But since the Woman Ace was removed during the attack, overflow triggered, and therefore giving 4 memory, if I'm not mistaken, back to Killian. Therefore, keeping his turn intact on 2 memory or 1 memory. I could not recall anymore. But
so we see he's already setting up another stack here slowly.
Yes.
It's still his turn. It's such a powerful ability, just being able to commit to building 2 stacks without the fear that you're just gonna pass the turn to your opponent. Your big boss card of the entire deck is on the field, and his opponent is just down to 1 security.
Yes, and Takemi Kazuchi with the inherent effect of AG being able to restand, not restand, he has blocked himself in Alliance, which is a keyword we will probably see sooner or later in this game. But we see
the Magnamon Ace come down.
So Magnamon Ace, his on play when Digimon effect is, you can, if you have 5 or less security, you can recover 1, then you give
minus 1000 DP for each card in your security stack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So not enough to just remove the Duogramon on the field. However, we now see the Dominimon coming down and, if I'm saying it correctly, whiffing on the effect. And right now the Dominimon would put -7, if I remember correctly, onto the Duogramon, which triggers the Dex Duogramon in the trash, which has the effect of trash. When Duogramon would be deleted from the field, you can evolve into this Digimon to prevent the deletion, therefore letting him another drop. But since he is reduced below 0 DP, he will be removed by the game regardless. So right now, the memory gauge is on 5, attacking with the Jutsu side.
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit rough here, especially with the ability to just trash a card and then swing. Like you said, Alliance is also something that possibly might come into play here. So we see the beginnings of a stack being formed here, as there is also blocker coming down.
Yes, there's going to be 2 Annoucement, which if it's the top 4 cards, adds 1 Digimon with the SOC trait and a tamer with such effects, with such effectiveness rates. And then if you do so, you can, or you're forced to trash a card from your hand, which triggers a lot of the effects. So we see the Scavenger being trashed, which will trigger its effect to evolve another Digimon into 1 Digimon with the Dark Animal or the Under trait, which will be Hellugamon. But since the end of turn is not triggered, Hellugamon is not yet a threat. But with the memory being on 1, normally passing over the turn, but with Hellugamon's unique effect, you stay on the turn until your opponent has 3 or more. You could go Mind Link again.
Yeah, and Mind Link is the term, it's the ability for putting your tamers under your Digimon.
Exactly. We saw earlier in the match with Apocalymon that we have hybrids that can evolve from a tamer into a Digimon. And we have tamers that can link with specific Digimon that they are associated with. In this case, Dark Animals and SOC, to boost the Digimon and give them unique effects. And at the end of all turns, they can, how do I put it, de-link themselves with the Digimon to come back on the field, provide their start of turn effects or their start of main phase effects.
It's a very powerful ability. You get get the effects that care for the Mind Link, for the tamer. You get to send it back, and we see the end of game 1 here. So this was a very fast game.
Yes,
this was a very fast game.
That's the strength of Takemi Kazuchi. Honestly, it is a deck that can either finish you within 3 turns if they have the combo in hand, because for them, memory is just a number. Usually, everybody needs to be mindful of how much memory they give the opponent, but since they have the way to just give memory to them, go all the way almost up to 10 and just put it back to 3, put it back to 2 and keep their turn, it doesn't really matter. As long as they have the pieces in the trash, they're good. And all they need is 1 little rookie and AG.
So, as we see, Dominimon put up a great fight, but started struggling on later on. What do you think he might be able to do in this game too? What is he looking for to be able to come back from this match?
If he wants to keep up with the pace of Takumi Kazuchi, he needs to have his A game ready. Best case scenario, he has a Patamon that can go into Gatomon, and then finds a Magnamon that goes into Dominimon, which plays another ace that protects you from just being burnt, essentially, from your security. There are a lot of good ace targets that will stop Takumi Kazuchi right in its tracks. For example, Shadows Off from an ace, which I am sure we're going to see either now or later, which being able to Digivolve Takumi Kazuchi by 3, so reducing the level from level 7 or level, I mean, if it's a Phenomenon normally, level 6 to level 3 is a really strong effect. And now we see Fancy starting this game, evolving his Pokemon into Luxmon. And we see Pokemon again in his hand, but he decides to evolve into Angemon. Also, I need to say this, I really love this art. Me personally, I'm a big fan of Patamon and TK, so I'm happy that the Great Angels are a pretty strong deck in my opinion in this current meta.
Yeah, and this card looks absolutely beautiful. The card is stunningly beautiful.
And I'm sure we're going to see its when attacking effect just shortly. We're going to see Bauman and Chilugamon, a pretty standard play, and then that's a long name. So the Demon Wolf of the Castle of the Demon Wolf of the Castle of 9 Wolves reveals the top 3 cards of your deck, adds 1 card with SOC traits among them to the hand, and then returns the rest to the back to the deck. If you edit a card with this effect, you need to trash 1 card, which sounds like a downside, but again, it's purple. We saw in game 1, they like to set up the trash for specific effects, and this is just a good effect. And sorry, to top it all off, this card will stay on the battlefield because it has a delay effect that if you remove this card from the battle area, you can play out another SOC Digimon from the trash with the cost reduced by 2. So ensuring that if you don't even have a rookie in the hand, in raising, if you have it in trash, you can still start the combo, which is pretty good in my eyes.
It's something that for our viewers we see often in purple. You draw your trash cards, you care about the cards in your trash, and we see a swing here from Angemon.
Yes,
surviving the security check.
Yes, revealing an analog U, which reveals 3 cards and grabbing the name. But you were mentioning it earlier, so let's talk about it just for a quick second. In Digimon, we have 6 colors, which I think is the only card game right now. Maybe One Piece is also 6 colors, but we have 6 different colors that have different identities. We saw earlier, and we see now purple being a color that wants to play from the trash. They like to, have a lot of cards in the trash for certain effects. Yellow is the color that wants to reduce your power to 0 and make sure that the security will stay a good 5 out of 5, or in this case, a 6 out of 5, because in Digimon, you can exceed the security limit if you want to. Then we also have other colors like red, which is like almost in every Bandai game, the aggressive color that has a lot of ways to push themselves to become stronger, to make more tricks. Then we have blue, pretty unique color, having keywords as jamming that prevents them to be deleted in security battles, have ways to gain memory consistently and manipulate the memory gauge. But we also have the color black, which we see with the Rugamon in full play, which is usually the defensive color, the color of blocker, of taunting, and we see the Rugamon's unblaming Digimon effect. Trashing 1 card in your hand, draw 1, which is the purple side of his card. Then, if a tamer is underneath, a tamer with the SOC trait is underneath this Digimon, until the end of your opponent's turn, until the end of your opponent's turn, they gain start of main phase, this Digimon attacks. So this Angemon will be forced, whether it wants to or not, attack into the security, which enables a lot of things in general. This enables counterplay, counterplay in form of counter in general, and also being blocked and whatsoever.
And we see Tyrannomon also coming down here, like we said earlier in the first game. It is a blocker. Its ability triggers. What do we get here? We get an AG. Okay. So what do we have here? We have level 5s, 4 and 3. It's a nice chain. It is a nice chain. It's going to pick up the AG and the level 3.
The level 3 being the Lugamon from, if I remember correctly, BT15, sorry, pardon me, which has a unique effect of when attacking by trashing another card. This Digimon gains, I think, 2k, deletes the Digimon with 3k DP or less, and if this Digimon has the SOC, it has a tamer with the SOC trait, underneath you can draw one, which then enables the chain again of trashing a card, evolving into the card that you trashed, trashing another card, evolving into blah blah blah, to finally go into the Takamikazuchi. So we already see one Takamikazuchi in the trash, which is a good factor, but
now we just need to see the Fenrir Lugamon.
Yes, but now we pass the turn over to Fancy, which will trigger the end of our turns to detach the code cracker from the Duogamon to ensure that next turn you have a tamer that will set you back to 3 to enable your turns. So we see at the start of our main phase, which I will talk about in a second in detail, we are forced to attack using the Luxmos when attacking to take one card from your bottom of your security or top and place a card with the injured trait at the bottom, choosing I think to place a Shuriken Ace, and then it uses this when attacking effect to remove, correct me if I'm wrong, I think a virus type Digimon, because Angemon is a really lawful Digimon that doesn't want to, it is there to defeat evil.
So yeah, there is, as you can see, there is a lot of security manipulation here, a lot of control elements. We see Angemon come down. It's going to get rid of this Tyrannomon, just give it a -6. The turn passes. The turn passes to Killia now, but the board has been somewhat maintained in the previous turn, and the security stack is very high. So now the players are just discussing what happened in the last turn, going over the effects, make sure how are they gonna go? Where is Killian gonna go from now?
I mean, the Killian, he has the Lugamon in the back, so he has one piece of the puzzle. The question now is, where are the other pieces of the puzzle? If he managed to find the Fenrir Lugamon from BT16, not BT16, sorry, BT17, he might just go into his Takamikazuchi and try to attack, restand, trash the card from your security, but
oh no, he just without Digivolution he just plays his level 4.
Exactly. By using the option card that he had on the battle area beforehand, he trashed the option card to use his delay effect to then play an SOC trade Digimon, which in this point it doesn't have a tamer underneath, so the taunting effect of forcing your opponent to attack will not be able to be triggered. However, now, since he's on the field, you are able to mind link your code cracker onto the Duogamon and now evolve into the
Solugamon.
The Solugamon, exactly, thank you. And being able to not threaten, just put more pressure onto the board by trashing 2 more cards, potentially setting up more cards for the future. And we see Digimon and
Lugamon in the trash.
Yes. So now everything is ready to go. Right now, since we don't have Baumon and its inherited effect of the Lugamon, we cannot just evolve into the Fenrir Lugamon that we just trashed, which would have been optimal. Which is why I mentioned earlier that if you have the pieces, you can just from level 3 to level 7 within an instant. But
no, he's going for it, going into Fenrir Lugamon and getting ready for his DNA Digivolution.
Which is the one card that he needed to find and get, because the card that enabled him to even evolve into the Fenrir Lugamon was Sky Baluchimon, which has the effect when this card is trashed, like I mentioned earlier in the first round, one of your Digimon may evolve into an undead or dark animal Digimon in the straight from the trash for paying the cost, then evolving to Fenrir Lugamon, and now we know the drill. Being able to set the memory to free, then gain one memory, and then recover one and give it Digimon.
And he just goes immediately to one memory.
Yes.
Yes.
But going back to what I wanted to say earlier, being able to remove the Digimon by giving it minus 16k. But there we see the option. It was lingering onto the battle area, being able to play a great, one of the great 3 angels, Shadow Zafimon.
And his ability is really, really crucial here. On play, when digivolving, you de-digivolve 3. So you basically remove the top 3 Digimon from your opponent's stack, so the entire chain just gets disrupted immediately.
Yes, I mean right now they're still level 4, because from level 7 to level 3, reduced by 3 is still 4. But this is basically just outright, no, you cannot just attack me 2 times in a row. But we see the Hellugamon being evolved into, and his end of your turn effect will trigger deleting himself to draw 2 cards and recover a Lugamon from their trash if they want to, and then they might how to put it properly, if they fresh up to 3 cards with his own deletion effect, they can remove level 6, and Shadow Zafimon just happens to be a level 6 Ace Digimon.
Yeah,
which
so
will give them back for
perfect hit.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect hit. Yeah, he did lose his big stack. He did get set back a bit, but through this play, Killian just fired back, got rid of that Shadow Seraphimon, and now he's able to start building back again, going into the Tyrannomon. Let's see what he digs for. Okay, so his Tamerine is level 4.
Yes. And the bigger question is, what is he gonna put back onto, into the trash, which is gonna be a Kazuchimon. I mean, yeah, okay. And then we're gonna see the
pressing the turn with detaching the mind link.
Thank you. So now we see, in my opinion, one of the best cards in yellow, or like one of the staple cards, Batman from BT14. At the start of the main phase, he goes, takes security, looks into it, and looks for yellow vaccine Digimon, and then just evolves into it for free. And since we knew Angemon is going to be in the security, because he used this effect to remove something and then place himself into the security, we now have a level 4 for the cost of 0.
Yeah, just free going into level 4, making sure that he has enough security, enough memory that he can go even into his level 5, no risk of immediately passing the turn while establishing. He also gains a memory here.
Yes, because Patamon, if he uses the effect to evolve, he is allowed to place another yellow vaccine card from his hand back into his security, so he doesn't lose a security, and then he will be rewarded by gaining another memory. So now with 2 memory on the board, we can either repeat what we did earlier and just attack with the Angemon, use his when attacking effect to place him effectively under his security to remove the Duragomon, or another play.
It looks like he's going into Manga Angemon here.
Yes, to just go into his Dominimon, because he knew already what is going to be in the security, which is one of the upsides of playing yellow. You are 9 of 10 times aware what is going to be there. And we see the evolution. So we're going to see a draw, and then we're going to place another Angel card. Andromeda is going to be the card, which then prompts Dominimon's Digivolving effect to again search the security again.
And just delete the Tyrannomon with -6 on play.
The -7 of the Dominimon, and if he chooses to, he can use the play effect of the Andromedae by trashing another security to remove the Duramon, but it is not deemed as necessary. So you see turn, go over to Killian. Killian now with 7 memory, which is a lot. Usually, again, I mentioned, we saw earlier, he can go into his opponent's turn of passing the memory to 6 to 7 and just send it back to 3. But giving your opponent so much memory is usually not the greatest thing, but the minimum being able to control the board by keeping his pieces alive, Andromeda Ace consistently healing you if you are below 3 security, and Magnamon's inherent effect to give everything blocker is just a good match in general. And
yeah, with this amount of memory, Killian should be able to go all the way up his chain, but that Dominimon might make things a bit complicated, combined with the entire ability to just regain security. It looks like Frenzy in this game has set up nicely to the point where Killian needs to also focus on getting rid of these key pieces on the board, which Dominimon is actually going to make a bit harder to do. So because Dominimon also has an ability when one of your angels, archangels or great angels would leave the battle area by an effect other than the battle, you can just trash the top card of his security stack and prevent them from leaving, making sure that he has a board, he has bodies to swing it, he has powerful effects to regain security. It looks like the tide, like you said, what he needs to establish, the tide is slowly turning into Francis' favor here. However, Killian going slowly up that chain, preparing to go once more into Fenrir Lugamon Takemi Kazuchi. If he can make it on time, might be able to steal this game.
Yes, and we see the Dex evolve, or the X-Antibody evolve into Dextora, and we see him drawing one, trashing one, and attempting to remove the Angemon Ace, which will be protected by Dominimon by trashing another card, which immediately will be healed by Angemon Ace himself. And now we see it again.
You just trash a card, save your card on the field.
So now we have 2 Dextoras, and you know, there is the upside that you can go back into your chain. There's a Baumon on the right side of the stack. There are 2 EGs underneath those Digimon, so if they really want to, they can use lines. But again, on the other side, there are 3 Digimon that can just block you down. Either they will win the battle and you will be removed either way, or they will lose the battle and just trash another card from the security to prevent deletion. And now we see Lugamon. So, end of our turns, we're gonna see EG delinking himself, and then the end of your turn, after Lugamon will come into play, he will delete himself to draw 2 cards, which will obviously prompt us on deletion to recover Lugamon to his hand, and then being able to trash up to 3 cards to remove whatever he deems necessary to be removed.
But with this on removal effect, would that trigger Dominimon's ability as well?
Yes. Dominimon will always be there to protect his other angel fellows. So we see Dominimon being the target of the deletion, but easily he will just dodge this bullet by trashing on a card. Also, we see Analog Youth now finally being utilized as he was intended. Level 5 got deleted. That has sources, so therefore he can be suspended to game on memory and hatch another Digimon egg, which the judge rightfully mentioned. So now we see the Sulugamon trashing Kazuchimon and Fenolugamon to delete the Angemon.
And there we go up against
Angemon. And now we see Fenolugamon
and Kazuchimon, and we're getting ready for the DNA Digivolution again.
We see the attempt of removing a Digimon again, seeing Dominimon trashing another card. And the card that was trashed from the security was Gatomon, which then just proceeds to be played out. And we see Takemi Kazuchi back on the field.
This is going to put a lot of pressure on Dominimon's ability to actually protect cards. It's like, okay, take it away, because you still need to trash the top of your security. And with Fenolugamon, Takemi Kazuchi being able to just trash the top of your security, the defense has kind of crumbled now.
Yes, right now, Takemi Kazuchi just outright removed Dominimon by just placing a -16 onto Dominimon, and Dominimon cannot cleanse himself and ignore those -16, so therefore he just chooses to let go of what he could have been, and now there's no blocker stopping Killian to attack. The other question now is, we see on the side of Killian, there is no deck anymore. In other Bandai TCGs, this would mean immediate deck out, immediate loss of the game.
Yes.
But in Digimon, you will not lose the game, since you draw so much anyways. You will only lose the game if at the start of your turn, where you want to draw, usually you cannot draw. That's the only time where you will lose the game.
So you can actually really commit into drawing your cards like Purple does, just draws, trashes a lot, and you have this one less shot to close the game.
Yes.
So let's see, is Killian going to be able to take this shot? He just needs to deal 2 damage. Security to 0, and then the final blow.
Yes. I mean, he used his when attacking effect to trash one of his own security cards, to then trash one of his opponents. But right now, if Francie has an ace, either level 5 ace like Angemon ace, or a level 6 ace like Shadows of Apocalymon, they would be able to... Oh, he does not have one. To stop the aggression and take the victory.
That's game.
Yeah, that's gonna be game. Unless there's gonna be a miracle happening, but no.
No, so Killian wins. Yes. Fenolugamon, Takemi Kazuchi 2-0. What an incredible deck. It looked like Frenzy headed the game. He was on 7 security at some point. The deck was gone and just stealing the game with Fenolugamon, Takemi Kazuchi in one defining turn. That was so cool to see.
Welcome to Purple and Digimon. I mean, if you can just win the game by either putting your opponent to 0 cards in their deck and they cannot do anything, or if you are out of cards in your deck, but you can still win the game anyways, because you just attack and utilize the strength of your own color. So yeah, Takemi Kazuchi will pull through, and I'm sure tomorrow in the top cut, there's going to be a lot more purple decks because there are decks like Magnamon that we saw purple hybrid.
Yes.
I mean, we saw Apocalymon, but we also saw purple hybrid strengths of being able to mill your opponent, and there are lots more purple decks that can just play from the trash like Leviamon. And yeah, I mean,
there is a decent purple representation on the top tables when we were checking it out. Which non-purple decks do you suspect might show up in the top cut tomorrow?
Well, I mean, there is one deck I think everybody knows. It is blue. It's also a dog, and utilized by one of the second protagonist, which is Mirage Gargomon. And love it or hate it, Mirage Gargomon is one of the most consistent decks. There's a lot of variety how you could play this deck with the OG engine of just building your stack, trying to finish your opponent while swinging in 5 swings like Old Force Veedramon. There's the Galaxy engine that you can just utilize to gain memory by
Digivolving, basically
the save to gain memory to then evolve into. But yeah, I'm suspecting Mirage Gargomon gonna be there as one of the blue contenders, and as we saw earlier, Takemi Kazuchi. But enough talk from us right now. I think Raptor is about to be ready to be interviewed, and I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm gonna raise your voice a bit.
I will drink some water more. Yes. So let's go to Raptor and Shao, see what Takemi Kazuchi has to say.
You're drinking some water, yeah? You're drinking the water? Good. Killian, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm very well. I'm having a good time. I'm seeing some excellent plays.
Yeah, thank you.
How do you feel?
I feel great. It's a good event, and I like it here, so. Yeah.
Well, that's fine, but how do you feel about your win?
I like my win, but yeah, I'm hoping I get to win more, but yeah.
Did you forget it was just like, oh, yeah, I just win all the time?
Nah, it's not that hard. I lost one game already, so yeah.
And how have you felt about your overall performance here so far?
Overall performance is nice. I only lost to the mirror. It's like a race for finishing, and yeah, I'm doing good.
Yeah. And why did you choose your deck?
Honestly, I had a coin flip about it yesterday evening, and friends of mine decided we had a coin flip, and yeah, it was either Purple Hybrid or Takemi, and overall the matchups for Takemi should be better than for Purple Hybrid anyways.
Do you think that's just because less people know Takemi?
Not necessarily. It's like there's some very fast decks out there, so you have to keep pace, and Purple Hybrid sometimes isn't that fast.
And tell me, do you think you're going to win the whole thing?
I hope so.
What do you mean hope? We don't do hope.
I will win.
Yes.
I will win this.
Not hope. Yes,
I will win.
Yes. And then you can do a
yeah.
Yeah. There you, yes. That's what I'm talking about.
Winning energy.
Yeah, that's it. Perfect. So, for the people at home, as usual, I've been asking everybody this: why should you play the Digimon card game?
It's some kind of nostalgia for some people, and yeah, it's a really great card game. It's easy to get into, and you can do competitively really well as well. There are many events, and yeah, you get to travel a lot, visit many people. Yeah, it's great.
Do you feel you got into it because you like Digimon or because you like the card game? Which came first, the evolved Digimon or the egg?
I came from another card game, so I already know about some card games. And a friend of mine invited me to some, like internal tournament, and I won the first time I played this game, and that motivated me to stay with it and keep it going.
Fantastic. Well, you've heard it here. Killian, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Well done on your win. So now we've got Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World coming up next.
Dragon Ball Daima is coming to Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World. ready-to-play starter decks are on their way. A new adventure begins on November 8th. Booster Pack Ultra Limit. New leaders enter the game. Son Goku, inherit the will of your friends and win the Tournament of Power. Son Gohan, unleash your hidden power against the looming threat. Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, shows his true power. Majin Buu, through repeated absorption, the Buu transforms further. Baby Vegeta, Super Baby 2, take your men under your command and complete your terrible ambitions. Booster Pack Set 4 includes 2 secret rares. In addition, the secret rare also has an alternate art version. Booster Pack Ultra Limit, on sale from November 15, 2024. The extreme battles begin.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Bandai Card Fest live from Utrecht, and it's time for our final game of the day in its unique form, at the very least, Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World. Ben Fitzpatrick here, back joining you. It's a pleasure to have your company with you with Damien.
Hello Ben, I'm Damien today.
Shao, what are you doing here?
My name is Damien. I definitely didn't trick the real Damien.
Okay, well, it looks like that Damien
We're going to cast this because my name is Damien.
Yeah, so Damien has awakened here for our feature match in... Oh, dear. Oh no. Well, unfortunately, Shao has been found out. His disguise, his ruse has been foiled, and we do have Damien back with us.
Yes, and I'm hyped for some Fusion World.
Yes, indeed. It's a really exciting time as well to be a part of Fusion World. FB04 only having released a couple of weeks ago, and with it, it's brought some really important and interesting decks and some leaders that have taken through and over the game.
Yeah, it's already having a very strong impact on the metagame. We have seen a couple of these leaders, namely Black Baby, Yellow Bull showing up in bigger numbers. Blue, when we're talking about leaders from other sets, from the previous ones, Blue is making a big impact on the current metagame. So there is a lot of diversity, and I'm super hyped to see all of these new cards in action.
Absolutely. It looks like that for our feature match here for Fusion World in this round, where we are into round number 8 in the main tournament. So we'll be getting the final 2 Swiss rounds here. We have Giuseppe on Zamasu Fused against Francesco on the Baby Vegeta.
So, like I've said, Baby Vegeta, one of the most dominant decks currently in the metagame, the newest black deck, has a very unique ability where he can combo with his cards, turn rest mode, but they have to be Machine Mutants, Brainwash cards. Zamasu, on the other hand, came out in set 2, the biggest blue leader, 25k. Very strong when it comes to playing the longer game, the control game. He doesn't draw once he awakens, though. So you have to maintain higher lives longer throughout the game. But then when you need that boost, you awaken, you have a big hand, and then you just go for game.
Well, you can see we are underway immediately here as Giuseppe on the opening turn is going to go ahead and charge away that secret rare. But it's important as well that you said about there, Damien, with leaders, typically when they awaken, not only do they draw a card when you reach 4 or less life, but also they're usually at that 20,000 power base level. Whereas for the Vegeta, the Zamasu here, that's a 25k base.
Yes, that is a tall order to break through for some cards. That is a lot. Though he doesn't draw, he can force the opponent to have to combo to go and attack it. On Baby Vegeta side, we just see an attack, charge, energy, pass the turn.
So on to turn number 2, we're going to see that Pilaf make its way down.
One of the key cards in blue, Pilaf grabs an Earthling from their drop, and now Marin comes down as well. So that's all of the energy. It's going to be used here, but it's fine. Bottom deck 1, draw 1. There's going to be a lot of these draw effects. There's going to be a lot of control. Zamasu substitutes for his ability, for the lack of ability to draw once he awakens, and make sure that he has a big hand, that he has all the tools he needs. We see Glorio being charged here, though, and we have an energy marker. The energy marker is a big thing when you're playing black. The energy marker is definitely a big thing. A lot of cards care for you having an energy marker on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Most importantly, one of the secret rare, I believe, cares about having an extra energy marker. And when you get that energy marker back, or if you've used it this turn, there are different effects like draw a card or gain some power boost in a battle. Is really nice here.
Speaking of strong black cards, there we go. This Trunks GTSR 20k power permanent on opponent's turn. If you have an energy marker, Your non-Trunks GT battle cards can't be removed from the battle area by your opponent's skills, and it's also a self-awakener, allowing you to add a life to hand and swinging for 20k. It's not going to be enough when Zamasu awakens, but in the early game it's very strong pressure.
So we see here now Giuseppe is going to bounce that card back into hand, that Trunks, with this 3-cost right here. And that's one of the things that Blue particularly is also very, very good at and adaptable to do, is use these bounce effects and force your opponent's characters and battle cards to go back into their hand. Now, of course, in the Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World, characters and battle cards can attack on the turn that they are played, but it just means that any of those extra auto, those extra activate mains or activate battle abilities, that you get one less opportunity to use those, and or indeed even combo with them while they're on board.
We see Francesco here charging another Glorio, which is interesting, because considering that it's a 25k, it's a very cheap, very strong 25k card, which might be super useful later on in the game. But he's considering, because he's going to be attacking and comboing with his cards later when he awakens, he's gonna have enough power. And speaking of the big cards, here it is.
Yeah, this is one of these big boss monsters that you have to be careful about when you're playing up against these brand new mono black decks, the Sun Goku GT.
Yes, so this is going to be a tough one for Zamasu, but yeah, the swing, charge energy, just pass. Okay, so he's playing it cool. He's focusing on building up his hand. Not the most concerned on the state of lives at the moment. We see a lot of cantrips here. We see 2 Trunkses. Just play them, draw one. Sinister Sickle gets rid of the Goku GT. Board established, there we go. Trunks, play, draw one, pass turn. Just go for the long game, build up your hand, and then win once your opponent starts losing his own resources.
So we're with Francesco here now with that energy in active mode. That Trunks coming down for Giuseppe at the end of the turn, drawing an extra card, replacing itself into hand. Of course, Francesco now is just 1 life away from being able to awaken that baby Vegeta into the Super Baby 2.
And that's going to change a lot in his game plan when he becomes able to swing with cards and then combo with them. We saw that so far today, that's an exceptionally strong ability. And this Goku is pretty cool. So it is an SR. It's a bit older. It's from set 3 to 25k on play. Add up to 1 card from your life to your hand. It gets him to 4. And then if you don't have an energy marker, you create one.
Yeah.
So there's not going to be the creation of the energy marker effect because there already is one, but it's still a big swing followed up with establishing the Trunks. He's not taking the life though.
So here with Giuseppe now looking to potentially see what to charge on this turn. Still, what, 3 life away from Giuseppe having the opportunity to awaken Zamasu himself as well.
What do we have in hand here? So we have Zeno. That's gonna come into play later on. It's one of the rare board wipes that we have, especially in blue. It's a very strong effect in blue. And that's one of the things that he's looking to get. The higher he goes in energy, the longer the game goes, the more of these crazy tools he can use. So get to 6, that's the sweet spot. He's gonna play Wedel for 2 energy and then play Marin. Let's see, checks the top card of the deck, says like no, puts it onto the bottom and draws into another Wedel. Has enough attackers to start swinging into Vegeta to do some serious damage here. However, he is still considering his next move carefully. If he swings with the Zamasu, he gets the draw. There's no reason not to do that. he's still going to threaten damage because Baby Vegeta is unawakened. And there we go.
So we're going to go into the battle card here with this attack, it looks like. So there will likely have to be some comboing up in order to reach that 25,000 power level. And there you see with the Mai, going to get the plus 10,000.
So, but I don't think that Francesco is going to have much of an issue of comboing out of this attack. If he chooses to do so, of course. He's got a pretty big hand, though. I think I saw a lot of extra cards in there as well. You can't combo with extra cards. It might just be the glare on my end, though.
And you see that he is going to go down. That battle card, its head makes its way into the drop, paying 1. Gets ourselves the sun to bounce away as well. And now we're going to see some more aggressive moves and plays out of Giuseppe with that combo as well of the sun that was just played down.
Francesco opting to combo out of this one, but there is still the Vidal swing. She grabs the peel-off. And now Trunks comes in as well at the leader. So Francesco decides it is time. Draws a card, awakens. This baby leader, like we said before, allows him to combo with cards from the field, even if they are in rest mode. However, he doesn't have any of the necessary cards established on the board at the moment.
Yeah, so he's going to have to combo out from hand here. There is that Pilaf that we grabbed back earlier on in that turn as well, played down just to grab ourselves an extra card, an extra opportunity to see something to look to threaten the rest of Francesco's life remaining now, with Giuseppe still unawakened.
This Pilaf still being one of the key cards in blue, just being able to recycle Earthlings to create huge combo swings, and yeah, whenever it is on the board, it is a threat. It's something that needs to be considered from Francesco, knowing that especially when Zamasu awakens, if he just starts looping peel-ups, comboing with them, there could be some serious damage coming in later on down the line. But moving on to Francesco's turn, he just charges his 5th energy, the Bardock SR, SS Bardock from the starter deck. He's gonna swing in with the lead to draw 1.
Yeah, no
combos.
Yep, no combo declared from Francesco's side, and Giuseppe is just going to go ahead and use that Pilaf in active mode to plus 10,000 the attack away. So now Francesco with 5 energy still does have the marker as well to potentially use.
Well, let's see what's he going to do with this. He does have brainwashed cards in hand, so he does have the engine. Let's see which one, if any, he chooses to go into now. Meanwhile, Giuseppe's just sitting well there at 6 lives. So he is winning the long race game at the moment.
Well, it looks like we're going to start off by grabbing another Son Goku onto the board, using 4 energy for that. Obviously already has, or looks like he's used the energy marker in payment for that Sun GT, so making sure that he's getting the additional value of that when attacking to recreate the energy marker there.
Is this card big staple in black, the color that cares so much about energy markers, and now being able to just spend them without the fear of losing your effects because you just keep generating them with your SCR. Yeah, huge value, absolutely huge. Plus, it's an energy marker. It's basically, hey, attack, create an additional energy again.
Yeah.
And the Glorio finally sees play here. Awesome. So, he's 25k, 10k combo power, and he has a very cool permanent, which is why the sequencing was so important here. If you or your opponent have an energy marker, reduce his cost by 2, so he's a 2 cost, 25k. Those are premium stats in the game, and with a non-playability, if your opponent has an energy marker, you draw a card.
And speaking of card draw as well, you saw at the end of the turn there, the Son Goku GT end of turn ability get activated as well. If your energy marker was removed from the game during this turn, draw a card. Obviously, he paid Francesco for this Son Goku GT using the energy marker, so was able to replace it and then get the benefits to draw the extra card there as well, as Giuseppe is going to go in for another attack.
He's going for another Widdle. He's grabbing Trunks from the drop. Gonna be able to remove a card with him. Any combos? So no combos on the attack, but Francesco does combo on defense here with the Bulla. And there we see the Zamasu swing, comboing Baron away, going to 20k.
Yeah,
it's just one combo away from defense, but it's still resource from hand.
Yeah, there are a lot of resources in hand there. You can see from Francesco, looks like about 8 cards in hand. Despite that, it looked like there was the initial temptation to go ahead and take the damage, but instead says, no, we want to keep as much life still around as possible. We'll combo away with the Glorio.
And Trunks bouncing the Son Goku GT. Yes, Francesco can just replay it on the next turn. He can still get the full value from it, but he's being barred from actually progressing the stage as he needs to repeat his last play again.
And also, of course, now with that energy marker gone on Francesco's side of the board, you're not necessarily getting the additional value that you did initially last turn. You did last turn when playing down that Son Goku GT.
So let's see what is his plan now. So he can attempt to go for the board here. He can attempt to go for the board here. Zamasu is sitting on very comfortable 5 lives. We might start seeing some brainwash cards enter the fray.
Yeah, because
he's looking at his energy, he's counting. Might go into the Goku again.
Yeah, because we've not really seen an opportunity so far for Francesco to use that Super Baby 2's leader ability to be able to use some of those rested Brainwash or Machine Mutant battle cards in combos, even with them being in rest mode, because there just haven't been any on the board. And this is what we're talking about the power of blue and the ability to continuously just bounce characters away. You're not going to be able to combo with anything if you'll just keep getting bounced to hand. You're not getting that same value.
Especially when a lot of them do want to get comboed. So you're just bouncing your... Yeah, there are attackers, they're still gonna attack, but a lot of value is gonna be gone, because blue just keeps getting rid of them from the field.
So Francesco did direct the attack in towards the board there, the Glorio taking care of Trunks, and now it looks like Super Baby 2 is going to go ahead and attack, will direct into the leader here as well.
He's starting to push here. He's realizing my opponent so many tools to control my board. If I keep stretching this game, he will eventually overrun me. I need to start applying more pressure. Gallic Gun comes in clutch, gives that nice boost plus a card to draw, and Giuseppe gets out of the swing.
Yeah, really nice usage of the Gallic Gun in that attack. Still Francesco with all of his energy available. It's like 6 now we're up to for Francesco on Super Baby 2.
Let's see what's he gonna be going into. I think he's considering... Oh, no. He's not going for the Goku again. Instead, he is going for his big SR. 4-cost, 30k, Great Ape Baby. On play up to 1 battle card that costs 2 or less from hand, and that's gonna be the Trunks again. And when attacking, choose up to 1 battle card with the cost 3 or less, and choose up to 1 battle card with the cost 3 or less and place it into its owner's combo area. so he can combo with his opponent's card.
Yeah, this could be really, really big here for Francesco, as we do see now there is going to be the bounce there of the battle card for Giuseppe into his combo area. Immediately Francesco uses the Bulma as well to combo for himself, and now Giuseppe is finally down to 4 life. Will be able to awaken now from this point forwards, but it feels like the Francesco is just starting to slowly get the advantage back into his favor now.
Once, because of the Bulla combo, he also regains the energy marker back.
Wow.
Going into Giuseppe's turn, he has a lot of energy here. He has reached the late game state where he wants to be. Might go into the Zeno, just try to wipe the board. He does have 6 energy. Just hard reset. Get some advantage back.
There we see the charge of the Vegeta there. So we're going to start off by paying 1, getting ourselves a bounce there.
Okay, so I would assume from this happening here that we might not see the Zeno play because the bounce just occurred. He's gonna swing in with the lead. Combo for additional 10k. But Francesco gets out of it here. Just has to get rid of that baby.
Yeah, Giuseppe not electing in that battle step there either to go ahead and awaken as well to make that Zamasu a 25k. Here we are going to see the big Vegeta make its way onto the board though.
So Vegito SCR, swing immediately. Just, yeah, go restand, mill 5 cards from the top of your deck, and also you don't lose when you mill. Just become bigger. So here comes a big 40k swing at the lead. I think Francesco might take this hit. Yeah, it's 40k. It is so much because you're not in a threat of just the attack being lethal, just losing the game here. You are considering, okay, maybe keep the super combos at the moment.
So over with Francesco now, who's got plenty of cards in hand, has been able to keep that Glorio around on his side of the board in the battle area.
So with the 25k attacker still there, he does, however, need a way to get rid of this Vegito. He might just be able to do it. But I think that he's gonna apply pressure to the leader first, see if he can bait a couple of cards out in a combo, and then commit trying to get rid of the Vegito.
Yeah, as we see there is going to be the attack in from the Glorio. Giuseppe is just going to go ahead and take the damage there as well. So 3 life against 2. And Francesco with the leader still to swing all 7 energy, as well as the energy marker as well to possibly use.
A strong option that he might use if he has in hand is the Bardock. Because the Bardock would allow him to KO any of his opponent's battle cards while swinging for 2 damage. That would be a nice card to have in hand. We see some super combos here in the hand. Not sure if there is a Bardock in there though. We see also the SCR, which still hasn't been played ever since being bounced back.
Well, there it is.
There it is, yeah.
There it is straight away after having paid with the energy marker for that Para Brothers. Is going to make its way onto the board, get the energy marker back. And of course, at the end of the turn, that does mean that Francesco is going to be able to draw an additional card because that energy marker was burned with Para Brothers. Here is going to be Son Goku GT going in for the swing, 30,000 power at base level, and with Giuseppe now awakened, he is up to that 25,000 power on his awakened leader side.
So without any combos on offense, that would mean that Giuseppe is definitely losing one card in hand, if it's a 10k, up to 2 cards. And on a leader that doesn't draw anymore once he awakens, it is a lot of pressure. Francesco should probably, like on these swings, attempt to combo a bit more, just to force a couple of extra cards from the hand in defense. It's okay, he establishes the trunks, passes the turn here. We see Giuseppe has a super combo in his hand. You always have to count that the opponent has 20k in hand. Always best to count that he has all 4 of them, just in case.
Always want to make sure that if you're trying to swing for that final closing game victory, because of course it is as soon as that last life does get taken, then the game will end. As Giuseppe now with plenty of energy to work with.
And with that Vegito, which is a huge attacker, there is nothing on the field that Baby can use with his permanent to combo with. So he will have to commit cards from hand if Giuseppe chooses to apply Vegito pressure to the leader. And with Francesco being on only 2 lives, that's probably going to be the next step now.
So we're going to start off with one with a Pilaf here. Going to go into the drop. Going to bring ourselves back that Baby. Going to immediately bounce away the trunks again. Familiar play line that we've seen throughout this matchup so far.
And an additional 20k combo power on the field. So he swings with Vegito combos those 2, that's already 60k. Wedel comes down as well. It's gonna be able to get another card. Francesco just going quickly through the drop so that he knows what he might expect to see.
And exactly trying to figure out maybe how many of these Videls have already gone as well now, as we're going to see the attack in with Videl. Going to go ahead, go into the drop, bring back that final hope slash.
Needed to do the Pilaf loop of just bouncing the Pilaf and then the final hope slash to the hand. That's something that can really get out of control very fast. If left unchecked, you can have massive swings.
So it looks like it's just going to be, we're still in the combo step at the moment with Giuseppe, just trying to figure out if we're going to combo up further with this final hope slash. We will indeed.
Just bounce the Pilaf back. Francesco takes the damage. It's a lot, and I think at this point you just fully commit with the Vegito to try to close the game. No, so Giuseppe asks to see the drop, so making sure how many super combos are in there. No super combos with the hand size that there's a reasonable probability that there's at least one. We know there is. It's probably counting maybe there are 2. He might combo up just a bit to see if he can bait one of them. Because now with Francesco on 1 life, every single attack needs to be out comboed.
Well, Giuseppe is going to have to try and make those educated guesses, as it looks like the leader, Zamasu, is now going to go ahead and swing 25k. Doesn't look like Giuseppe is going to combo any further on his end. So this will be down to Francesco now to combo defensively and combo out.
It's going to cost him a card, definitely from hand. Perhaps maybe going 30k with the Zamasu might have forced 2, but without the ability to just keep comboing, just swing standard 25k and make sure that Vegito has enough combo power.
Yeah, and then just stopping Francesco from having any more opportunities to swing hard on the reverse turn there. The Sinister Sickle bouncing the remainder of Francesco's battle area into the bottom of the deck.
However, interestingly here, he chooses not to swing in with the Vegito. Instead, it just passes the turn to Francesco, knowing that he has the board presence established now.
Yeah, and also even the fact that there's still those 2 life cards essentially that Giuseppe is still going to be able to take. So not too sure how many super combos that Giuseppe has had for himself, but of course remember super combos can be used defensively and in the attack as well. So we would maybe be looking for maybe one of those super combos just to make sure that the Vegito really, really hits home.
And we see another baby SR gonna come down here. There are targets for him to combo with. Of course, he can't combo with the Vegito because the Vegito is just too big for it. But he can get rid of the other 2 cards on swing.
Yeah, and at least that is another extra little bit of combo that you are taking away from Giuseppe, or indeed just an attack in general as well. As Francesco looks like that we're going to go in with this Trunks GT first, and a big usage of combo here to go into the leader as well.
Just really committing on this swing, comboing away with 3 cards, plus Trunks is a brainwash card, so he will be able to combo with it while it is in rest mode.
And importantly as well, off that point, Trunks GT does have the auto, which looks like we're going to see now as well with this combo in with the leader. When it's used in a combo from the battle area, you get up to 2 non-Trunks GT battle cards with a cost of 4 or less, and Brainwashed or Machine Mutant in the special traits from the drop back into the hand. So immediately trying to fetch back some more of those resources, some more of those super combos potentially that have already been used in this game. And that's what we're seeing here with this Bullet GT making its way into the combo area to help power up this leader swing. Francesco looks like he's really trying to push for it here.
Yeah, we see that defensively, you can see Francesco has 3 out of 4 super combos in hand. He is very, very comfortable when it comes to defense here. And yeah, he is gonna try to push for the game. Let's see if Giuseppe decides to go and out combo this attack. But with 3 super combos in hand, it's going to be a very, very tall order to actually take down Francesco's leader, even with the Vegito SER.
And only what looks like 5 cards in hand as well for Giuseppe here. Giuseppe is going to go ahead and take the damage from the leader attack. Now here comes the Great 8 Baby, which is going to force Vidal into Giuseppe's combo area.
Just 30k. On 30k, he chooses not to combo out. He just takes the damage here.
And now Francesco, I mean, you can see the look on his face. Must be really, really interested to think, okay, what you got, what are you holding on to in your hand to not elect to combo out of that attack? Here is the Trunks again.
Zamasu does have the ability to heal, but still just going down to 1 life, even with that 10 size, is a risky move. It is a risky move. But Giuseppe must feel very confident here. He has a lot of these 10k combo power battle cards in hand. Seeing how Francesco has been aggressively comboing this entire time might give him the idea of like, okay, if I get out of this, somehow he's gonna waste a lot of his resources. Maybe I can push with the Vegito. Maybe I can try to bait him to combo just a bit more. What he is just doing, he's attacking with the Trunks, comboing, getting 2 cards back from the drop, immediately just tossing them into combo as well.
Wow, and just dumps the hand. Yeah, just dumps every single piece of combo power that he potentially could have here in order to try and get this game closed out. Does Giuseppe have enough here? So there's plus 10.
No, it's plus 20 because it's super combo.
There's the super combo, yeah.
40, 50, 60, 65. If I went through all of these correctly, is 80,000.
Is that enough here for Francesco. It looks like it just might be. Wow, that was a really, really close conclusion there for our feature matchup, but it looks like Giuseppe just having enough to be able to combo out. And there, we said it, we highlighted it at the start of this game, that 25k base on leader being very, very important, it looks like.
Yeah, though you do not draw, you still force your opponent to commit, to spend cards from hand. But unfortunately for Giuseppe, Francesco had way too many cards to combo with. This Trunks really putting in a lot of value, because when he gets the cards back, he immediately combos with them, because everything happens in the same attack step, and then just boldly saying, you know what, I think I can win this, I'm going to offensively combo my super combos, not for 20k, for 10k, let's go and let's try to seal the game here. If he failed to seal the game here, this might have backfired. But this was boldness paid off, and Francesco proceeds into the next round undefeated.
Wow, really, really nicely done from both players there. And like you said, it just goes to show the power of this this loop that this Trunks GT is able to create, getting so many of these cards back into hand, reusing your super combos as well when you're only allowed 4 of them in a deck as well. That's really, really important there as we go in towards our last rounds of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World at the very least. Really, really exciting time to be a part of it and to keep an eye on the game indeed as well.
So as Francesco is undefeated so far, we will be, I believe he's undefeated, we will be seeing him again in the last round of Swiss. We know one deck is Black Baby. What's the next one gonna be? I am not sure. I am hearing rumors across the venue of Yellow Boo making a strong showing.
Ooh, okay.
Yes, Yellow Boo and Black Baby being 2 very strong candidates for today's event.
Yeah, I know that Yellow Majin Buu did quite well in the North American finals. I think it got towards the top cut over in that region. So is it going to be able to continue its showing here in the European finals and the European Championships as well? We will wait and see. Of course, we've still got one more round for Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World to make its way on. For the moment, we're just waiting on our winner to come along and grab for an interview as well. So it shouldn't be too much longer.
Yes, but do not worry, it's just the end of Swiss. Tomorrow we're going to have Top Cut, so even though Giuseppe lost this game, if he wins the next one, he still has a fair shot to get into day 2, so we might actually see him back.
Yeah, and of course, all across tomorrow's action as well, it will be all of the finals. Every single final match will be streamed for you on tomorrow. So make sure that you stick around for that one as well, as we continue to crown, as we will crown all of our champions across our Bandai Card Games for this weekend.
So we should be going into the player interview soon. It's a very exciting day today. How are you feeling? We have been watching so many games here. The energy is explosive.
Oh, hang on.
Here he is.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Had to go ahead and hit it with it.
That was a good match.
That was a very, very close match.
Really, like it. I wasn't sure. Well, obviously, I wasn't sure who was going to win, but it looked so incredibly close.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, well.
And in the end, Zamasu just having enough combo cards in hand to be able to survive that big final attack.
Zamasu really came out and said "ningen," or for those who don't speak Japanese, human.
There we go. Well, it looks like our winner is over in the interview area, ready for you, Xiao. So let's not waste any more time as well. Xiao Do with our winner of our feature match on Zamasu Fused.
Hey, we're back with Giuseppe and your Fuse Zamasu. How do you feel?
Zamasu is a text deck because I started with the idea to play Detsu. But after some testing, we recognized that It's a lot of bricky hands in that deck, and Zamasu seems to be the very consistent and strong against the meta. The only matchup very negative is Android, green Android. But fortunately, I played against Android and won, but it's very, very risky game.
Well done. So are you feeling good about your chances to win the whole thing?
Yeah, I guess that Zamasu is a correct call for the tournament because I mean it's consistent and doesn't have any worst matchup other than Android. So I met with my teammates meta called Ripku, a lot of red deck and black deck.
And why do you enjoy the Fusion World card game?
I started playing One Piece last year, but I played TCG from since when I was a child. And but Fusion World is more funny to me because it's more in a rush. I mean, it's a sort of rush.
It's more frantic, would you say?
Yeah, and I feel that it's more difficult than other games that I played, and this enhanced me. I like to play a skilled game like this one. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for talking to us, and hope to see you in the finals.
Thank you. I hope.
Peace. Why, hello there. It's Shaldo, rapper, manga author, occasional ninja. I'm here at the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour in Utrecht, Netherlands. It's the European Championships, and it's been fantastic so far. It's the biggest event that the Bandai Card Games Fest have put on ever. We have close to 5,000 participants. We've got the One Piece card game, Digimon card game, Battle Spirit Saga, Dragon Ball Super card game Masters, and of course Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World. Lots of players, lots of activity, lots of fun, lots of passion, and a lot of luck as well. So we're going to do what we were doing earlier and just grab random people and ask them how they're feeling, ask them what they're up to, ask them what they're playing. Shall we try and find somebody? Shall we just surprise somebody? Let's do this. Let's do this. Oh no, it's fine. Hey, come on over. Come on over. You're on the camera now. You can't run. What have you been playing?
I played Dofi.
Okay, One Piece card game. Yeah. And how about yourself?
The same, yes. One Piece card game, but NL, not Dofi.
NL. Oh, okay, nice. Out of you two, who would win if you played right now?
Sorry, could you come again?
If you two played right now, who would win?
I think him. I think.
It's a good friend. It's a good friend.
I honestly wouldn't say that because he's the one who taught me the game.
Sometimes the student must surpass the master. So, are you having a good time so far?
Yeah, it's really nice. Having fun.
Yeah, we like the event. We came a long way here.
Where did you come from?
Southern Germany, from Lake of Constance.
Wow, nice. I came from the UK. Is this your first time competing in an event like this?
Yeah, it's the second time for me.
For me, it's the first time.
Yeah. Well, welcome, welcome. Do you think you would do it again?
Sorry?
Would you do it again?
Sure, it's fun. I would have some breaks in between, maybe that's better. But yeah, I would do it again, it's fun. The people here are nice, so.
And I asked this question to everybody. Why should the people at home play the One Piece card game?
Well, tough question. Depends, because we are really big One Piece fans. I love the manga, I love the anime, I always read. And that's actually like the first step to being interested in this card game. And when I was a child, I played like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! So I was always introduced to card games. And I never knew there was a One Piece card game until he told me about it. And then we played it. It was a lot of fun. I like the way how you play the game. It's not like Pokemon where everyone plays for himself somehow and like just tries to destroy you in one turn. In One Piece, it's like you always have to think about your moves, about the moves of your opponent, about your next moves, like what cards he has, what might be the next play. So it's really it really takes up your skill to play this game, and that's what makes it fun. It's not easy, but once you master it or once you like play, and then it's like a really good feeling. So.
That's a great answer. And how about yourself? What would you say?
I'll make it short. It's One Piece. Everyone should play it.
I like that. So basically, why should you play the One Piece card game? Because I said so. Because I said so. Yeah, it's One Piece. Thank you so much, guys.
Have a nice day.
Right, let's find somebody else. Who should we find? Who should we find? Who should we find? Let's look around. Let's look around. I think I've found some people. Gentlemen, hello. How are you doing?
Good so far.
I've just attacked you with the microphone now. What are you playing?
One Piece.
Amazing. And who's your leader?
What?
Who is your leader?
I play NL.
NL? We just met an NL. Ah, maybe you fought him.
But it doesn't go so well.
How did you do today?
At the moment, I'm 3-5.
3-5. So 3 wins, 5 losses? Okay, well, at least you got the 3 wins.
I had a little bit bad luck with the drawing and a little bit of the bad matchups. But I like to play, so I will do the 12 rounds and see what's going on.
So here's the important question. Did you have fun?
Oh, of course.
And why should the people at home play the One Piece card game?
The basics are easy. It's easy to learn. And it's an awesome community. Everyone is fine. It's completely Europe, Americans. It's, how should I say it? It's, need to find the words.
It's the friends you made along the way?
A lot, really a lot. We made the whole team. I met a lot of people at the local stores around and didn't even know there were local stores around until I started to play. And it's nice to find some guys that have the same interests, and it's nice. And we go on just little adventures here, these events, and it's every time something.
Seems like a popular game that's just growing in popularity, so that's exciting. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how the scene grows. Thank you very much. You have a great one. All right, who's next? Who we hunting? Who we stalking? You know, like. Hello.
Hi.
How you doing? What game are you playing?
I'm playing One Piece today.
Fantastic. And who's your leader?
Lucci.
Lucci! Hey! I gotta say, Lucci is probably my favorite villain in One Piece. He's fantastic. He's fantastic. Is he your favorite character full stop, or do you just think he's good for the card game?
So I just recently started to play One Piece, actually. I think he's like, I like the color black, actually, and like the cards, like the Moria 8 cost. And I started to play Lucci then. I started playing Moria beforehand. But I really like the CP0 characters as well as the black color.
For me, I also like the black color.
Yes.
So, okay, how have you done today?
Actually, I started really good. I started with 3-1s to score, but I had some unfortunate matchups like BY Luffy. He's like the main character, so there's no way I can win against them.
It is difficult to win when we are the main character. Yes, I know. So have you had a good time here?
Yeah, I had a really good time. It's also my first Bandai Card Fest, actually. I was pleasantly surprised. There are like a lot of TCG here that are really interesting. I was quite interested at the new Gundam because I was like the Gundam fan. And it's like the big first Bandai Card Fest for me. I like the pricing, the people are quite nice here, and the atmosphere, it makes fun.
So would you recommend people to attend a Bandai Card Fest?
Yes, definitely. It's even if you don't play or compete, you can just spectate. There are a lot of people where you can watch the game, learn from them. I think there's also like a pretty good options to trade or play with different people and then just have fun. I think it's just about the experience, to be honest, to have fun with your friends and just play the card game.
And were there any special or rare cards that you had your eye on?
I was hoping to get the serial Luffy from the championship cards. One of my friends got it. Quite happy for him. And for
well, look, I'll tell you what, right? Afterwards, we'll just sneak up on him, and I'll hold him, and you just look in his pockets and see what you can find.
I was looking. I bought some of the Opino 9 set because it's recently released. I'm hoping later on that I draw the Blackbeard leader, because I wanted to play the new black deck as well.
Fantastic. And last question, why should the people at home play the One Piece card game?
To be honest, it's really easy to understand, I think, to get the idea how to play it. It's really nice. I think the people in the tournament are quite nice. They're really helpful if you do mistakes. I think in a big tournament, of course not that, but in the local settings, the people are quite nice. In my hometown, they're quite nice. It's easy to play, and it's really fun, and I think also affordable.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. So, you heard it here. My name is Shaldo. It's the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour. We're gonna send it back over to the casters right now.
Thank you, Shao. Yes, we are back here ready for another feature match for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World. Ben alongside Damien here with you. And Damien, we've got another Zamasu fused deck in our feature match area.
Yes, two Zamasus back to back, and we just talked about this. At the end of the last round, like, what's the other deck that everyone's talking about? And it is Yellow Boo.
Yeah, the brand new Majin Buu Evil. It's really, really helpful, really nice. I think it's fair to say that whenever we make a couple of predictions like that, for us to get one or two right every now and then. But yes, Majin Buu Evil is going to be in the feature match area alongside and up against Zamasu Fused. This is going to be really, really interesting. And look at that, we're already underway in the early stages of this matchup as we're seeing a couple of attacks making their way into the board.
Yeah, we see the free cost Majin Buu 25k. Also has my favorite mechanic in all of card games, hand destruction. It says, KO one of your own battle cards, draw one, and if your opponent has 6 or more in hand, they discard 1.
Ooh.
So some card control, some hand control here, a big attacker, 25k, and they're playing this very fast. We just started, they're already on turn 3. So we're gonna see how this goes. Majin Buu very aggressive, has a lot of big attackers, which can turn the tide against Zamasu's big 25k base power.
So we're going to see a 3 energy get paid for here. It's just going to be Sinister Sickle to send that Buu straight back into the bottom of the deck. Not wanting, as you say there, that too much of that hand disruption to be able to happen there from Davide's side of the board, who goes ahead, charges up to 3. Tries to swing in with the leader, and which we'll see a 5k combo. And then here is the Majin Buu Evil. This is the Self-Awakener as well. When we talk about Self-Awakening, we essentially means that taking damage, taking your own life cards to get you closer to that 4 or less region that you need in order to awaken your leader.
Yes, for those of you who are new, who haven't played Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World, it might sound weird, you want to go down in lives as fast as you can, but that's actually very profitable for you because your leader is so much stronger when you get to awaken. On the Zamasu's side, we see the SR Gohan come down, just get rid of it automatically, establishing a big body on the field. If you can notice, it doesn't have combo power. So some cards here give you 5, 10,000, but some of the cards on the higher end, the stronger ones, sometimes give you 0 combo power, which is a nice way of keeping this balanced because you get a very strong effect in return.
Absolutely, as it looks like we're dealing with a Zamasu fused leader swing that I believe did get a combo up here as well with that Mai that is in the drop at the moment. So that's why Davide is really having to think about how and with what we want to potentially combo with here in this attack. Just looking at a couple of extras.
So he's gonna play his Frieza 1 cost, switch Gohan into the rest mode, play the free cost Buu. It's a 30k card, cost free 30k. However, he has a permanent. This card can be switched to active mode during your charge phase. However, there's also an activate main. Once per turn, KO one of your battle cards, which was Frieza in this case. If your leader is Majin, you switch this card to active mode. Attack twice for 30k. For free energy, very good deal. Absolutely very good deal.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, it looks like there was just a 15k swing there to take a damage. Then the Vegito makes its way onto the board, immediately scoops up the Majin Buu, and then scoops up a life card as well. Davide already down to 4 life remaining.
But that's great for him. He wants to awaken. So we know Zamasu wants to stay unawakened a bit longer. Majin Buu wants to awaken because his leader has the ability that one of your battle cards with Majin or Evil Wizard in its trait is KO'd, you switch into active mode. And as we have seen, a lot of these Buus have the ability to KO something. Now your leader swings twice. It's really, really good for Buu to get down to 4. And
there it is. There it is. Immediately we see the attack in first being declared so that we get to draw a card with the attack being declared. Then awakening in the activate battle step with the priority over with Davide. So gets that benefit as well as soon as he gets the awaken. As now we see a big 5 cost.
Yes, so we see the 5 cost Kid Buu. Okay, so he's a double striker. Off the bat, 35k double striker, and he also has the ability to play one battle card cost 4 or less Majin or Evil Wizard from his hand. We see the free cost yet again. the big 30k guy. We know that there are abilities to KO something, which of course switches the leader into active mode and allowing you to take an additional time. The aggro is really strong here, and in this matchup it's really worth a lot. Like we see just now, KO the Babidi, restand, attack again. Even if Zamasu gets to awaken, gets to that 25k, these attackers are just huge. They will just fly through his defenses.
Yeah, this is really quick and really strong at the moment from Davide. Like you say, being able to get through the Kid Buu, the Babidi combo as well, bringing that Majin Buu back onto the board, immediately KOing Babidi as well, getting multiple attacks going through, and Luca with 5 energy now is staring down a very awkward board state. 6 energy now with this charge. Going to start off with the attack, then awaken himself up to that 25k base. Davide will take.
Okay, so this is good. Zeno comes down, bottom decks. Bottom decking very strong here. It's, yeah, there are not so many effects which shuffle the deck, so once cards are gone, they're gone, basically. Switching the turn, back to Davide. He has what? 2 super combos in hand. That's good. Has enough energy to just keep spamming the board. I can see from this angle how many boos he has. I can identify one of the freezes here. But with a hand size this big, it's probably gonna be dropping 1 or 2 bodies in this turn.
Well, let's see exactly how Davide is going to want to try and negotiate this. We're going to start off with an extra there.
Yes, so Zeno just switched to rest mode, and there we have the exact same combo as the last turn. 5 cost, 3 cost, and Babidi, and just swing 3 cost, attack for 30 combo, activate main, restand. Now, one thing that's worth noting is the leader didn't get the restand ability. So that might have been brought in a rush, or he has a better idea of how to proceed. The leader, though he attacks twice, I think it's okay, because even though he attacks twice, he just draws once. And his attack cannot get through unless you combo. So there is no real, unless you're attacking into battle cards, there is no real payoff into just having your leader restand. If you need to start committing, just get your battle card to restand and then swing 30 again.
Well, there was the attack with the Majin Buu Evil Leader that was comboed out, and now the Kid Buu is going to go ahead and with a, looks like a 20,000 power boost here, go ahead and swing now 2 battle cards having been used here to combo up with. Leaves Davide with, it looks like 6 cards in hand as Luca wants to inspect the drop. Sees 2 Babidis in there, it looks like, already gone for Davide.
We're just counting, okay, how much longer can we keep this combo loop going here? He's fully tapped out. He's going to have to commit a bit here. He does have the super combos in hand. Figuring whether or not he wants to use them. The dangerous position for Luca here is, if you look at his hand, it's 2 extras. It is 2 super combos and a Videl. And he doesn't draw anymore. So he is in a very tough position here. Davide might be able to go for the win very soon.
Yeah, we just saw Luca there dropping both of those super combos. It looks like they're in that attack from the 3-cost Majin Buu Kid. Now the double attack is going to make its way through. That double striking Majin Buu Kid taking 2 damage there. Luca down to just 1 life remaining.
And it doesn't look like he doesn't have the combo power to get out of this. But Davide just passes the turn here. Of course, your opponent has 5 cards in hand. You are assuming super combos in there, like 10Ks. But no, actually, there is just 1 5K combo in there, and that's it, because these Videls don't have combo power. It's a very unfortunate hand state for Luca when it comes to defending. Yes, he now has the energy to use his extra cards, but last round was one attack away.
Luca did draw just off this cantrip though, however, a Sinister Sickle, which might just be able to help Luca a little bit. Davide is going to be able to combo away with this Bibbidi out of this Zeno attack, it looks like here.
Just alleviating some pressure here. Any pressure is going to help him out a lot. Though he wants to leave some energies open for defense. He is considering the sickle. Yeah, there we go. So pay free. Okay, so now he needs to deal with one swing from the 5 cost. And then there is, of course, the leader. He's going to pay 1. He's going to use Zamasu's ability. So if you pay 1 and you discard a card, you get to get a life back. You put card from the top of your deck into your life. It's an ability that's unique to Zamasu. It's very thematic. It's like he's immortal, so he just keeps healing.
But very big sequence of events there for Luca. That Sinister Sickle off of the top deck, and then the activation of the Zamasu leader ability, just trying to give himself, Luca, here a little bit more leeway, a little bit of extra maneuverability with the pressure that Davide has been representing. Now, now Davide just looking to see exactly if there's going to be a way that we can close out this game here, like he probably would have been looking to try and do this turn on the end of his last turn.
I think at this position, the life ramp is basically also a card to draw, because if you take 1 damage, you added the card to your hand unless it's critical. So what Davide might be looking here to do is just deny in a way that card to draw and swing with a double striker. It's like, okay, what you have in hand, you have that in hand, let's go. That might be an option here.
We do see another Babidi and Boo Kid combo there as well.
3 turns in a row.
Oh, and then we're going to go ahead and Supernova on Activate Battle during our priority as well there. That's a plus 20,000 power boost here to this margin boost. This is a 55,000 power swing.
But Luca still gets out of it, and he still has the energy for an additional extra card. So, yeah, it's close. It is close. There we go. Draw 1 and draws into a super combo.
Wow, this could be really, really big here, as we see Leader is going to go ahead, get the combo as well from the Babidi. So this is just going to be a 25k swing.
Using the super combo, and this is going to be, well, it's not game now. Yeah, it's not game now because it is a single strike, but it's definitely going to be damage here.
Yeah, there's the 30k that's going to be allowed through. Then go ahead, play another Margin Boo, and that's going to do it as well there.
Congratulations to Davide,
Yeah, 30,000 power. The +5 wasn't going to be enough there from the Trunks. The Gallic Gun not able to be used in hand there as well. And a very, very quick victory, but an efficient victory there for Margin Boo.
Yeah, that was a very, very fast game. We see why players are here in Utrecht jumping on the Majin Buu deck. That aggression with big bodies, they just strip away Zamasu's biggest advantage, which is 25k base power, was crazy. And he got to see his combo 3 turns in a row.
Yeah, that Babidi Majin Buu combo is absolutely insane, especially when you can KO that Babidi as well, get the restand from the Boos, and just continue to push that pressure forwards. That was a really, really strong performance.
Yeah, so we are gonna have the winner interview very, very soon. And then don't forget to check in tomorrow for the finale of Fusion World. We're gonna see what's gonna be played. Is it gonna be?
I tell you what. After watching that matchup, Majin Buu looks very, very good.
Yeah, Majin Buu looks very, very good. Might actually make it to the finale. We will see. We will see.
So, what decks now do you think that are going to be into Top Cat tomorrow, at the very least. Obviously, we've had Majin Buu just there. It looks like book its spot into Top Cat. We are likely going to see a baby Vegeta or two. What else do you think is going to be around?
I'm pretty sure that we're going to see at least one Zamasu. Because Giuseppe did win the last game, so I think he is solidifying his spot in the Top Cut. We haven't seen red or green yet. Son Goku from Daima is one of the decks that I have seen some players play here. It's nicely represented. Maybe green androids. We will see. There is a lot of decks in the room. I think our Top Cut might end up looking similar to the NA one, but maybe a bit of more Buu in it. We will see. We'll see.
Yeah, well, I definitely know walking the tables earlier a couple of rounds ago, saw that there was a Beerus deck that was doing quite well as well in the early going. So we will have to wait and see what makes it to the Top Cat, and obviously, ultimately, what makes it to our grand final tomorrow. Be sure to tune in for that one. But for now, be sure to stay tuned in because we have our player interview ready as well. Our winner from our feature match with Xiao.
Davide. Let's see if you can complete the sentence. Bibbidi, babbidi. Yeah. How are you feeling?
Really, really good. I lost the first game today, so it was a super rush, I can say. So I lost really because it bricked completely the deck, and I was a little bit, not comfortable with the other games, but playing also some luck because, you have to have it. And here we are.
We are. And you were super aggressive as well. That was a quick game.
Yeah, I think that probably I ended every game in not more than 15 minutes.
Really? Is that how you like to play normally, or is that just how it's
completely different from my normal gameplays? My game plan normally is to make values on values on values, and normally I play mid-range control games, decks, sorry, and this one is completely other thing.
Today you're not here for nonsense. You're like, listen, fam, my name is Davide. I've come here to win. Yeah, no long ting. We're playing the game. Done. I've won. All right, bye. That's you.
And
right?
as Will Ferrell said, if you're not first, you're last. So that is the goal. We try to.
Are you going to win the entire tournament?
I will try my best.
What kind of confidence is that?
I am humble. Try to stay humble.
Majin Buu wouldn't be humble.
Yeah, Majin Buu tanks in this case is super evil.
Exactly. So what would Buu say?
Yeah, I will eat it out. Time to eat.
Devour the tournament. There you go.
Yeah.
You're going to turn your opponents into chocolate and eat them.
Absolutely, and I will try to eat it. Probably the most delicious possible. So
yes, there we go. There we go.
Yeah.
So, why should people play Fusion World?
Fusion World is super accessible, okay? I think that it comes from the similarity with Masters, that is the original game, that is amazing game, but it's super difficult. So it's not accessible to people that want to start. Fusion World is accessible, is also a deep game, and I think it's also scaled. Obviously, as every game, also in poker, you have to have the luck. So same goes for Fusion World, and it's Dragon Ball.
Who doesn't love Dragon Ball?
Yeah, we grew with that. So
absolutely. So, Davide,
yes,
winner. Hopefully going to win the whole thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. After this, we have the One Piece card game. I'm Xiaodo, live from the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour in Utrecht, Netherlands. Peace.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody and welcome back live from the Netherlands, Utrecht, for the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour here live as well. Ben Fitzpatrick, Taj Dalawal with you for some more One Piece card game coverage as we start to wind down on day one and start to put some of these players, Taj, into top cut tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a long day for these players. Obviously 9 rounds already played for One Piece and they're going into round 10 now. So I always talk about mental fatigue kicking in, especially those players who are not experienced at being at tournaments of this size and magnitude. It can be a bit overwhelming sometimes, so it's going to be interesting to see how the players get on and see what decks make it tomorrow.
Absolutely, and what decks are still hanging around as well at the top tables in our Swiss pairings. I know that we were having a little bit of a wander around the top tables, and the variance is really, really interesting. I mean, obviously you've got your usual suspects, Black Yellow Luffy, Rob Lucci, but you've got a couple of purple Luffys in there. You've got a couple of Namis in there. We saw even one red-purple Luffy and a Reiju still hanging around. So there's some really, really other interesting strategies that are continuing to keep itself going.
Yeah, and obviously we saw an L up there as well, which I believe we're going to be witnessing on our feature match today.
Yeah, an Enel mirror match, it looks like, that we are set up for here for our feature match in round 10, which is going to be really interesting. Obviously, Enel as a leader, we were talking earlier on in the day about how typically monocolored leaders, so leaders that have their single color, in this case for Enel, yellow, typically start with 5 life. Enel, a little bit different though. It starts off with 4.
Yeah, but it starts off with 4, but essentially ends up being 10 life. Let's be honest. Yeah, the whole idea with Enel is obviously your hand fills up very quickly early on. You take life, you drop down to 1, and then the leader ability is to, if you drop down to 0 life, you can trash a card and literally put the top card of your deck in life. So you can do that once per turn, and there are other ways to manipulate your life as well. As we know, there are certain cards which add a card from the top of your deck to your life. So the whole idea with Enel is, listen, I'm comfortable going down to 1 life, giving me the resources in hand for then having the right pieces to play against you, and it's understanding what your opponent's got on the board to be able to play against them. And the mirror match, as any deck is always very difficult. Can drag on a little bit, and it can be a bit of a standoff. Who's gonna sort of go and start pushing first, because that ultimately can make the decision of who ends out on top.
Absolutely, it looks like we're getting ourselves underway here for our feature match as well. So we will cross over to the table in just a moment. But I think you're right there in saying obviously in a mirror match, mirror matches is always interesting, as we see here the early stages of this one, because both players are obviously aware of what you're trying to do, right? So it's really interesting to see the interaction of how either player is going to be able to try and deal with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And interesting to see here, both players getting Bonnies down there quite early on, which is quite a new mechanic in this particular deck that was introduced recently.
So we see here now the Gidatsu make its way onto the board, KOing one of these jewelry Bonnies. And then a Don underneath the Bonnie on Philip's side of the board. Both these players undefeated as well, it should be said, here in this point in the in this tournament. So into round 10, both players 9-0 right now.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, coming into this round, both players have done really well today. Obviously, coming up again, I'm assuming they would have come up against some of the big decks that we were talking about earlier on, and obviously come out on top. So goes to show Enel really still has that ability to show that yellow is still a force to be reckoned with.
You see Stefan there trading Gidatsus to take care of the Jewelry Bonnie on Philip's side of the board, which does have that Don X1 ability on your turn once per turn. When a card is removed from your opponent's life cards, draw 2 and trash 1. So over to Philip's going to play that Charlotte Flompe, go ahead and take an extra life and an extra damage, and just get some more cards in hand at the moment. Now we're seeing 3 Don being scooped up here, paying for this Jewelry Bonnie. 1 more underneath it. The Enel, the attack will happen and go through, so Bonnie is going to get that leader ability, that ability activation, drawing 2, and Philippe now trashing away a Gidatsu and the pass of the turn.
Yeah, really a useful mechanic there. Absolutely have to say that Bonnie is really, really useful and gives card advantage. You know, gets 2 cards off the top of your deck. You trash 1, helps you filter and refill your hand, which is really useful in a deck like this. And when you're not playing against a blue deck, which always has that Charlotte pudding that could potentially make you put all of your cards back in your deck and only draw 5, you know there's no threat of those cards in your hand going anywhere. So you just want to build up that resource in your hand, have it for counter, have the pieces you need in your hand to play, and it works to great effect. So that Bonnie does help you draw extra cards for sure.
And speaking of threats that we're looking to see, we're getting towards those high Don turns now. You see the Yamato there getting dropped onto the board, KOing that Jewelry Bonnie, dealing with the engine and the advantage game that Philip was beginning to continue to play. And now Philip up to 10 Don. What are we going to look for here?
Yeah, that Yamato's always an amazing drop at 9 Don. You know, it KOs up to one of your opponent's characters that cost equal to or less than the total number of life cards still on the field. That's yours and your opponent's. And then if you're down to 1 life, you can add another life from the top of your deck to your life cards, keeping you back up on that 2 life, giving you a bit more of a buffer.
Yeah, and that's exactly where Enel likes to sort of be, passing on to your opponent's turn. You want to have that 2 life generally so that you can safely take 1 damage, take the second one, activate the leader ability, get that heal, and potentially set yourself up for some nice triggers down the line as well. Of course, one of the best aspects of playing yellow is the consistent access to those cards with trigger that can activate as soon as you take the damage. You don't have to activate triggers out of life, but more often than not, they are extremely useful, as we see Katakuri get played from Philip, getting rid of that Gidatsu. And now Katakuri for Katakuri. Heal 1 up yourself, but it's another threat that's off the board.
Yeah, exactly. And it does. And this is the thing with Katakuri. It's add up to 1 character with a cost of 8 or less to the top or bottom of your owner's life cards face up. So you can just get rid of that Katakuri straight away by playing your own Katakuri. A really useful card, a secret rare card, obviously from back in OPO3 when we first got introduced to the yellow color mechanic within the One Piece card game.
Absolutely, as Philip here is going to play down another Jewelry Bonnie with the 1 Don attached underneath it. So with Stefan still on 3 life at the moment, really believes that he's going to be able to get some damage through. Now Onami makes its way onto the board, which importantly gives Banish to a character, which means that if a damage gets taken, it doesn't go to the player's hand, it actually goes into the trash. No trigger window able to be activated either here. So what Philip is looking to try and set up with this attack and with this play is obviously with the 1 Don underneath the Jewelry Bonnie, if a life gets removed, that's with Banish or not, then he'd be able to get the draw 2, trash 1, and Philip, knowing that Stefan is playing Enel, playing very, very similar, I would imagine, to the list that he has piloted so far throughout this tournament, doesn't want to give Stefan any more potential advantage out of that life.
Yeah, exactly. You want to avoid that, especially if your opponent, as you say, has got Banish and the ability to draw 2 and trash 1. Definitely worth it. But there we go. Life is taken, a draw 2. And trashing the beige 2K counter out of hand.
Yeah, and then dropping that Shirahoshi blocker as well, a great tool that has been added into Enel players' arsenals over the past couple of sets. Obviously has the opportunity that if this card is KO'd by an ability, which of course in the current format that we are in at the moment with the One Piece card game, there's so much effect KO, then Philip will be able to heal an extra card.
Yeah, exactly. Usually a very good blocker against obviously black decks. You just be able to, it gives you the ability of its block essentially. Rather than it blocking, it can then just heal and give you an extra life. So almost equal measure.
So Stefan here with his turn goes with the 6k swing into the Gidatsu, deals with it, and then a second copy of 9-cost Yamato makes its way onto the board, gets a hold of that Jewelry Bonnie again for Philippe. But depending on what he's managed to draw from that activation earlier on in his last turn, be interesting to see what exactly is there. Flampe taking that active Katakuri as well. Really, really nicely done. And it means with 9 Don remaining, we can pay 8 and immediately play it down.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very smart move there, using Flampe to get that Katakuri you knew was at the bottom of his life and just get rid of your opponents, because that board was looking quite scary there, wasn't it? With 2 9,000 power Yamatos on board and a Katakuri as well with 8,000 power. You know, you don't want to be having to face that on your side, on your turn.
So Stefan here going to put 2 Don underneath leader and go ahead and swing for 7,000 power. So this will either demand the block or 3,000 powers worth of counter if Philip wants to keep this attack safe. Obviously also then does have the opportunity with the damage to be taken, if it does, to take the damage, look for potentially an impactful trigger, then activate the Enel leader skill to heal 1 more damage again. But we are going to go ahead and counter out the attack again. Charlotte Katakuri for Stefan, bottom lifing the 8-drop for Philippe. And all that hard work that we just did, completely undone.
Yeah, exactly. And this is it. You know, I mean, again, we're at a very imposing board state here with that Katakuri on board as well. Not so imposing when you look at the power levels of the characters on board on Philippe's side. So yeah, it's a bit worrying, but as we know, One Piece is a card game that can swing very quickly from one player to another.
You see the 5k poke there from Philippe be allowed through by Stefan. No trigger activated in that point. And now Philippe's just trying to decide exactly what to go further here. Like you said, Taj, the power levels of these characters that are over on Philippe's side of the board right now, there's not really anything there that's going to threaten without some considerable Don attachment right now.
Yeah, and this is the decision you've got to make now. What do you do? Do you play something that you can threaten with, or it does something to your opponent's side of the board, or do you just start attaching Don to your characters here? You know, it's a difficult decision to make as a player. You do want to start establishing board presence, but when your opponent's got such an imposing board at you, you might need to think a little bit more defensive.
So Stefan looking down in deep thought as Philip tries to figure out a way to go forward with the rest of this turn. We are going to put 2 Don underneath the Onami. 5k swing is allowed through. No surprises or secrets in what Stefan took there, with the card being face up in life.
Yeah, obviously that Gidatsu can be used again to great effect in next turn. You know, potentially removing one of those, well, one of those smaller characters which aren't really going to be much of a threat, but we see Rush Enel drop down now.
Yeah, this is a real interesting card, the 7-cost Enel. Looks like Philip's just going to pass the turn here. But Enel, the 7-cost, made its way back into Enel decks, having Biven obviously with that Rush ability, and with the card would leave the field, you can trash 1 card from the top of your life instead. Obviously, if there's a Luffy on board, the effect is negated, but with there being, as we said earlier, about like similar to Shirahoshi, so much effect-based removal in the meta and in the format right now, being able to trash that top card of life, get yourself a little bit closer to leader skill activation as well, is really, really nice opportunity, as Stefan is going to go on the aggressive here with 8 Don open remaining.
Yeah, and the important thing about Enel is it's any time this character would leave the field. So that's, you know, a very interesting wording as well. But takes that life, heals a life, now needs to decide what to trash from hand.
Yeah, there is that leader activation. The Katakuri goes into the trash. Now here comes the 9-cost, 9,000 power Yamato that's going to make its way onto the board.
Yeah, it just needs to decide here what the best play is going to be. Do you just use your blocker here, or do you counter out of this one? So having a long think, but decides to take the life on that one.
And, Kingdom Come there to take care of the Rush Enel as well. Not able to close out the game, so instead just holds the line for Philippe, making sure that he's not going to have any immediate attack that's going to be threatening.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Philippe here. Obviously, everything he's trying to do and trying to impose some characters on board, they're all getting dealt with. And it's not the situation you really want to be in here. There is now, obviously, as we can see, there is the Shirahoshi blocker on board as well on Stefan's side of the board to protect attacks coming into those characters. But Philippe deciding instead to just go for life here.
And that is going to be taken, prompting the activation of Stefan's leader ability there, trashing away Nami.
Yep.
Going to go ahead and take that top card straight into the life. And 10 cost ace makes its way onto the board now for Philippe. That big rush threat is going to go ahead, try and fire in, but does get blocked by the Shirahoshi. Importantly for Philippe, though, it's 1 life back into the life area for him, so he will have leader activation here on this turn.
Yeah, he needed to make sure that he was back to 1 life going back over, so he had to play that ace. That was a play that needed to be done, and he did. And unfortunately, obviously, swinging in with that rush ace wasn't to great effect when there's a 0 power blocker on the board.
Absolutely. As we see the Yamato, the second one now for Stefan, going and attacking in for 9,000 power. Has to make sure that one of these attacks stays safe as well, with 10 Don remaining here for Stefan. Of course, there is the threat and the worry that Stefan could just be about to drop a 10 cost ace of his own as well to rush in with.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the next play is. And this is exactly what a good One Piece player does. Before they reveal what they're going to do with all that Dom that they've got, they start doing the attacks and pokes and just sort of like try and keep it a mystery, make your opponent have to work about thinking about what you're going to play next, and try and strategize around that.
Takes the damage, and just the fist bump there.
Yeah.
Can't get out of 15k life. The Stefan there, you saw the reaction, and he is able to take the victory.
Yeah, Stefan just had the best board presence there. You know, Philip was unable to deal with it, but Stefan kept dealing with every single big character that was dropped on the opposite side of the board. It was just like, not a problem, I can deal with that. And yeah, in the end, gets the win. And like we say, you know, it's all about who flinches first, but also who gets the right draw at the right time as well. And yeah, both players did get some really good cards on curve when they started getting to the top. And you find this with NL quite often. You have the right pieces in your hand once you start getting to your 7, 8, 9, 10 Don turns. That's what you do with it and how your opponent counters that.
And interestingly as well, in that matchup, when we hyped up so much about how important and how vital to Yellow the ability to trigger out of life is, I don't think we saw a single trigger out of life in that game.
Yeah, I think you're pretty right there. I don't recall seeing a single trigger. So yeah, it goes to show as well, not every time you're going to get that trigger. And putting cards at the bottom of the deck life as well, you know, it's, again, you know there's certain cards that you don't want to make sure that are not at the bottom of the life. We know what we're talking about there. So it's important that you just keep control of the board, and that was what we saw to great effect there.
Well, in an Enel mirror match, Stefan is the one to take the victory. A massive congratulations to him. There is still 2 more rounds of One Piece left to play throughout our day 1 action here, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you at least one of them still to come very, very shortly as well. We hope that you've been enjoying the coverage throughout all of the Bandai card games here live from Utrecht as we have brought them. But just for right now, we are going to take ourselves a quick break. Don't go too far though, because we will be back just after this. Bandai Card Games Fest here from Utrecht in the Netherlands. Ben and Taj with you once again for some more One Piece card game action. We're into round 11 of 12 of the Swiss pairings, and we've got a really cool matchup for you in this feature match, haven't we?
So we went over to the top tables to just see what decks we can find to bring you something entertaining to watch. And we found two very unique players playing unique decks against each other. We've got Smoker versus Nami.
Now, Nami is a favorite deck of mine. It's the deck that I'm playing, actually, at the moment. Nami, obviously, one of those decks that we hinted earlier on in the day, completely turns the One Piece card game on its head and says, okay, you know what? We're going to play this game a little bit differently. I'm going to try and get my deck down to 0 cards left.
Yeah, and the way Nami does that is obviously using different event cards to great effect to be able to use event cards to draw a card or to trash cards from the top of life, and in that way, top of deck, should I say, sorry, and in that way it manages to get that deck size very, very low. So the key here for Nami players is usually try not to take life early on, try and get to half your deck, possibly maybe a little bit lower before you start having to take life. And you've got a lot of Dom then to be able to activate those event cards that you have in hand. And the sequencing of those events is really important because some of them really do to be activated effectively to be able to draw cards for you need to make sure that you've got a certain number of cards in hand before you can do that.
Absolutely, the likes of stuff like Love Love Mellow, one of those that comes to mind where you need 3 or less cards in your hand to be able to draw 1 extra. So Hagen is going to be on the Nami. Then we have Cesar over on Smoker, who was a leader we mentioned earlier on in the day during our One Piece card game coverage as one that's been able to come back into the format, come back into the meta with these brand new starter deck cards and the support that it got, predominantly that big 5-cost Tashigi.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were mentioning, wasn't it? That Tashigi really has brought this deck back into the forefront. Hadn't heard of Smoke for a long time. You know, initially it was a black leader of choice when we first got introduced to the color black in set 2. Smoker was really prominent then, and then we saw some new leaders come out later on that really took over. And sort of Smoker's been lying in the shadows for quite a while now, and suddenly this Tashigi card from that starter deck has really brought it back into the forefront.
Yeah, really, really excited to see how this game is going to go and match up. Looks like the players are pretty much ready to go. So in just a moment, we will get this game underway. Round number 11 of 12. Both these players just 1 or 2 steps away from making it into that top cut tomorrow, of course, of which we will bring you the grand final here live on the broadcast.
Yeah, we're going to have all full 12 rounds played. So this is obviously the penultimate round being played today. So all 12 rounds will be played today before we go into top cut tomorrow. So yeah, players obviously, as you can see, they were interacting with each other, quite joyful and happy. It's been a long day for a lot of these players. A lot of these players have traveled in to Utrecht last night or this morning as well. So it's going to be a long old day for them, but let's see how their concentration levels continue throughout this round.
Absolutely, and it looks like there is the fist bump. We are getting ourselves into the game. It is going to be Cesar going first, Hagen going second, which as a Nami player, you ideally want to be starting off going second because importantly, number 1, you're drawing that extra card for your turn, so straight down from 40 after you take your life and your hand out of the deck down to 39, and then also you've got 2 Don to work with, so 1 Don to play down a Gloriosa Searcher, a Kaya, and still have 1 Don available for potential counter events as we see immediately the swing being met with a Gum Gum Giant Gavel.
Yeah, absolutely, and there we go, straight away getting cards off the top of the deck, and that's what Nami's all about. So for those of you not familiar with the One Piece card game, who might be new to this, tuning into our coverage this weekend because you follow the Bandai Card Games, Nami is the only deck that relies on you to flip a win condition. So usually when your deck goes to 0, you lose the game, but Nami does win the game for you when it goes to 0. So you are doing everything you can to get those cards
from your deck into your trash as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and one of them there you saw with the Sanji's Pilaf drawing 2 cards. A very aggressive line here, though, from Hagen to get ready to finish off his turn. A 6k swing at life is going to go through, an effect that is very seldom used among Nami players at this competitive scene and at the top end of competitive play. If a damage gets dealt to life with a Don attached underneath the Nami, you trash 1 card off the top of your deck. So immediately we've gotten ourselves an extra little step closer, but interesting that we've not left that Don up for counter abilities, as Cesar is going to go ahead with this brand new search and hit a 2k.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, most of the time, as you're talking about, Nami players are reluctant to attack into life. Yes, you might want to swing into rested characters after they've attacked, but giving your opponent an extra card of resource usually is not what you want to do as a Nami player. So Hagen decides that maybe, you know, it was worth doing that swing just to be able to mill that 1 extra card, because at the end of the day, we do find with a lot of Nami decks that they get close to the end and it's usually 1 or 2 cards left in deck that can be the difference between winning the game. So he's obviously thought in this instance that early on, I'm not going to see too much threat. There's only 1 character on board. There's no rush in black. So I'll take that 1 life and I'll take 1 card out of my deck at the same time as well.
Absolutely, as we see this is a little bit of a setup turn there with a brand new Sengoku as well, trashing 2 and drawing 3, and then that 7k swing in from the Smoker leader, getting the attack through, no trigger to activate from Hagen as well, which of course is such an extra layer that you can have to further the game along for yourself, get yourself closer to that 0 cards in deck, is some really, really impactful trigger cards. There's some cards in the deck that initially you look at and think, oh, what's that doing in there? Card like Impel Down All-Stars, which isn't obviously in its inherent ability useful at all for Nami, with it being an Impel Down card for an East Blue leader, but it's in there for that trigger ability to draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, absolutely, as you say, and there's going to be times like now we're seeing Hagen playing Kaya, and you might have that Impel Down in your hands, and you're like, well, that's your first choice to put straight into your trash because it has no purpose in your hand in that sense. Gloriosa obviously picked up a Snake Dance as well. Snake Dance is very good. That gives you a 4,000 counter, but more importantly, you can return a character to your hand. So playing the Kaya this turn sets things up to be able to play that use that Snake Dance next turn to be able to pick one of these Kayas back up to then be able to play it again, to draw 2 and trash 2 again. Taking 2 out of your deck, but also fixing your hand a little bit as well to give you something a bit more powerful that you might need.
So it's double Kayas on this turn here for Hagen. So that's 4 more cards drawn across this turn so far. 6 if you include the draw for turn and the search that we did from the Gloriosa as well. Just deciding what to trash here. It's going to be Blocker Margaret and the 2k counter Boa Sandersonia, which we're seeing a lot more Nami players incorporate into the lists at the moment, obviously because they are Amazon Lily type cards, so they are searchable off of the Gloriosa that you see on board right now. Previously, it was a card like Appy, so 2k counter that was the East Blue typing, but players more happy and more electing to go for the consistency of the Boa Sandersonia to be able to find it in these searches.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, with the Gloriosa search, you just want to make sure you've got plenty of targets, and we do have obviously Love Mellow as well, which is a target, as well as a Marguerite blocker. But yeah, having that Boa Sandersonia just makes it a lot more consistent and more often than not.
Now, here is where playing some of these 1 costs down so aggressively and so much throughout this turn is going to be a little bit of a problem, because Smoker relies and loves seeing 1 cost characters on the board to put them down to 0. If there is a 0 cost on the board, you can see denoted by the marker there, it's a plus 1,000 power boost. And so many of these cards, you're seeing double Kobe here to deal with both of the Kayas on board. So there's not going to be any Snake Dance shenanigans here. For that, we are going to Snake Dance back the Gloriosa though.
Yeah, absolutely. Those Kayas dealt with, and this is why Hagen decided, look, I'm not going to keep that blocker in my hand. There's no point, because I know exactly what black decks do. I'll put a small blocker down, which is only a 3 cost, and it'll be removed almost instantaneously because it's such an easy target to be removed. So, you know, get that out of hand, get some stuff in your hand, which is a lot more useful to help you mill your deck down as quickly as possible, and that's exactly what he chose to do. And the Kayas, as you say, dealt with before they were even before he even had a chance to pick them up.
Yeah, why you'll see quite a few times that, especially if there are Kai's being played down or if there are abilities and effects that rely you to trash cards out from hand, quite a few players will actually just trash the Snake Dance out entirely because they realize that, okay, I've got the opportunity to get the plus 4,000 power encounter, but I'm not getting that added little element and benefit. So let's search, let's sculpt the hand a little bit further for a card and a counter that is going to help me out. For example, Love Love Mellow, Gum Gum Giant Gavel, that are still that 4,000 power stat.
Yeah, I mean, it's not optimum having to pick that Gloriosa up but play it again, but you're still getting a card if it hits, which it does. So it's half the value of a Kaya, but still getting you some value at the same time.
Yeah, and importantly from Gloriosa's point of view as well, because you are taking one card out of the 5 search stack and reordering the remaining 4, you can reorder them to the exact way that you want to try and see those cards when it comes to the end of the game, when it comes to those final turns or so, to be able to get through and race the deck. However, here is Cesar playing the E-Show down, and this is going to be really, really impactful against a Nami deck, because we're going to get some cards out of a hand.
Yeah, E-Show has just been a staple in the black decks for a little while now. It's just really powerful, especially when your opponent's got built up a nice, healthy hand. It's a bit like Charlotte Pudding in blue decks. It just stumps your opponent and makes them have to lose cards from hand, and they're randomly selected as well. So it's not like your opponent gets to choose which 2 cards they put in their own trash. So it does make things a bit more awkward, doesn't it?
So Cesar now is going to ask for a count of the deck. For my count, it's 23. So we are just about approaching the halfway stage with Hagen still on 4 life. So not a bad position to be in, but honestly now with that E-Show sitting on the board for Cesar, and this is one of the biggest and strongest ways that you beat an army deck, is that you swing for 9,000 power or higher, because with 9,000 power you are forcing 2 cards, 2 events out from hand, and one of them has to be a plus 4,000 power, because remember, ties in the One Piece card game in the attack step go to the attacker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I play against Nami decks, my optimal numbers are 9,000, 11,000 power, and then if they're fortunate enough, you know, they can maybe use the White Snake to get their leader up to 6k for the turn, and then they're using less counter events, but you know, most of the time that's really optimal to get their hand size really low as you get in through the game.
So Hagen here dropping the Margaret blocker just to get the 1 card out of the deck immediately on play. This at the moment is going to keep 7 Don left open, now 6. Again, Hagen going for the attack here into life, trying to get that little bit of extra card draw out of the deck. Instead, Cesar responds with the 2k counter of the Tashigi.
Yep. So again, we've got the E-Show down. That's a big character, as you said earlier on. The problem now Cesar's got is you have to try and get bigger characters on board quickly before that Nami deck starts dropping down to like less than 20, because once you start getting down less to 20, there's going to be points where Hagen's going to be able to get rid of 5-6 cards per turn in countering, and it's going to become dangerously close to him, you know, decking out. So getting this Gecko Moria, as we're seeing now, out is important, because you'd want to be doing 2-3 big swings every single turn.
Yeah, and especially without having to commit so much Don to those characters as well. You were saying about the White Snake play earlier on. Obviously, what the White Snake play does from Nami's point of view is that you're forcing your opponent to attach more Don onto characters than they ordinarily would do to reach that kind of 4,000-5,000 power buffer zone that you want to hit, that sweet spot zone that you want to hit against Nami. We see here the KO of the blocker Margaret through this Rebecca line, getting the Kobe back onto board that we played over initially, and now E-Show is going to go ahead and swing it in. This is going to be an 11,000 power attack.
Yeah, that Kobe coming in for great effect there. Obviously, on play, you may trash a card from your hand, K up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 3 or less. Didn't even need the E-Show -3 cost to be able to deal with that blocker there. But again, blocker removed, one more attack going through. As we see 11, like I said, that's my magic number.
Yeah.
Going into Nami, swing 11 in, and it just makes it a lot harder for you to have to counter out of that. You're going to be losing a lot of cards from hand.
Well, we're going to start off this combo and this counter chain with a Desert Spada. It's only plus 2,000 right now, but importantly, what you're seeing here is Hagen looking at the top 3 cards of the deck, and this will give Hagen a little bit of information as to what potentially he's going to draw into with any draw counters, or what he's going to trash away with anything like Gavel or Rubber Band of Doom. We're seeing one more getting paid for here, so it is going to be the Gum Giant Gavel. So we are now up to a plus 6,000 power on this combat step. On this battle step, we are still at 11,000. So we need one more still to make its way onto board.
Yeah, just making that decision now as to what to do here. And it is interesting, you know, like Nami's been around since OPO3. The early builds in Nami pretty much were, I mean, the archetype was built in OPO3 to utilize a lot of character cards which were on attack, on KO, mill, you know, trash X amount of cards into your trash from the top of your deck. So Zeph was in there. We had Usopp. We had
even Zoro's brothers as well. They've got the boost from power-wise. Belmare, Usopp's pirate crew as well to get back the full-cost Rush Usopp as well. Yeah, that's sort of like colloquial sort of battle Nami almost is going to be very, very aggressive, as Hagen has been even here with his leader swings to try and force the life to be taken, the game still to be played at its kind of typical pace and its typical way, but also still playing to that win condition.
Yeah, but as we saw it evolve through time, we saw a lot more event-heavy Nami build, and that's what's been really successful throughout this last year and a half or so as Nami's been around. But we do see a Zeph coming down now, one of those cards we were talking about, and Zeph is very instrumental. If that sticks on the board, which I very much doubt it will, considering there's an Isho there, this is already a 2 cost, so it's going to be dealt with very easily. But if you can get an attack that goes through with Zeph, you get to trash 7 cards from the top of your deck, and that is huge. So when you play a Zeph, your opponent stops concentrating at trying to reduce Nami's life. They try and get rid of that Zeph first and foremost, because they know how lethal that can be.
Well, over with Cesar's turn now. Interestingly, with the 5,000 power into 4,000, let the attack go through to take care of the Kobe. Didn't offer up the Rebecca block, but perhaps to that point you were just making there, Taj, is thinking ahead with, okay, if the Zeph is able to stay around for whatever reason, I want this blocker Rebecca on my side of the board to be able to just jump in the way of the Zeph and not worry about losing any more cards on the top of the deck here. A big 12,000 power swing from this Isho is going to be taken. Hagen keeping an eye on the card that was taken from life, so potentially a trigger to activate here.
Yeah, just deciding on that trigger there, and quite importantly, as you were saying, that with that Zeph, it isn't if this character attacks, it's when this character deals damage to your opponent's life. So as you say, it is very important keeping that blocker Rebecca on board, because as soon as Zeph attacks, it's not going to be able to activate. It has to take the life from opponent.
And Cesar is trying to force Hagen to take as much life as possibly in this turn. We see another 12,000 power swing, this time from the Gecko Moria on board. And this is going to ask for a lot of counter out here from Hagen. There is, still 6 Don, 5 Don left open. I was initially thinking, okay, how many cards have I left in deck? How many life have I still potentially got to work with? How many more of these swings can I go through? We're going to start off with a White Snake, plus 1,000 power for the rest of Cesar's turn, and gets to draw a card as well.
Yeah, now that Nami sits at 6,000 power until this turn ends now, so just makes it a little bit easier to be able to counter out of.
We still need 7,000 more with this attack, and from there Hagen is just going to end the counter step, take the damage, no trigger activation. Hagen and Nami down to 2 life remaining now.
Yeah. Still 3 Don open, so whatever attack does come through now, but another Rebecca being played, and another Kobe KOing that Zeph before it becomes a nuisance.
Yeah, and of course that Zeph is able to be KO'd because of the Don underneath Isho. All the characters get an immediate cost reduction with the Don underneath, so that Zeph essentially marking a 2 cost on board, which is within range for Kobe. Hagen will have a count to the deck. By my count, it should be 13 left to go.
Yeah, for those of you viewing, I'm a veteran working with Ben here, and Ben is very good when it comes to commentating Nami games. He keeps tabs of that deck. I don't know how he does it, but very much knows exactly how many cards are left in that deck. So,
unfortunately, there's no fancy mechanic for it. It's the old school pen and paper trick.
Yep.
So Gloriosa going to go ahead and search here to start things off. Obviously, the landscape of the game has changed slightly since Hagen saw some of these cards already from previous Gloriosa searches. So he's going to want to reorder and reorganize the cards that are in this stack exactly to what this situation demands now. Picks a Love Mellow off of the 5 search, with it being a Kuja Pirates card.
Yep. And yeah, you're absolutely right. At this point of the game, you have to be very, very careful how you stack those cards at the bottom of your deck, because it's really instrumental to make sure that you've got that sequencing right, because drawing into them or trashing them in a certain order is going to make a huge difference to you.
So the first card we're looking to trash here is going to be the Margaret Blocker. And with a good grip of cards that are in hand here, it looks like we're 8 or 9 at the moment. We're going to get rid of a Rubber Band of Doom, which says won't be too sad to see go out of Hagen's hand, getting to the point where he's trashing away cards that are able to trash off the top of the deck. But also there's the other edge of that coin, the other side of that coin, that says, well, you're trashing cards like that. What have you got left in there?
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of a bluff sometimes as well, isn't it? Well, yeah, I'll trash this, and it's a key card that you're putting in your trash. What does that say about your hand? So yeah, 2 easy options there to put into the trash. Still has 4 Don open. Decides to swing again, but this time with no Don attached to Nami, so it's leader ability effect wouldn't.
So going ahead worked. Now, it looks like over to Cesar now. Going to have the opportunity to look to close this game out on this turn. It feels like that's going to have to be the situation here with what should be, and what by my count is 8 cards left in deck. Hagen has 2 life remaining now, and you see Cesar going through the trash here. Importantly, there's 2 cards primarily that he will be counting to look for in this trash now.
Yeah.
How many Inbuilt Down All-Stars are gone?
Yep.
And how many Sanji's Pilafs are gone?
Yeah, exactly. Very important cards, but also Hagen's got 7 Don left open. Plenty to be done to help reduce that deck very quickly. You know, you can do several counters that will start getting that deck down super quick, but let's see what's attached to this Gecko Moria. Starts off with just a 10k swing. I say just. Usually, like I said, you'd probably like to go with the odd numbers to try and force that extra counter.
Yeah, 10k here. So this is going to demand 6,000 powers worth of counter out of Hagen's hand. So, I mean, that is just a gavel and a rubber band from being safe, and that would be 3 cards trashed off the top of the deck here from Hagen's point of view. This is definitely a really interesting and risky situation that Cesar finds himself in. It always is when the Nami players are down to those single-digit cards that are left in deck. Hagen is going to take the damage, look for some more information. No trigger found off the top of the first life.
Yeah, I was hoping for something there to trigger, I think, Hagen, but no trigger there. So still with options in hand. It's going to be interesting what he does. Like we say, 7 Don still open. And it's still 8 cards, is that right, Ben?
It should be, but by my count, it's 8 cards left in deck. Yeah. I have been wrong before. I will be wrong in the future. But right now,
we're close.
By our belief, it's 8 left.
Yeah.
And of course, importantly for Nami as well, for those that are just seeing this for the first time, Nami is whenever you hit 0 cards left in deck. So it can be on your opponent's turn that you run out of cards and that you take the game from there. White Snake to start off this counter step against a second 10k swing, this time coming from the Isho.
Yeah, so the White Snake now puts Nami up to 6,000 power for the rest of the turn. Also draws a card, taking us down to 7 cards in hand. And then this is going to be quite instrumental, I think. Snake Dance being played.
Yeah, looks like we're just going to have a little bit of pause in the action here, because it looks like there just needs to be a little clarification into some of the action there at the moment. While we do that, we can bring you perhaps an update just generally on the rest of the action here today. Originally, as advertised, there will be a final round of the Digimon card game. That final round is currently being played right now while we are playing in One Piece round 11. So for the remainder of Bandai Card Fest's broadcast here on day one, we'll be bringing you action from the One Piece card game, closing out the rest of the Swiss action here for the European Championship final. So just a bit of a quick update there on the rest of the state of play, and it looks like it's given us perfect time for everything to be resolved and back into our action.
Yeah, we're back in here. So good to hear for those One Piece fans out there. We've got another round of One Piece for you straight after this one, so don't go anywhere as we bring you more of today's action from our final round of Swiss on day one of the Bandai Card Fest here in Utrecht.
So we're still with Cesar's turn here at the moment. Looks like that the White Snake Snake Dance combo working off there as well, bringing one of those Kayas that were on board back into Hagen's hand, which we said and we alluded to was going to be really, really important if we could get one of those pulled off here.
Yeah. Cesar's obviously going to be conscious of the fact that there's a Kaya in hand, so that's going to be an immediate 2. Having gone through the trash as well, probably has a good idea of what's left in that deck. And we all know that there's only 1 life left as well, so I think Hagen's probably in a better position to know what that life is, having known put those cards at the bottom of the deck himself.
Oh, absolutely.
And knowing what is in trash, should have a pretty clear indication as to what that last life is.
Yeah, so Cesar's got a real difficult decision to try and make here. We're going to see the Don attached underneath the smoker, activating its ability with that plus 1,000 power boost that it's going to grant, because the Kaya is now a 0 cost character. And we're going to swing 7 in here to 6,000, it looks like, from Cesar.
Interesting. Let's see what the play's going to be here.
Yeah, this is really dangerous with Nami boosted up to that 6,000 power mark. We're going to see Gum Giant Gavel make its way on to the board, trashing the next 2 cards off the deck.
Yeah.
So it should be just 5 left now. But there is still plenty of Don to work with, and 2 attacks that Cesar is going to be able to put forward here. Now a 7k swing again, this time from the Kobe. 4 Don left over, so potentially it's 7 and 8 to close out this game. Hagen, Sanji's Pilaf trigger!
Wow, what a trigger.
Oh, that's huge there for Hagen in that counter step, in that life to be taken. Gum Giant Gavel makes its way down as well. Snake Dance is going to mill the final 2 cards, and that is going to do it. Sanji's Pilaf for the victory to close it out, and Hagen on Nami takes the win.
Yeah, he would have known that was there. No question about it, because he knew exactly what he was playing at the bottom of his deck. You know, you've got 4 Sanji's Pilafs. You've seen in your trash there's 3. You're like, oh my god,
yeah,
it's sat there. It's in my life. That's why he took that first life, thinking there might have been Sanji's Pilaf. When he saw it wasn't, he's like, okay, I'm still good. Sanji's Pilaf is there. I can deal with this. So yeah, again, it's such micro-transactional calculations you've got to do as a Nami player, but you've also got to have really good memory, and you've got to know how to sequence those cards at the bottom of your deck, especially especially as you're going later on in game and doing those searches and putting things at the bottom. So yeah, really well played there.
Yeah, really, really fantastic game there. Really interesting, obviously, to see Smoker as well this high up in the Swiss pairings at the moment, this late on into the tournament. Hopefully, there is still one more way and one more opportunity for our Smoker player Cesar there to make his way into the top cut tomorrow. But as you saw there, a victory for Nami, and it's interesting how you highlighted there, Taj, about having a strong memory, because so many of the players that I've spoken to that continue to play Nami, and this is their main deck now, have said, you know what, nowadays I don't actually worry about how many cards are left in the deck anymore. That's not where my mental capacity is focused on. It's more with these Gloriosa searches, what's on the bottom of the deck and in what order. How have I prepared those cards ready for that big final swooping turn to race through the final 6, 7, 8, sometimes even double-digit cards left in deck.
Yeah, you're right. As you say, the top players that we've interviewed over the last few months say exactly that. They say, look, I don't really care how many cards are left in deck. I'm focusing on remembering what's at the bottom. When I get to single digits, then I'm going to start thinking about, okay, how can I sequence this now? But generally speaking, yeah, it's as we say, Nami's evolved over time, and it's showing how well it is. It recently has been doing quite well. Obviously, it's a love it or hate it deck. I personally think Nami is good and healthy in a card game to have an alternative win condition, and Nami is just that. You know, it's one of those that gives you a different way of playing the card game, and also at the same time, your opponent's having to think differently as well, which is always what a card game's about. Make your opponent have to work for it.
Absolutely. Well, we said that the Nami leader does have the capability to turn the one-piece card game completely on its head. That's exactly what we saw there in our feature match, and it looks like that our winner is standing with Xiaodou now to have a little chat. So let's throw over to them and find out exactly how he's feeling.
Hagen, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Yeah, thank you.
So the Nami.
Yeah.
Getting a lot of feedback there. Try it again.
Okay. Yeah, I was playing Doofy in the last Treasure Cups, like all 3 Treasure Cups, and I was bubbling out 2 times, and especially against Black Yellow, it's a really hard matchup. So yeah, my friend said, like, try again Nami. That was like the best run I ever had, and I tried again Nami, and it's working.
So when you're playing Nami, is your goal ever to take down the life of your opponent, or are you just purely focused on getting rid of your cards?
No, I just focus solely on my own play, and I mainly even don't care how much card in hands he has or something, so I'm just playing, like, looking at his board, how much he can attack, and yeah, just focusing on that. That's
so interesting, because you kind of go into the game and just, like, I don't care what you're doing, I'm just playing my game, and that's that. Do you ever find that your opponent gets a bit frustrated or confused or anything like that?
I don't think, like, I'm not paying any attention to what he's doing, so people say, like, Nami is a skill check deck, because if you know how to play against it, if you know how to attack, then yeah, you can play well better, but yeah, the people also here, they are sometimes really frustrated if they play against Nami, because if you play like Black Yellow or something, it's a really, really tough matchup. If the Nami player knows what he or she is doing, then it's like 75-25 or 80-20 for the Nami. So yeah, I saw a lot of people today that after I flipped over the Nami, they were just like, oh.
And how did he feel when that last Sanji came out?
What?
How did he feel when that last Sanji came out? When the last Sanji came out, when you flipped over and you got rid of your last cards, how did you feel?
Actually, the game was over at that point, because I already knew that I had won, and this was just like I could end it in his turn, but I had like the Kaya in hand. My opponent also said, like, yeah, you already have the Kaya in hand, so yeah, it wasn't that.
So you turned to him and you said, "Omaiwa mo shindere."
Yeah, exactly.
I get you. That's fantastic. And for the people at home, what would you say to anybody thinking about taking up the one-piece card game?
I love the one-piece card game. Sometimes it takes up too much space of my life, you know. Sometimes I'm just trying to focus on the university, focus on studying, and then I'm like, okay, just yeah, I'm like, one more round of ranked sim, and yeah, it doesn't end at one round of ranked sim. But it's a really great game. At the beginning, like 2 years ago, people were really skeptical. They were like, yeah, it looks nice, but it's not fun to play. And we have so many people here playing like from Yu-Gi-Oh! Before, and they came over to One Piece because they were like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is kind of stuck, and I know what I'm doing, but One Piece is so much fun, and I really, really think so too. So One Piece is so much fun to play.
Amazing. And do you feel that you can win the whole thing with the deck that you've got now?
Actually, to be quite honest, I was also talking with some friend, and one of him is also playing Nami. And we are both saying, like, if you play against Doflamingo, it's almost impossible to win. It's like if Black-Yellow plays against Nami, then the Nami mainly wins, and if Nami plays against Doflamingo, then the Doflamingo wins. It's like rock, paper, scissors. So I said, okay, tomorrow we just try to dodge all the doofies. If we play doofy, we lose, okay, but everything else we try to win. It worked quite well so far. I played against 2 doofies, lost against 2 doofies, everything else I won. But tomorrow, to be honest, it's also a thing of really much luck, because if I'm going to face 1 Doflamingo in the top cut, it's over, no chance.
Okay, so it all comes down to the luck.
Yeah, it's a bracket luck. It's like, what are you playing against? Also like the luck, what you're pulling, but this is, yeah, can be like that, but you can also play with a bad hand. But if it's, yeah, if you play against the scissor and you're the paper, it's...
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, thank you very much, and good luck for tomorrow, and well done for today.
Yeah, thank you.
It's Xiaodo. We're at the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour here in Utrecht, Netherlands. Stay tuned.
ついに出るのか。アラバスタドレスローザーワンピースカードゲームブースターパック謀略の王国発売。
Hello everybody and welcome back here live for Bandai Card Fest. We are getting ourselves ready for our final round, not only of the One Piece card game action, but the entire coverage here on day one from Bandai Card Fest Utrecht as well. Ben and Taj with you. And Taj, we've really got a final match to be worthy of and proud of here. We've got two of the tier 1 meta decks right now.
Yeah, we're bringing you what you want to see. It's the top 2 decks really in the meta at the moment. So we've got Luca, who is currently playing Doflamingo, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and is the X and O player, so unbeaten, the only undefeated player today, playing Matteo, who's got the black-yellow Luffy deck. So it's going to be an interesting matchup and see how these two players get on.
Yeah, really, really interesting. This was actually a mirror of the final from Birmingham Regionals last weekend, Black Yellow Luffy against Don Quixote Doflamingo. And we spoke earlier on about some decks to watch out for, one of them being this Doflamingo deck that with so much support from the brand new starter deck 16 through 20, getting 2 super rares, commons and uncommons as well to really flesh this deck out as it is today.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, it's come from nowhere really to suddenly become top tier contender again, simply because of that new starter deck, giving those important pieces it really needed.
So you can see there both of the players, Luca and Matteo. Matteo looks like he's going to be taking a mulligan here in this final round. Of course, all of those final decisions, all of these places make so much importance for both of these players as we get ourselves ready to put players into Top Cut tomorrow as well. But this deck is going to be a really interesting matchup with Doflamingo obviously inherently wanting to go wider, get loads of characters out on the board and try and overwhelm your opponents that way. But for Black Yellow Luffy, you want to be on that 0 life. You almost kind of want your opponents to attack you so you can get to that 0 life point and get the leader ability activated.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, what's going to be instrumental in this is going to be around 1, can you get to your Gekamori turn quickly enough to be able to do what you need to do? But secondly, with the Doflamingo player, can you find your Jinbeis? Can you find your Edward Weevils? Just to be able to get that board presence, get that extra resource into your hand, and just go wide. So yeah, it'll be really good to see.
So we are ready to get this game underway. Round number 12, the final match here of the day 1 Swiss. We'll see the players get their instructions here, get the nod. There is the first Don being paid for, and we're going to kick things off with a Sengoku search here.
Yeah, this is 2 sort of 1-cost characters that you tend... Well, there's 3 options really. Sengoku lets you look for 7 Warlords of the Sea from the top of your 5 cards and then place the rest of the bottom of your deck. Perona is another good option for a 1 Don turn, and then you've got the new buggy as well that you do get from the starter deck, which allows you to rearrange the top 3 cards, all do something for you, and this is instrumental getting this really early on this.
Yeah, Marshall D Teacher card that's been so good in the new Doflamingo deck, being able to place cards back onto the top of your deck, fulfilling and getting ready for your leader ability, but importantly as well, getting extra value and utilization out of rested Don cards to attach them back on. As you see Matteo, just to start us off playing that 2-cost baby Luffy, there is the Marshall D Teach, and we might just start to see the ability that we were just talking about. So put 1 card onto the top of the deck, attach 2 Don underneath leader, swing 7, and we're on 3 Don, so we've got 1 more to activate leader ability, play down the Jinbei, and a Law now to bounce that Luffy back into hand.
Yeah, so good. Absolutely really instrumental to him there, utilizing all 3 Don that were available on the field to such great effect, being able to instigate putting that card on top of the deck and knowing exactly what it is and use it to your ability.
So over to Matteo now, after having taken that damage from the 7k swing, 4 Don active, obviously knowing about the 2-cost Monkey D Luffy baby that is been bounced back into hand. We're going to see a 7k swing go into the Jinbei. Luca will allow it to go through, and then 2 more Don. Are we playing that Luffy back onto board? We are indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing with the Doflamingo leader ability. You know, it allows you to play 7 Wall of the Sea card rested. So that card, if it stays on board, great. You know, it's another attacker. If it doesn't, it's like a pseudo blocker, essentially, because your opponent's going to swing into it, rather than swinging into you to try and keep control of your board size, because they know how dangerous it can be when you get to 3, 4, 5 characters, all which are 5 and 6k base power. It can be really dangerous.
We're seeing here Sengoku search again. Going to grab the Perfume Femur, a card that has been introduced since OP07, which in the 7 Walls of the Sea deck does just give you an extra opportunity to try and close out a game, especially in a matchup like this when Sabo blockers are plentiful.
Yeah, Matteo is going to take note of that and understand that that is in hand now, and it becomes a threat, especially when you're a Black Hilo Luffy player. You go down to 0 life, you think, okay, I'm cool, I've got a Sabo blocker out or 2, but if somebody uses that Perfume Femur to great effect, you can essentially put through a big heavy attack, which is very difficult to counter out of. That's unblockable.
So now Luca, with initially all 4 Don left in hand, obviously does have that 1 Don rested, so will have the Martial D Teach ability available to him. Can declare up to 2 Don, so that does include 1. But to activate that leader's ability, would need to attach 1 more Don, then pay once more for the ability. Instead, we're just going to hard play the Jinbei out from hand, get the Trafalgar Law, and once again, it's going to be bounce Sengoku on Luca's side and bounce that Luffy on Mateo's side. He's not getting opportunity to use this Luffy right now.
No, he's not. Absolutely. Every turn it gets played, every turn it gets bounced back into hand. Obviously, it's quite important as well for those players who might be new to the One Piece card game. Generally, blue decks like to remove stuff from the board by bottom decking it, but there are effects that put things back in your hand as well. They don't necessarily KO. Black decks tend to use a KO effect, and yellow, as we saw earlier, tend to put things back in your life. So that's the way we see removal. We do see some KO effects with yellow as well, like we saw earlier with Gadatsu and a few other cards as well. So yeah.
Absolutely. There's Mateo now here on 6 Don available. Obviously, that Luffy had, for the 2nd consecutive turn, bounced straight back into hand. And this is the strategy that we were talking about at the start of this game, this go-wide strategy that Don Quixote do Flamingo implements and is able to facilitate with its leader ability, and thanks to that new 4-cost Jinbei from OP07 that allows you to bring characters alongside you on play. So now you've got, what, 15,000 powers worth of characters across the 3 super rares, and then you've still got the Teach as well if you wanted to push forward.
You can always attach the rested Don to Teach and swing for 5 as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, can be utilized as an attacker as well when you want it to. And I have seen that done, and I have done that myself with that Martial D Teach. Can be very useful, attaching the 2 Don to it when you just simply don't have the play to put on top of your deck.
So Mateo, looks like there's a couple of different options and a couple of different routes that we could go for here for Mateo. He's going to have to try and decide, though, which is going to be the best option and the most positive for him, whether that's going to be trying to remove one of these characters on board with, say, Yellow Sabo or with the Egghead Luffy from OP07, whether that's try and get yourself down towards that 0 life range, if there's any Flampes or Kazuki Hiyori's in the hand as well. We're going to go with just a 5k swing here from leader, with Luca still on 5 life, says, yep, I'll happily take that. I'll happily take the extra card advantage that that's going to give me. And then for 2, we are going to play that Kazuki Hiyori down onto the board. So get rid of one of those life cards and replace it with something that we'd much prefer to see there.
Yeah, we're going to see the leader getting bumped to 7,000 pounds turn, no doubt about that. But yeah, as you say, Luca, no hesitation whatsoever taking that life. Said, yep, we've got 4 cards in hand. I'll happily take another one. Drop to 4. So I'm wondering what's on the top of the life here.
Well, it's just going to be a pass the turn. Okay. The suspense is going to stay with us just a little bit longer with that 2-cost Sabo played down onto the board and nothing else to follow up alongside it. Potentially now, I think we're up to, what, 7 Don here now for Luca. So I think actually what we're trying to do here is play around Gravity Blade Raging Tiger to come down, because if that makes its way through and bottom decks that Sabo blocker alongside the Kazuki Hiyori, that could be really, really difficult for Mateo.
Yeah, absolutely. a lot of things you need to calculate and figure out when you're playing against this deck. And yeah, that one particular card, Gravity Blade, can disrupt your game instrumentally, especially when you're looking to get your major pieces into trash, and when they're put at the bottom of your deck, there's no way for you to get them back again.
So Luca's turn now to just consider and think about exactly where we want to try and continue on with this board state that we've managed to get for ourselves. Of course, the last thing that Luca will really be wanting to do or looking to do here will be to go and really continue, just attack crazily here. So we're going to start off with Sengoku Search again. Look at the top 5.
This one Sengoku has given so much value, hasn't it, with those 2 Trafalgar Laws being bounced back into the hand twice.
But this is the ability, right, of being able to reutilize resources on board across all varieties of the One Piece card game. You're seeing it in both angles here. You've got these Trafalgar Laws from the new starter deck, bouncing the characters back into hand, being able to use them and replay them. And you're seeing Teach being able to reutilize Don as well, that's being paid for. So in so many avenues, Luca is generating some fantastic value that he is using to create the board state, and Matteo at the moment doesn't have too much to respond with.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's seems to be a challenge for Matteo to deal with this, and Luca's in no hurry to swing into that life. It's like, let me get my board nice and big and wide with lots of base power so I can then swing in convincingly to the remaining life.
Well, we are going to start with an attack here. It's going to be the 5k swing. Ooh, trigger Ice Age. So it wasn't a Sabo at all. It was a little bit of a bluff that Matteo played down there, thinking and waiting for Luca to potentially get a little bit over-exuberant and go in for the swing. Finds the Ice Age, which immediately disrupts one part of that 2-pronged value engine that we just spoke about. Really nice there.
Genius play there, absolutely. Bluffing there, putting that on top of life. You thought, well, okay, when he played the Sabo, the young Sabo there, you thought, well, he'd have the Sabo definitely in there. He's going to play it. And we're like, well, okay, he's left 2 Don open as well. What's going on here? But yeah, great effect.
Especially after the Hiyori as well. The Hiyori put that Ice Age there to set up that little bit of shroud of doubt, that little bit of shroud of sort of false confidence that Luca had in believing that it was there. Another Trafalgar Law, though, is going to send that Sabo back into Matteo's hand. Luca saying, you know what? Okay, I see you on that cool play. Now, make sure that you get more value from that Sabo next time.
Yeah, exactly. And look what that Sengoku that's been played for the 4th time gets.
Yeah.
Another Teach.
Oh, another Marshall D Teach makes its way into Luca's hand. Only 1 Don available, so he's not going to be able to play it on this turn. Instead, it will be over to Matteo, who draws up to 8 Don now. 2 life remaining, and we know that it's starting to be at this stage in the Black-Yellow Luffy match that you start to see those final 2 life being dealt with and leader ability getting activated.
Yeah, Matteo pulling his sleeves up there, thinking long and hard now, what's going to be the clever play here? 8 Don turn, there is possibilities here, it's deciding what to do.
Just asking there, Luca, for a confirmation of how many cards are left in hand. Looks like 6 available to Luca, and obviously one of those cards isn't a mystery to Matteo, with it being that Marshall D Teach that the Sengoku searched at the end of Luca's turn there.
Yep, absolutely.
So I wonder, with 2 characters rested on board at the moment, if we'll start to see Matteo attacking in to at least one of these characters. We are going to see an 8k swing here, and it is indeed going to be into one of those rested characters. Jinbei is going to be the target.
Yeah, deciding it's important to now start trying to deal with that board before you start revealing what you're going to be doing with the remaining Don.
Yeah, and 5 left, so we do have enough here to just immediately hard play one of those 5-cost 3 brothers. We are going to see double 2k counter out of Luca's hand, though, to keep this Jinbei safe.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 4 cards left in hand now, but he knows that the most that Matteo could do as far as attacks are concerned is another 5k, just a 5k swing with that Hiyori if he decides to swing all the Don underneath it. But yeah,
Yeah, we're going to immediately play down this Egghead Luffy, use its ability, trash this character, KO a 4-cost or less. And of course, with 7 Warlords of the Sea and with Doflamingo being so built around getting those 4 costs out onto board with its leader ability, so many targets to choose from. Importantly and wisely there, chooses the Jinbei that he's just attacked into to essentially make it so that Luca has wasted and has burned 2 2K counters early.
Yeah, exactly. Doing great. Always knew he'd be able to remove that. If he didn't, he knew there was also the other options to remove off the board as well. But more importantly, yeah, as you say, getting 2 extra cards out of Luca's hand has been quite instrumental there.
So Luca, not quite with his full 10 Don complement just at this point. Did go first, so we'll draw up to 9 Don here on this turn. And you can see with triple Law on board, we're going to start swinging for 7,000 power, that traditional magic number, to force a 2,000 powers counter and a 1,000 powers counter out from hand, or the damage to get taken.
Yeah, Mattia's just thinking, what's the play here? There's always a danger, as we know, against blue players, of a certain character coming down. So it's like, do you take that life, put it into your hand, and add that card to your hand, making it a lot more attractive for your opponent?
Yeah,
to disrupt your hand.
Possibly even here trying to just sound out what Matteo has got in his hand. We've seen the one Hiyori getting played down onto board right there. Just trying to figure out, okay, how many counters do you actually have in that hand? Is there a possibility to just continuously swing in these magic numbers, in these 7Ks? And they might be a little bit too much. Mateo is going to take the first damage. No trigger activation here.
Yep.
So we're going to do it again. Another 7K.
This one I'm pretty sure he'll probably counter out of now. It's, again, Mattia does want to have certain key components in that trash as well. Decides to put a Sabo and a Flampe.
Yeah, there is that counter indeed, and I believe that the 2-cost baby Sabo is still in Mateo's hand from where it was bounced back from the 3rd 4-cost Law.
Yeah.
So
Mateo's going to be on a 10 Don turn this turn, so can activate leader ability and play a Gecko Moria. Or just, as we say, play those younger versions of the 3 brothers out just by paying for them.
So it looks like we're seeing a payment of 2 here because there's a Marshall D Teach on the board, going to activate that leader ability with this 7K swing, getting ourselves Edward Weevil onto the board, drawing a card. And then still the resolution of this 7,000 power swing, which Mateo is going to go ahead and take the damage of, it looks like here. Putting himself down to 0 life. And Luca is just going to go ahead and try for it. 7K swing. Does Mateo have enough counter power? Yes, he does.
Yep.
And now this is where, as you said, Taj, the danger starts to creep in a little bit here when you're playing against BY Luffy. That 2 Don there you can see has remained underneath the leader.
Made sure he left it there just simply to make sure that he doesn't forget. Get that 2 Don underneath your leader, because you're going to be using your leader effect regardless this turn. Trashing a card from hand and then put 2 from your trash in your life area face up.
And then with 8 Don remaining as well, it will be just a case of, is there a Gecko Moria that's going to make its way down, or are we just going to play another one of these brothers for the hard 5 cost? We are indeed going to go for the Egghead Luffy, immediately use its ability and get rid of that base 6,000 power character in the form of Edward Weevil.
Yep.
That leaves us 3 Don essentially remaining now, with the 2 that are still underneath the leader.
I think we're going to start seeing Matteo now bumping up the base power of his leader here, just making it a little bit more difficult to be able to swing into.
Yeah, there is that leader activation, trashing away 3 Brothers Bond. Going to bring back Luffy and Sabo. Importantly, the Egghead Luffy is at the top of the life stack here. So we're again going to look to try and make a way into this board state. 2-cost Luffy activated, play down the 5-cost out from the life.
Just deciding now what the move's going to be before he does anything else.
Yeah, it's going to be about what to try and KO here on this board state in actuality. We're going to go with the attack first into one of the 3 rested Trafalgar Laws. Luca will have no real complaints about that being taken care of. And the Luffy is going to take care of the Teach here. But that does leave 2 5,000 power base level characters and the leader as well that might be able to swing this turn. Of course, there is 1 life that Luca still has to make his way through. But it looks like, is that just 5 cards in hand for Mateo?
No, there's plenty there.
It's 5.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, 5 in hand.
Yeah, that was the trash. Yeah, that was the trash that Mateo was looking for.
5 cards in hand.
Yeah, so even with Mateo's leader being a base 7,000 power this turn, this could be a little bit scary.
Yeah, and that's Sabo. If he does attack into life and decides to take it, that Sabo's going to go bottom deck. So again, that's a key component. I think that there is definitely another Sabo in the trash, potentially. But deciding to counter out of that one.
Yeah, there is the counter out of the 9k swing. And you see now here with 6 Don remaining and a 7k base leader. I mean, if you split them in half, you're going 8 and 8. But instead, we're going to go for 7 here. See if Mateo in these 3 cards has a 1k counter. He does. It's that 2-cost baby Sabo.
Yep.
And then the rest just thrown underneath the leader. And that, with 2 cards in hand, is going to be taken. Sabo blocker to the bottom of the deck. But Mateo sees another turn.
Yeah, it's going to be critical now to see what Mateo is going to play from this. 3 cards in hand. Do we have what we need to be able to push for game here? Or push for clearance across the board, really, and stay in this game.
We're seeing 4 Don for the Kuzan here, drawing a card on play. Mateo just looking for a little bit more information with just 3 cards left in hand now as well. We do still have leader ability to be able to activate. Will get us 2 life back. But again, we're still staring down 3 attackers. Can be made 2 if there is a swing in with the leader into one of these rested characters, which you imagine on this board state there has to be.
Yeah.
But what is Mateo going to want to do first before this attack? We're just going to go ahead and attack big into one of the rested Trafalgar Laws.
Yeah.
That's what, a 11,000 power swing?
Yes, it is, yeah, and it's big enough that he's like, well, Luca's not going to commit to saving that law. Simply doesn't make economic sense to do so, and yeah, gets rid of another body. So now in a position where he really needs to think about what else he can do here now.
Well, we are seeing that leader ability getting activated, putting the 2 cards onto the life, trashing away a Nami blocker as well, which is a card that we spoke about during our first slot through the One Piece card game today, a card that's made its way into BY Luffy lists to help combine with when there's a Gecko Moria on the board, get yourself a blocker and get yourself an extra card draw as well, potentially, if the right circumstances are aligned.
I mean, what this just tells us is that obviously Mateo's not been able to find a Gecko Moria, quite simply because you would have seen it being played by now. And this is a frustration where Black-Yellow Luffy can become a bit difficult. When you don't find it, it can make things a bit more awkward.
So we're seeing here is the Boa Hancock onto the board now for Luca, one of the other new super rare from the starter decks. Getting to rearrange those top 3 cards, put all 3 to the bottom.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice.
And then 1 rested Don attached underneath the leader Doflamingo here. We do have a second attachment. We're just going to go a blind flip off the top. It's a miss.
Ooh, whiffs there with a Perona on the top. But still a 7k swing coming in. And that Sabo blocker goes to the bottom of life.
And Luffy will soon follow after here with another 9k swing, or with a 9k swing going in now. So Mateo will unready all of his Don. Still that 2 underneath the leader, ready to activate the ability, but still, we've just got 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
And we've not really been able to advance ourselves any further. Even worse now from Mateo's point of view, there's that blocker Boa Hancock on the board as well. So one of these attacks that's likely to come through from the Kuzan and the leader is just going to get blocked by Boa.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be interesting to see what... Has he been able to top deck Gecko Moria? No, it doesn't look like he has.
No, a second Kuzan makes its way onto board. Paying 1 here now, though. It's going to be the Garp. So we are going to get a search. Top 5. Find one of the 3 brothers, Ace, Luffy, or Sabo. And they will go into the hand. Mateo on the search is just going to have a little look into the trash. See what the best port of call it's going to be. We're going to bring the Luffy from the search. So this is potentially indicating that we're going to see here the Egghead Luffy from OPO7 stacked onto the top of life, play that 2 cost down, and get ourselves the base 7,000 power on Luca's turn from the leader, and an immediate KO of one of these 4 costs as well.
Yeah. And it's a sensible play. So yeah, dealing with a blocker there. And now he can put a bit of pressure on, get rid of that Trafalgar Law as well. Yeah. Again, requiring 6K's worth of counter to save it, not worth 3 cards out of hand.
And interestingly as well, Mateo does not elect to continue with attacks. One of those Kuzans would have had the opportunity to swing there, with the other having just been played this turn, and of course not having Rush, the ability that allows characters to attack on the turn that they are played. Instead just says, you know what, you can stay there on 4 life, you can have the empty board now. I'm just going to give myself the little time that I've been afforded and try and go further.
Yeah, there's 2 cards left in hand, but still that life as well of with Saga just going 5 into life.
Oh, and then the 10 cost Kaido makes its way onto the board here. Draw 4 with Mateo on 3 or less life. So refilling that hand, getting some more options, and importantly as well, getting a big 12,000 power base character onto the board. Now Mateo seeing that says, I've got to dial this up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So now it's time to swing into life. Mateo knows that this is going to be quite dangerous now. Having that 12K body on board.
Oh, there's the Warrior.
Finally now we see.
Yeah, there is the 8 cost Gecko Moria making its way down, and now you can see Mateo playing with a renewed pace and a renewed belief with just over 4 minutes left in the regulation time. Of course, we haven't had to discuss it so far for the One Piece card game or throughout any of our games, I don't think, so far on Bandai Card Fest, but if that clock reaches 0, we will go to our overtime rules. 5 minutes more or 3 extra turns, whichever finishes first, and if there isn't a winner after that, then we have some extra overtime rules and end of game procedures that we will go through alongside our judges.
And we've just seen to great effect why Mateo wasn't attacking with those Kuzans. Attack with both of those to give that Kaido -4, -4, and then used that Rocket Luffy to KO it. What an amazing play there.
Yeah, this is a really big swing turn, it feels like, here for Mateo, who Luca in response is just going to go ahead and search with Son Goku. Grabs Buggy from the top of the deck, and now Mateo wants to have a look himself and see what resources that Luca has expended throughout the course of this game.
Sudden shift in power here. You can see it was that Gecko Moria, we just weren't finding it. Soon as it came, it's almost like you saw how quickly Mateo sprang into action to start utilizing that. There it is, finally. I finally do what I've been waiting to do all these turns.
And importantly as well, through this point in the game and through this turn, that leader is a 9,000 power base as well that Luca has to contend with. There's a Jozu, though, that makes its way onto the board.
Yeah, doesn't KO, obviously puts it back in your hand, so it does get rid of that blocker. And now it's a matter of, well, you can't go for game here potentially, but you can try and swing.
Just into the Kuzans.
To, yeah, just control that board a little bit.
Oh, okay, but the second one's going to get bounced back into Mateo's hand there with the flip and the play of the Marshall, of the Trafalgar Law, the forecost, which looks like it's bounced itself back as well.
Yep, that does allow you to bounce it. Once it's played, it can bounce itself back up as well, because it is technically on the board. So there we go, decides to take, play the 6,000 power Luffy, which take 1 life, gives it 2,000 power buff, which is great because you've now cleared the board to do what you want to do. You can use your leader effect to great effect here as well. Starts off with the 9k swing now into life.
So there is there is that Gecko Moria swing, and now Luca down to 2 life and down towards a little bit more of a dangerous situation. Mateo is just going to go big here and attack once again. This is, what, a 10k swing. Luca takes the damage, no activation of a trigger. Immediately Mateo again looks into the trash. And we're going to see leader ability activation ready as well now, just getting ourselves 2 life, just getting ourselves some breathing space, as now the turn passes over to Luca. You'll see there both of the players there conversing with the judge on the table, trying to figure out and get an indication and an idea of exactly how much time is left.
Yep.
Especially because, of course, that when time is called, when the way that the turns work for extra time, there will be a turn 0, and that will be the player whose turn it currently is. So it goes 0, 1, 2, 3. Both players getting 2 turns each, essentially, to find a win.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first swing comes in. That Luffy gets put to the bottom of the deck.
I'll be about now trying to figure out exactly if there is a way for us maybe to close the game out here and not have to worry about the extra time as well. And it looks like that we are very, very close to, if not already in now, as we see another 9k swing go in here from the leader. Here's Perfume Femur as the start of extra time is called, that unblockable option, and also to give the power boost.
Yep.
And then teachability to give the rested Don back as well. We're going to go for a big swing and attack here. And there's the fist bump!
Yeah, and there we have it.
Wow! Luca on blue Don Quixote do Flamingo taking down Black Yellow Monkey D Luffy just when it looked like Mateo had gotten his combination plays, gotten every single tool that he needed to unlock the door and play the deck at its fullest capacity. Luca, with that Perfume Femur that was searched early and threatened throughout the entire game, is able to help secure the victory.
Yeah, I really feel for Mateo there, because throughout the game it was like, where's that Gecko Moria? Where's that Gecko Moria? Where's that Gecko Moria? Really pushed his game back a little bit, but it suddenly changed. As soon as that first Gecko Moria was seen, it was like immediately you thought, wow, okay, maybe Mateo's got it now, you know, because the momentum suddenly shifted. But there's a lot of those Sabos and Luffy's being bottom decked because of Mateo having to put them in life just to give himself a bit of buffer space and have to take life to try and keep cards in hand. And at one point he was down to 2 cards in hand, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And it was going to be a real struggle. But yeah.
I mean, we thought from that point when there was about 3 or 2 cards in hand that Mateo was just done for.
Yeah, absolutely.
That it was over. But like you say, getting that Gecko Moria on the board, also dealing with that 10-cost Kaido pretty much immediately, not giving the opportunity to swing in for 12k there with that double Kuzan attack, and then the Egghead Luffy from OP07 to get rid of it and finish it off as well. We really thought, like we said, okay, maybe the gears are starting to turn here. Maybe Mateo has got the opportunity and has wrestled this game back, but Perfume Femur. Well, what were we talking about at the start of this game? We were talking about Perfume Femur being such a great card because it can get through blockers, but we were also talking about the Marshall D Teach, and we did say that, look,
you can use a teacher's ability to
On
rest it down
itself?
on itself
Yeah.
as well. And that doesn't, you know, you can't ignore that fact that there was 3 Don available and that 2 extra Don just helped it push for that 8K. Was just more than enough to get it through.
Yeah, really, really huge there, as it looks like we have a guest.
Said.
Be careful, there's a bird cage nearby.
Oh no, don't say that word. Don't say that word with Doflamingo players. Oh dear, oh dear. I know that there's a few nightmares that have been had, myself included. Don't worry, I have also been dealt with green purple Doflamingo bird cage. That has been a very, very real thing. But it looks like we have our winner from round 12 ready with Xiao in the interview area. So let's throw it over to him and hear from our final round victor.
Yeah. We got Luca. Make some noise for Luca, please. Make some noise. We got the fan club there. How do you feel?
I'm feeling good. I can't believe it, but yes.
Am I right? Were you undefeated for the day?
Yeah.
Okay, well, say that with your chest.
Yeah, but...
Let me try that again. Were you undefeated for the day?
Yes.
Yes! Ain't nobody can beat me. That's what you got to say. How do you feel?
I feel good, but I really can't believe it because first time ever going 12-0. I really can't believe it.
Do you feel you can take the whole thing tomorrow? Do you see yourself winning?
I hope so.
All of you guys are so modest. I want this. I am the greatest. Nobody can defeat me. That's what I want. Try that again. Do you think you can take it?
Yeah.
That's what we want. That's what we want. Excellent. I want to see you on the winners podium.
Thank you.
So, tell me about your strategy, because obviously Black Yellow Luffy is a pain to deal with for certain leaders. How did you feel going into that?
So, yeah, I feel like Black Yellow is one of the hardest matchup. Basically, I have some cards that help me in the matchup. I have Jozu, I have Kaido in some kind of stuff, 7-cost event. But I mean, the game was quite horrible because he's so bad, I so not really good. So it was like, he has no Moria, I have to go with the game. We really went with no idea, I think.
Fair enough. And what do you think has helped you to go 12-0 today? Is it just luck, or is it skill, or is it a combination, or is there just something about it?
I think it's a combination of luck and love for the deck, because I love Duffy. I've been playing it from OPO2.
Okay, so a long time.
Yeah, I love it.
And do you feel it's more relevant now than it was, or has it always been?
Yeah, it's too strong now. It's really strong.
You must be a happy guy then. That's excellent. And what would you say to the people at home who are watching people like you play the One Piece card game and thinking, I want to try that? What would you say?
I mean, try it. You go to a local store, have fun, make some new friendship, and enjoy the game.
Is it a difficult game to pick up? Is it difficult to learn?
No. It's not difficult. I don't think so.
And how much fun are you having when you're playing? Are you just locked in, or are you enjoying yourself as well?
When you play the deck you love, you enjoy the game. I think so. If you play the deck you love, you have fun.
And last question, favorite One Piece character?
Duff.
Okay. Can you do the walk? Congratulations. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I am Xiaodo. We are here live in the Netherlands, Utrecht, for the Bandai. Yeah, make some noise for him. Make some noise for him. For the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour. This has been Saturday. We, of course, do have Sunday tomorrow for the finals, as well as the winners' crowning ceremonies for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters, Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World, Digimon Card Game, Battle Spirit Saga, and of course One Piece card game. And not only that, but you will see a special event involving the brand new Gundam card game. So do not miss tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. Same time, same place. Much love, Xiaodo from the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour here in Utrecht, Netherlands. Good night.